feel that? That little change in the air? Or when you say my name, don't sound like Fred no more. We used to talk all night, laughing about somebody else's drama. And then your hand brushed mine, and my whole world leaned a little closer. You're on my couch, same hoodie, same cologne, but I feel you in my bones. Can't play it off when every look is saying don't go home. Tell me, did you feel that shiver when our fingers crossed that line? 'Cause every verse is different when your lips this close to mine. These are the signals of a heart, when friends turn into lovers in the dark. Two hearts, one beat, you and me, syncing up so sweet, naturally. Didn't see it from the start, now I'm falling to the rhythm of your arms. Two hearts, one beat, running on the signals of the heart. We used to trade advice about the ones who never understood us. Now I'm pressed to your white tee, and I swear they never really could touch this. You say my dress looks different tonight. I catch your breath, I catch your eyes. One slow kiss, now we're reading all the signs. Can we ever go back to the way we used to be? Or did one soft good night turn into baby you and me? You know the signals of the heart, the signals of the heart. Turn into lovers in the dark. Two hearts, ooh me, syncing up so sweet, naturally. Didn't see it from the start, now I'm falling to the rhythm of your arms. Two hearts, one beat, running on the signals of the heart. Every joke hits deeper now, every touch stays longer now. You whisper, I've been waiting, I breathe me too. What we were fading to this view. Your hands on my waist like they always belong there. My name in your mouth, like a Sunday prayer. These are the signals of the heart, when friends turn into lovers in the dark. Two hearts, one beat, syncing up so sweet, naturally. Didn't see it from the start, now I'm living in the rhythm of your arms. Two hearts, one beat, drowning in the signals of the heart. We crossed that line, and baby, I don't want to turn back. You hear it? That's you and me. Two hearts, one beat. These are the signals of the heart.
Turn it up, kick the dust from the room. Got havoc on the hotline, Caesar in the boom. They're cracking every question like the breaking brooms, sweeping out the fake talk, leaving on the truth. They say what they wanna say, turn your every doubt sideways. If you think you heard it all, you ain't heard shaking the room. Hey, but it gets easier, breaking all the rules. Turn the volume up, let them talk to you. Are you ready now? Here comes the boom. Every little lie getting kicked from the groove. It ain't what it ain't, yeah, they're cutting through. Are you ready now? Here comes the boom. Hands up high if you're feeling this vibe. Hands up, shout it out, let them know you're alive. When the truth hits hard, that's your favorite sound. From the first word drop to the final countdown. Are you ready now? Here comes the boom. It ain't what it ain't, shaking the room. Having precision, breaking all the rules. Turn the volume up, let them talk to you. Are you ready now? Here comes the boom. Every little lie getting kicked from the groove. It ain't what it ain't, yeah, they're cutting through. Are you ready now? Here comes the boom. Here comes the boom.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Ain't What It Ain't podcast. I'm Havoc. My buddy Caesar's here, but he's doing something. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, but he's doing something. Getting in and out. Yeah. Okay, so here, I can turn because he did have a like music playing that was copyrighted. Yeah, he went out like I think to get cigarettes, was it?
Yeah, I got my tobacco. I got my performance enhancement drinks. Cause I mean, you know what we're gonna do, bruh.
Yeah.
You know, there's a. I guess you could say we're gonna have a late night celebration.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. We're
Yeah.
gonna pull a late night celebration.
Hey Jen, how's it going? Yeah. We found out.
Jen, welcome in.
We found out another streamer canceled like the sleep stream thing. And we're not much of sleep streamers because, you know, like we don't sleep. You know, we're men. We don't do that kind of wussy thing. Right?
Nope. We most definitely don't do that.
Right. So we're just gonna stay up all night.
Sleep is for the weak. You know, you need to go take a nap or something. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, naps are for old women and children.
Mhm.
Exactly. Exactly. Who needs sleep?
Who needs sleep? Internet connection. Right? Because that's what my boy needs right now. Because he's frozen. Oh, let's see. Yep. Now he's back. I think kinda. It's iffy.
I'm back.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know, because of the fancy Wi-Fi in the car, you know, I had to shut off the Wi-Fi so it wouldn't be draining my shit. But I'm coming back in clear now, right?
Yep. You're back in. Yeah.
Everything coming in clear?
Yep. You were.
All right, cool, bro.
You were fine.
Yeah, like you said. You know, a certain somebody out there had to cancel their sleep stream because they got a little butthurt about something. You think that'd be the perfect time to have a sleep stream? You know, he'd be crying into his pillows, how lost in his fifis he is.
Oh.
You know, the devastation of being, you know, banned from another community for your past misconducts. It's funny how shit like that just comes and bites you in the ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, well.
He literally just went up there and bit his ass. Silencio.
But yeah. So that happened.
Good
So
point.
it like, and then They canceled the sleep stream, or what was supposed to be a sleep stream. I don't know. He does a lot of clickbait shit where he says he's doing something that he's never going to do. I don't know. I don't watch his crap.
Oh yeah, like oh man, remember when the dumbass said he was related to Keem? And he was going to fat camp.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I was
Like, how delusional do you have to be?
I was told one time he made this this thumbnail about where he's supposed to go skydiving or something like that, right? And it was him watching videos of skydiving.
Oh my god, pathetic.
You know, if you had anybody watching his channel, it might be bad because they would report those for false, for misleading thumbnails.
Oh, I know. That's probably why immediately when he's done, he privatizes. You know, he privates it.
Might be. I don't know.
That son of a Mitch. But I'm back. You know, back in the studio, so I'm gonna try switching over.
And before anyone thinks it was me that removed him from the community, it was not. I just happened to know about it.
Mm-mm. Yep. We have fans in many different communities. We definitely do.
I don't know if it was a fan, but someone who knew what he does and was concerned about it. And here's the thing. I'll just go ahead and say his name. Good on you, Scooter, for taking care of your people.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Scooter cares.
Well, he does. He does. You know, like I said, good on him for taking care of the people inside his server. You know.
Exactly. Shows he cares. There's a man that doesn't, you know, he cares about his people. You know, he gives a shit about making sure he has a nice, you know, safe and, you know, environment for his fans. Smart move, Scooter.
But it's like
Smart
this.
move.
Yeah, it's like the Asylum. We don't let any BS fly there. You know, in our Discord. Which, by the way, if you're not in our Discord, you want to be, the description is in the link below. You get an invite there. We'll let you in. You can hang out. You can tell Caesar he's a dumbass. You can hang out there and tell me I'm a dumbass.
Yeah.
You can be like Devin and start calling Jen Queen. You could possibly say hi to Queen Dana.
Just out of the blue.
Right. You could every once in a while you find Clementine there. Yeah. So, you know, you can set and
I think it covered it.
Yeah.
You know, they can yell at me and you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe one-on-one, or, you know, like have a, you know, group, you know, competitor.
Yeah.
They can talk to Jen. Even, you know, say hello to the lovely Queen Dana. Are we still doing the ducks?
We are. I just don't have it set up for this. The one set that we had that we could do the ducks with was the one that crashed. So I still have to put it on this one. And we were running really late on this one, so I'd thought about it. But yeah, if you join the Discord, because I'm going to put it back in, we've got our own ducks. If you're in the Discord, you get to pick one of the ducks that are available. And then you can sit and watch them do their thing on the stream. It's probably more interesting than listening to us talk.
Watch the ducks.
Right. That was what our growth was. With the channel growth, it was the ducks. People came for the ducks. He's either sitting real still trying to do that frozen pose again, or he's frozen again, folks. Yeah, he's frozen because his light's flicking green. He's trying to talk and we can't hear him either. Speaking of growth, because I know like some people like now he's back. Some people like keeping track of that because
There's something wrong with my internet.
is-
Yeah,
is-
there's something wrong with my internet. I don't know what the hell is going on. I got full reception. I don't have anything else on the network. It's just there's points where your voice is starting to get laggy,
mm.
and I know it's not on your end. It's got to be on my end. And I'm still trying to figure out the fuck went on.
So I know a lot of people like to pay attention to the numbers and stuff like that. Right now we're at 19,816 subs for the Gamers Asylum or the Asylum, the main channel here. And we love all of them. It's just crazy. And then we started the arcade about 2 weeks ago, I think. It's at 5,590 subs. And then let's go back because this is the other one that we've been watching interesting. And like, you know, I'm just gonna say I offered Queen Dana a bet on this one and she wouldn't take it. And I don't even know the numbers.
She wouldn't take it.
She wouldn't take the bet, no. Because I said that her music video, we'll play it later on today, you know, through the stream a couple times, would reach 10K views. And she said no, it won't. I know it's at 9, but I don't know what part of 9 it is. So, but we'll find out. Oh, I would have took the bet. Damn.
That music video version, you know, just yeah, it's like hell. That just keeps growing left and right.
Yeah, I would have took it because it was until
music video.
Yeah, it was until the show tomorrow night, right? And it's at 9,091.
Whoa, pushing 10?
Yep.
Damn. That really is a great song. Great poetry right there. You know, it really says something because, you know, touching so many souls out there.
Mm-hmm.
Here, one syllable at a time.
Yeah, see, I can throw out this promo right there too. The song I'm talking about is called "1,000 Lifetimes." It's a poem that's been put to music by our very own Queen Dana. So, and if you don't know where to find the asylum, shit, I'm thinking about we're at the arcade. Oh God, it's going to be a long night. In the description, you can find a link to the arcade. You can see us play different games. Like last night, you know, Caesar and I decided to go sprint car racing. Right?
It's a sprint car racing.
And we found out he's a cheater.
Lovely dirt track. I actually did not too bad. I am not a cheater. I'm just, you know, better on dirt tracks than on the pavement.
You're not supposed to hit other cars, bro.
If it ain't rubbing, it ain't racing.
Yeah, well, that's NASCAR. Yeah. And there's a difference between rubbing
There's a little bit of rubbing and racing.
There's a difference between rubbing and T-boning.
Just full on slamming into you.
Yeah. There's a difference. A big difference.
So, but that sounded pretty good, bro. You gotta admit, that was a good tactic. You didn't see that coming.
Cheating. So anyway, back to Queen Day's video. It's called 1,000 Lifetimes. It's on this channel in the videos. You want to go watch it. You want to go like it. Gentlemen, if you're out on that special date, that is the song you want to play. That song's how you get her to look at you and go, okay. Ladies, you know, if Mr. Studley passes you up, right? It's because you weren't playing this song whenever you were nearing. Otherwise, it'd be like, you know,
I believe it.
Yeah. It's like a mini aphrodisiac or something like that, right? Like oysters or chocolate or whatever. You know, Dana's poetry word. She's probably gonna get really upset that I said that, but that's okay. I have a don't do it game.
I can say, you know, Dana's words. Oh, you already got that queued up?
What?
Ready for those times where you can just.
Oh, no, I don't have the Don't Do It Gamers. Yeah, I need a recording for saying that, though. Just so I can put it on the soundboard. You know, I mean, if I ever get one of my ideas, don't do it, gamers. Don't. We hear that a lot in the VCs whenever we're in meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do it, gamers.
All the time.
Yep, don't do it.
Yep. Just don't do it.
No.
Don't do it.
I was
And the no's, like, no, don't do it, gamers.
Stop it.
Sometimes there's no in front of it.
Yep, stop it. Oh, there's a lot of stop it. Oh, well. It happens. Matter of fact, last night, I was told, I was like, I don't want to do.
It does happen.
I don't want to do the 48. I want to do 72. And Dana's like, Queen Dana, sorry, no hate mail. I fixed it. Queen Dana's like, you know, I don't think that's healthy for you because we don't know if you're going to be able to get sleep or not, right? And I was like, I don't need it. Just let's go hardcore. Absolutely not. And then later on the night, she's like, I was like, we might need, we could push it off for a week, right? And because there's certain things that need to be done, stuff like that. And she's like, no, get your harebrained idea over with so you can work on your next crazy ass stunt. So, yeah, that's how I'm thought of in meetings. I'm the one that you're afraid to hear speak because I'm either going to put you in a situation you probably don't want to be in, or I'm going to bitch about something. When my little mute mic goes off, you know, and it says I'm live and got the hot mic in the room, something bad's going to happen. I'm surprised they haven't decided to take my mic away from me and tell me I can't speak anymore.
Nah. Why would we do that? Especially me.
Yeah.
Need you on the mic.
Now, what was funny is when we was talking about because we're loading up some 12-hour streams before the 48, and so Dana's like, Caesar, tell him what a bad idea this is, and Caesar's like, I could get down with this. Dana was expecting him to.
Yeah, that was blindsided by her. She's like, I think Caesar's going to support that.
Right.
I'm crazy. You know, I'm out there. I hear an idea like that. It's like, well, we got to do it. Why shouldn't we do it?
Well, we should.
The illustrious Queen Dana, she couldn't give us a reason why not to.
Oh, she gave me plenty of reasons why not to. She's, you know, it's like, okay, you're going into the 48. You're responsible for that 48. You're going to be the one up and handling that 48, right? If no one else shows up to help you, then you're on your own. Now, okay. Just she cares. It would be that way if Jen tried pulling us, you know, if I mean a 48-hour streamer, you did too. She'd be like, think about this. Stop. Yeah. Not us.
It might not stop me after supporting your idea. She'd be like, no, Caesar, go on ahead and do it. You think you can handle it before you do it, Caesar.
Yeah. Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
I bet you could get to 72. I'm just saying. I bet you could get to 72 where I can't.
Dude.
Your sound went out.
Holy shit, like everything that I'll have to do for that 72 hours, like, what am I going to do?
Yeah, but she would support you with it. She'd be like, okay, if you wanted, I'm not saying, I'm wording that wrong because she always supports me. She supports Caesar. She supports Jen. She supports everybody here. But she would green light yours because it would be like, okay.
Oh yeah.
When I was counting on you, right, to tell him not to do stupid shit, you said, let's do it. Right? And so, you know what? Now you've got stupid shit to do on your own. In fact, you may not be asking to do the 72 hours. She may tell you it's time to do it. Because for those who don't know, Dana is not only the manager of the channel of the main channel here. She's the overall manager of all the channels. It's like everything. If there's like some kind of dispute or whatever, it goes through her, right? I can see Queen Dana saying the launch of the Rumble channel in full earnesty, because it was we'd use it, we wouldn't, we'd use it, we wouldn't. Now it's going to be a full-time type thing, right? I could see her sitting there saying, Caesar, you need a 72-hour launch stream. You froze up and you're quiet again. Jeez.
Definitely. I just envision it, but I can hear it going on in my head right now.
Yeah. And you probably hear after she says it, me laughing hysterically. And tell you I'm going on vacation.
Most definitely.
Queen Dana, if you're listening, pencil all that in. You're so frozen, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix that right now. I don't know what the hell's going on with my, the internet back here. I am going to activate the hotspot on my phone, hook my laptop up to it, and see if that does not help. But I have no idea.
You normally don't have problems back there. You're in your same spot, aren't you?
Yeah. But I don't know what's going on with the internet, the home wireless. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna have to definitely get a hold of them, figure out what the hell's going on. This is fucking crazy.
So what would you say if I told you that I was actually looking into making the Wiggle with Jen app? Well, he froze up, so he probably can't hear me or anything. But yeah, I'm actually thinking the other night whenever we were playing the games, we started thinking, right? Well, I did, I was like, man, we need a Wiggle with Jen app. It's like, counting steps, but instead, right? You wiggle.
Counting the wiggles.
Yeah.
All right, I am on my hotspot now, so hopefully that fucking fixes the internet issue.
Cool. So, yeah.
How am I coming in? Am I still frozen?
Yeah, but let me turn you off and then turn you back on my end, see if it's that. Bloop. There you go. Bloop,
Okay.
you're back. Nope, you're still frozen. You're probably going to have to leave the room and come back because you're frozen.
Try it on my end.
Here, I'm going to move you.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
And then I'll bring you back.
Okay, let me turn my camera on. How is it, ladies and gentlemen?
Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Oh, shit. I've got a truckload of prototypes coming in. Damn it. Jen. Getting waiting so you can help out for a little bit. We want to talk about the Wiggle Wiggle app. Especially because I've got to turn off the camera.
Damn. The Wiggle Wiggle app, ladies and gentlemen. You hear that?
Yeah.
You hear that gnarliness right there? The
Mm-hmm.
Wiggle Wiggle app. Instead of
Yeah.
counting your steps, it's counting your wiggles.
Yeah, and I'm renaming chatting
it's
with Jen to
counting all
wiggling with
those-
Jen. It can be like a light impact exercise that's going to take off and be the new sensation. Yeah,
Yeah.
already trademarked for copyright.
Wiggling with Jen.
Wiggling with Jen.
Nice, light aerobic workout.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it really could. I believe wiggling with Jen could really be the type of workout that can complement DDP yoga. It could be like the nice entry level before you get up to, that level of working out, DDP yoga. Start light and easy with, wiggling with Jen.
Are you trying to say that they should collaborate and have a program called Wiggle Wiggle Until You Feel the Bang?
Yes. Exactly what I'm getting at. Wiggling with Jen can definitely be the nice introductory level workout before they get hard and focused on the DP yoga. That shit's intense. I watched some of those videos. I tried to do it. It's like, damn, I'm sweating like a pig over here. I'm like a sweat hog.
Oh no! A welcome back, Carter reference. You dated yourself.
I know. It was a funny show, though. It was pretty funny when I seen it. Welcome back, Hobbit.
So
It
yeah,
was a cool show.
I think we just ought to refocus Jen into wiggling with Jen, right? And let it be the new workout trend.
Almost definitely.
Yeah. She could be the new
I love the idea.
like the new Richard Simmons, wiggle into the oldies.
Yeah.
Think about it.
We're going to the oldies, the golden oldies.
Yeah.
With Jen.
Get your wiggle
I was
on.
probably want to throw in some like 80s rock. The big hair, big attitude era of rock. What do you think she'll want to throw in some of that contemporary? Like the shit from the 70s.
I think she's going to throw some old country music at you. That's what I think she's going to do.
Ooh, it's old country.
I
like
think
that.
I think
like country was country.
Yeah, I think you would be hearing something like, Hank Williams Sr.
Yeah. Back when country was it was the standard to have a depressing song. Like that's what I miss about country. Like all this industrialized, upbeat, bebop shit. That's modern day country. It's like,
I don't
like,
listen to
dude,
it.
the hell you on? Where's the depressing music at? The sad ballads that country used to produce. I miss my depressing country. The sad country. The drunken, just that sloppy drunken country. I miss it.
The setting under a neon moon country, huh?
Exactly. Hanging out in Bakersfield kind of country. I miss those days.
Yeah.
I really do. But hey, Jen might be able to bring it back.
Hello, Abby.
Abigail,
Yeah.
join us to it. If it's the right, it's right. Abby, that's my buddy, old pal. It's my chum.
It is?
I believe so.
Mm.
I don't have the chat on right now, but since I had that whole kerfuffle solved with the internet,
I can tell you, you know her.
Yeah. See, I know people. I know people.
I can tell you, you know her.
One of my gal pals.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for putting us, Abigail. But no, yeah, you get what I'm saying. That depressed country. I miss it. Ooh,
Truck
but
broke
with Jen
down.
doing that, mm,
Dog died. Wife left.
Mm,
But I'm leaving here a better
exactly.
man because I'm an Indian
Mhm.
outlaw. Okay, enough of that bullshit. Here, I've got prototypes coming in. So that means if I've got prototypes coming in, you have got, if I can switch it over quick enough, I can't. There you go. Jen, turn your camera on, please. You've got Jen.
All
I'm
right.
going to let you talk to Jen for about 15 minutes because I don't want to take a chance a camera catches one of those. All right? I'll still be here. But
You got it. Welcome in, Jen.
Okay.
I think you should talk to Jen
Let's
about
pop it
about the possibilities of a Wiggle Wiggle app and wiggling with Jen, and then she's got like like she's coming back tomorrow morning, so you can talk about that. So there you go.
Okay.
I'm on
But yeah, Jen,
jump off.
Yes.
how do you feel about that idea? You know, doing a wiggle wiggle app in conjunction with a type of wiggle workout.
I never thought of that.
Yeah, you know, instead of chatting with Jen, as you know, Havoc was saying, no, it can be wiggling, and it can be if we work it out right. This can work into a collaboration with DDP Yoga to where they want to use your wiggle wiggle workout as an introductory level workout before they move up. You know, you can really like
Yeah,
wiggling with Jen. What are your initial
Yeah.
thoughts about that right now?
that workout though, just so everybody knows, I need to put this out again so that we've got the copyright rights to it. That workout would be called Wiggle Wiggle until you feel the bang.
Oh my goodness. So in other words, you want me instead of calling it exercise, call it wiggling.
No, it wouldn't be exercise.
You
It
know,
would just be wiggling.
but the wiggling can be, you know, viewed as exercise.
Yeah, because all you're doing is going wiggle, wiggle,
You
wiggle,
groove it.
wiggle.
Exactly. You're wiggling around. You're getting everything loose and limber, ready to go. Yeah. So Jen, if you were to have your own morning workout show, what kind of music could we expect to help your best wiggling out for the public?
I don't got no clue because I never thought about that. I never went that far to think about that.
Let's use the power of our imagination and let's pretend. Okay, let's get your workout going. So, how do you see yourself starting your workout? Would it be like, you know, wiggling to the left and to the right? Would you have something maybe more advanced to start out with?
But I would start out
What are you
with
thinking?
just the light stretches around the neck and stuff like that, and then move on to like how you stretch. Sometimes you put your arm over like that, and
Mm-hmm.
I would have to set up a little bit where I have more space, but I also be able to stretch out the back, just lean back and get all that done.
Nice. Nice. No, you really need to work on that regimen. I don't
So
know.
that's what he's
There's
mean by the
something magical about
wiggle.
wiggling with Jen. Well, yeah, because see, the Wiggle app, instead of counting your steps, it will be counting your wiggles.
Yeah, that's
to
true.
let you know how many wiggles you're getting in a day. Because maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's the secret.
Yep, maybe it might be.
Whoa,
I
Clementine.
mean,
Clementine. I'm cooler than the Fawns. I don't need a leather jacket to be cool. Get on a motorcycle, jump over a pool full of sharks. So excuse you, Clementine, but thank you for joining us, Toots. As you were saying.
hi Clementine. Bonzi jumped over a whole bunch of motorcycles, not sharks.
Well, he jumped over a lot of things. You know, I think at one point there was a cut episode of Happy Days where he jumped over a circus of midgets. Only heard the rumors, but I think the Fawns did do that on his motorcycle.
I'd have to go back through the old
Could be wrong.
ones.
Well, rumor
I
has
would
it is
have to
that
look at the
was
old.
locked away. Locked away. Something that was locked away.
Yeah,
Because
probably
the
in
vertically
one of the
challenged
lock
people
bolts.
and felt kind of offended being a prop. It's like, hey, you know, you're able to have, you know, Henry Winkler as the Fonz get on a bike. Like, you should be thankful. You can put that on your resume. Like, I would kill to be able to write on my resume that I had the Fonz to jump a bike over.
That would be interesting.
It would. It really would.
I mean, I would love to have that.
Yeah, you see what you know what I'm getting at. You know what I'm getting at.
Yep.
That'd be cool. Like, yeah, go
Yes,
back,
it
you know,
would.
the episode, you know, 1572, you know, season 7. That's me. Yeah, that's me right there. And he's jumping the bike over me. Bam, boom, bam. Immortalized on the screen.
Nah, I would like to see that person that walked across the Grand Canyon or across the Niagara Falls there. No net underneath, nothing.
Oh. Are you talking about that magician? What the hell
Yeah,
is his name? Was it Copperfield?
something like that. It's been a while.
Maybe.
But that was
Maybe.
amazing.
I think it might have been. No, it was. Like he did the levitating thing, you know, doing the whole thing with Grand Canyon. I think that was Copperfield.
Are you certain it
I think
wasn't
that
Chris
was. I could be
Angel?
wrong, but I remember, you know, seeing it. Well, this is
might
pretty
be.
old. I think
Okay.
this was like in the maybe the late 70s, mid 80s.
Yeah, that would probably be Copperfield.
So
Because
it was
Chris
like it'd be the,
Angel was known for the levitation stuff.
Yeah, he was known for the levitation.
yeah, no, you're right on that. You're right on that, and I think he did some of tricks. You know, like doing like a modern for the time, a modern spin on what he was doing.
Mhm.
It's Chris Angel. I think he was the one that made like the Statue of Liberty disappear and other big ass stuff like that.
That one was Copperfield.
Yeah,
He had a building.
yeah, that one was
moved.
Copperfield.
He had a building that moved.
Another Copperfield one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris
Gnarly.
Angel is known for doing the levitation on top of the Luxor Hotel in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, I'll let you guys talk. I'm probably going to be about 5 more minutes, and then I'll be
Okay.
back.
Okay.
Speaking of magic, Jen, do you
Yeah.
remember that show that used to be on what the hell, Fox? Magic's Greatest Secret Revealed, and you had that masked magician revealing all the tricks, how it's done.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of who it was. I know I could picture in my head,
Yeah.
but I can't think of the name. The only
Yeah, the
ones
masked
I'm
magician. I can't remember who he revealed
Yeah.
himself as, but yeah.
Yeah, he was the mystery one. I thought you were gonna say what's his name? Pinochle and
Oh, Penn and Teller.
yeah, Penn and Teller.
Penn and Teller. Oh, they got some good ones.
Yeah, those guys are funny.
Oh yeah.
They are real funny.
Yep, they're so funny. They came out with a game. I
Mm-hmm.
think on the Sega Genesis. I think it was. Excuse me. Trying to stop myself from sneezing.
Well, I know they were
But yeah.
doing a TV show that were, looking at different people doing different like kinds of magic and stuff, and there was a couple of people that outdid them.
Yeah, that impressed them to where they're asking the questions like, "How'd you do that?"
Right.
Yeah, there's seldom, far and few in between that Penn and Teller is looking at it like, "Wow, like they do that."
Yeah.
They're quite the duo.
Oh yeah. They I don't know how they
Still in
do it, but
Vegas.
they do it.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
you, I was gonna say, you ready for my return tomorrow?
It's gonna be. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, but tomorrow is gonna be a pretty. I guess the words I'm looking for is tomorrow's episode is really gonna be personal. I
Yeah.
think would be a good word to use.
Yeah.
It's going to encapsulate who Jen is. Where she,
Yep.
where she come from. Where's she going? How she end up here? The little things in her life, the challenges, the
Oh yeah.
the joys, trials, tribulations, like everything in between.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of different talking about different stuff throughout it. But it also has a lot of my thoughts, what my some of my opinions are on some stuff. And hopefully the audience likes it because it helps them as well. I'll have some stuff in there that might relate to them.
Exactly.
And
You
yeah.
might be able
So
to not just relate to them, but have something in your story that might inspire them, give them a new way of thinking.
yep. That's what I'm hoping. Hoping to have open. Okay, I don't have chat up.
Give me a
I can get
second,
it.
I'll pull it up. Tino.
Hi
Roxy
Tino.
was here.
Hi Roxy.
America's National Treasure popped in.
Awesome.
I know, Roxy, normies aren't late. They really are. They really are.
I can't wait to get to work with you soon, Roxy, hopefully. I've been excited.
Hey, Queen Dana, thanks for popping in. Glad
My
you made it.
sissy, Queen Data.
Getting quite the regulars here right now.
Yep. Okay, Brave
America's
popping
National
in.
Treasure. Clementine.
We got, yep.
Queen Dana. My buddy old pal Abigail. She's
Hi,
a shocker.
Abigail.
I was surprised. It's like, damn. I can't believe you actually watched me. I thought you just like telling me that the not hurt my feelings. But then Garen's just like, oh no, Abigail. Abby says something. Oh, that's Abigail. That's from Funny. He's like, oh yeah, they know you. You see that? Like, oh yeah, they know you. They know you.
So you
Ooh,
guys,
you see that? I'll be free Thursday. I believe either. See, Roxy means Thursday or Sunday, or possibly Thursday through Sunday.
well, just let us know, Roxy. Yeah, let us know.
Invader DMs. Invader DMs.
I'm
Like
not
you're an
like
invasive
that.
species of fish. Yeah,
I
invade the DMs.
I don't want to make her feel like I'm
Yeah.
stalking on her. I don't do that.
You're good. You're good.
Ouch. That mic's picking up pretty good now.
Okay, I was correct. Thursday through Sunday. Nice. Maybe, if I may make a suggestion, Roxy, maybe that'd be a perfect time to show some of that crazy footage from not the last sleep stream, but the one before that, where you had your closet doors opening and closing on their own. You had some funky noises coming down I would believe your air ducts, your air vents, where it sounded like people just like dropping change or screws down it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I had that app too if you want to use it, Roxy.
Oh, we can get into a VC meeting tomorrow evening. Yeah, so okay. So sounds like a date. A very important date. Tomorrow in the evening in the VC. We'll be there.
Oh heck yeah.
We'll be there.
Definitely will. Can't miss it.
So maybe how can how can I put this? Because gamers did pull through clutch and remember the dude's name, Val Valentino, the man that was doing the Masked Magician.
Oh
Val
yeah.
Valentino.
Yeah. He
I
was
used to dig
pretty
that show when I
interesting.
was younger.
My mom had me watch it. My mom was like a big fan of that. So I watched every different shows when it came to magic and stuff like that. My mom was the real fan of
So,
it.
reading the chat, Roxy, being set some clips or making clips of maybe filming Paige. Paige getting her feet wet into the wacky world of IRLs. Interesting. Let's study Sherpa, the good sensei in America's National Treasure.
Mm-hmm. That, it's like I said, she's one besides gamers. Roxy's been one of my idols too. So I'll enjoy. Enjoy working with her.
Man, Roxy is really a treat. When she gets mad and she starts yelling at the camera, just saying these obscenities. Oh man, like cheers to that's golden. Keep it up, Roxy. I love
Yeah, she gets teased on. That's why she does it.
Well,
She
yeah,
gets
but
made.
the anger, the the anger in her voice is just nothing like it. It's not quite much like it, ladies and gentlemen. Like you ain't seen a you ain't crash out, you ain't seen a Roxy crash out.
Yeah,
I
when
remember
Rox.
during the last sleep stream of Paige, and they put some fluff in her hand, and then they tickled her nose, and she smeared her face. Oh, that was beautiful. I love that. You know,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
allowed.
be a bit
She told me I'm not.
egotistical.
She told me I'm not allowed to have peanut butter with fluff.
Well, maybe you can bend the rules. Maybe you can have
Just
peanut
was
butter
demoing her
fluff.
the other night. I was demoing her one night.
You just can't tell because then she won't get triggered. But if you want to trigger her, you can be like, "Oh, you know what I had tonight, Roxy? I had some great peanut butter fluff. You don't know what you're missing out. I know you like it, even though you pretend not to. You should try it. Give it
I
a
had
try."
it when I was younger. When I was younger, like a kid, I used to eat it, but not as an adult anymore. I mean, maybe once in a blue moon when I'm in the mood for it, but that's it.
Oh yeah,
And
me and Pete. You know, I have to have the right kind of marshmallow fluff.
mhm,
Made just particular way. Very, very specific recipe.
right.
But when you make it that way,
When I made it, what?
but when you have to eat it, it's like the world is eating fluff for the first time. It's pure magic. I dare say it has the same kind of Disney magic as when you dress up as Peter Pan and then smoke a cigarette, ruining the Disney magic for a small child.
Oh
Instead
gosh.
of Peter Pan, why didn't you go with
That's what it is.
Pinocchio?
Because she dressed up as Peter Pan.
She
and
did
I remember
not.
telling her that,
Well,
when-
she
As
it might have been
Pinocchio.
Peter Pan, but she was popular for the Pinocchio one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I remember her doing the Pinocchio.
I like her Peter Pan.
I know
Yeah.
I
I was
said it
able
wrong.
to tell her that,
I can't.
Roxy, if you keep smoking that cigarette, you're gonna ruin some kid's dream.
Mhm.
You're just being like a Disney character on break.
Let's see. So yeah, we welcome to Hi Roxy. Did you happen to catch, Queen Dana's here?
Yes.
By the way? No?
Yeah, it's not a load of Queen Dana.
So
Yes. I got all excited and I said, "Hi, Sissy Queen Dana."
Yep. Hey, love, welcome.
Roxy, think about it. Nobody else fluff more than you. Like, not even I can compete.
You're gonna get her over my ass to get me in trouble.
Well, I would hope me in trouble. If we got you in trouble, I'd be pretty jealous. Like, damn. All
Oh,
that
you would get.
riling up
You get jealous of that?
Yeah, I would, as a matter of fact, because I'm the one doing all the riling up. I'm getting her upset, and then she takes that on you. That hurt my feelings. It's like I did that, and you take all that energy and take it out on somebody else. Like, what about little old me? I'm the one that got you there.
So,
Roxy Toots, I ain't started any shit. I'm having fun. We can have a fluff off.
Yeah.
Me
Oh,
and
that
you,
won't
Roxy, we can have a fluff off.
she's. You know what?
That
you,
won't happen.
you thought the egg was bad. You're just asking for more shit than you can handle. I
Yeah, but
just want
see-
you to know.
The joke's on her. She can drink eggs raw. She can't. Yeah.
Hey, Roxy, just in case you missed.
I've been.
I'm sorry. We're lagging in Discord on top of each other, left and right. We may have too many people sitting in here. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, me and Roxy, we have an egg off. How many eggs can we chug?
Mm.
Ew, I will no. Ew,
Yeah.
ew,
And since you call me
no.
Charizard, I will not, be scrambling my eggs. No, I'll be drinking them raw.
Ew. That is
I'm
not
Dunzo.
healthy.
No, Roxy, you goony gonzo over there. Telling moi, Charizard, Mr. LLC, that I'm done for? No, you're gonna be so done, you're gonna catch a buzz off those raw eggs. Guaranteed. Ooh, this is fun. I got some beef with Roxy. And all I had to do is just rile it up a little bit. I like that.
Oh, gee.
American National Treasure.
You like my
Love
new
it.
background?
I do. So looking
Two
cool.
dragons. Two dragons colliding.
Nice.
Good colliding.
Okay, so
Oh yeah, that. Hey, welcome back, bro.
yeah, well, I've been here. I was just getting some notes for production. What we're stalling out because we have too many people up on in the Discord. So Jen, I'm gonna move you out. We'll bring you back up whenever we take some breaks.
Okay,
To give me and
I'll
to
stay
something.
signed in then.
All right. Talk to you later. Okay, so while I have you, Roxy, you know how I've well. You want to hear the funny thing? I didn't move Jen. I moved myself. Mm.
Oh man,
But
we're
here,
very, like what?
Roxy, while
An
I have
hour
your
in?
while I have your attention, right? You know how I've had you hatch eggs and stuff like that? In the video section during Easter, Goose and I and my son, right? We played a game and the loser got pelted by an egg and kind of got a little crazy. And then Goose tried hatching an egg. He failed miserably, but he got to wear one. So that's one you should watch, because that was him in his element.
Who's in the zone?
Yeah, I think,
Locked into the zone.
except whenever that egg was over his head and he didn't know it, just popped it with one hand. Poor Goose, my ass. I lost. I was the one that got pelted by the damn egg. Poor Goose.
Or having.
Yeah, it was poor me. Yeah, that was on Easter. What was it? Because that was part of the Easter special. we played something like Myth Force. She said poor Goose again.
Reinforced it. Doubled down on the poor Goose part. I think just to spite you.
Probably.
It's that vicious cycle.
Yep.
I made her mad. Now she wants to make you mad. It's a nice cycle we have.
Well, I made her mad though. It started with me.
Yeah, but see, then she tried to do it to me, but I, reverse Uno'd it onto her, and now she's, trying to do it to you again.
Yep.
Yep, because I was able to do the Uno reversal with the raw egg challenge. She's afraid of Ebola. I tried saying, coli, but like she's no, it's Ebola. It's like, damn. Like they got new shit I'm not even aware of, ladies and gentlemen.
Roxy wants you to do the hot dog swing on stream. I think that'd be hilarious. I think that'd be hilarious.
Well, yeah, it's a guy, having a wiener go flying into his mouth.
Yeah, well, see, Roxy
Of course it's funny.
Roxy said, and they're saying I'm undefeated so far. Hey, Caesar, give me a minute. Entertain the folks for just a second. I'll be right back.
Roxy, I'm undefeated as well. In the drinking raw eggs challenge. If we do it together, can we hold hands like we're a team? Like we're going through some kind of, team exercise, Roxy? Can we? We could probably make that happen. Unfortunately, not tonight. But probably during your off time. Definitely make that happen. Because, yeah, I can afford some string. Get some hot dogs. Try to fuck my own face with an apparatus. Sure. If you can do it, I can do it too. But are you willing to go down to the dark side, Roxy, and drink a cup of raw eggs? I'll pound it down with you too.
Oh, mic check.
Yeah,
Mic
we'll be
check.
chugging raw eggs together.
Caesar, can you hear me?
Hey, Goose, what's up, brother?
What's up?
Welcome in.
I joined at an awful time to hear you trying to chug down a cup of raw eggs, but to each their own. What's up, Roxy? I got told to come say hi. Of course. I'm on the grind right now.
My college grind.
Yeah, so I have a
The
calc
books.
test. I have a calc test tomorrow, and I've kind of been out of commission for 4 days, and I got a week's notice for it, so I have to pound back. But hi, Dana. I have to pound back. What is it? 8 more sections of calculus in one night, and
There's the fucking calculus, bro.
yeah, it's for calc. Yeah, Roxy, I recall. I was gloating about that. About how
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that is true. That is true, Roxy. That is him.
I know. I'm a beautiful beast. They can't hold me down, Roxy. I appreciate it. I'm a sexy man. Hi, Roxy. Hi, Roxy. Like I said, I had to come swing by, because I got told you were on stream, and the first thing that I said to my dad when he walked in, I was like, just to make sure, Roxy's the one that said I had a sexy voice, right? And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, of course I have to come out and give some shit to this.
Definitely.
But yeah, I just wanted to come say hi, everyone. Do a little wave,
Thanks for popping in.
Of course.
It's always great having you making a special guest appearance. Now I'm going to be able to question Roxy. Like what's the slip and scale slide on? Is it like out of 1? That's the maximum of 10. I'm curious. I always ask the hard hitting questions, the nosy questions.
It's at least got to be in the 7 to 8. Okay, that's the like a acceptable range for when women see me. That's the truth.
Yeah.
I don't make the rules.
Yeah, the 7 to 8. Nice.
And when they see one of these bad boys, it makes it a 9. Like no, Roxy, I'm sorry.
Hey, I mean, when Roxy says she hates you, that's like a, how can I put this? That's like a bond right there.
Yeah,
That's
it's
like a bond saying, you know what? I'm going to be like a parasite in your lower intestines for the next 7 to 10 years.
you know, Roxy, you are the first person to say you hated me, so I'm taking this as a big moment in my streaming career, okay? The first I've
is.
developed my first hater.
You know, it's a love-hater kind of relationship because like you got the voice, but then it's like, oh, your gamer son. Oh, I love your voice.
Oh, wait, no.
Me?
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Roxy, American National Treasure. Hates me.
You know, I honestly already I do have a hater. It's okay, Roxy. I for some reason Jamie or what's his nuts? Hyperion boy hates me, and all I did was show up every once in a while, so you know, fuck me.
Yeah. But you know what? That is funny that you mentioned him because yeah, apparently he stepped into it today. Had to cancel his little sleep stream because he got lost in his fifis.
Like I heard like 2
But it
minutes
happens.
about it. I heard 2 minutes about what happened, and I'm like, oh wait, wrong hand. Cool. I mean, it just happened. But yeah, you know, it was awesome.
Ooh, Roxy's red in the face.
It's what I do.
I don't
It's
know,
what I do.
Roxy. It's what he does. That's just, Goosey Gossamer in a nutshell.
Yeah, you know,
Really in the face.
it's hard not to love a goose. It really is. But the grind never stops. I've been at it for 4 hours, and I got a little bit more to go. So thank you all for having me. Of course, you know, it was good to talk to you,
Thanks for
Roxy,
stopping
and
by, bro.
it was good to embarrass you a little. Good to talk to you, Caesar. You know, I haven't talked to you in a hot minute,
Always
so.
No, it's always great when you pop up, bro. It's like we always talk in these weird sections where it's like, a few weeks here, a few weeks there. But no, good luck with that cow test, bro. You beat the shit out of it.
Of course.
Indiscriminately.
Roxy, I don't know what you need help with, but I'm also Jason, so you know you're requesting the wrong person. Bye everyone. Oh shit, nearly fell.
Thanks for stopping. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Damn. Okay, Roxy. Just why are you mad at me? I thought like I was like that good pain in the ass. It's like you're sore, but you're happy to be sore. I thought that was the pain I was in your life, Roxy. But now with this, but I don't know, maybe then again I should be taking like the hate from you as like a peace treaty. Like we're friends. Like we're gonna be able to like go into a mosh pit, with our arms over each other's shoulders and just be elbowing people out of our way.
Here's the thing. Goose forgot. He forgot his original OG hater. Me.
Wait a minute. You saying that about me, Roxy? That I am the asshole brother you never had but love? Oh my god. That warms the damn. I think I'm gonna cry a little bit right now.
You just
That was
touched the
AI,
cackles of
ladies
his
and gentlemen.
heart. You just touched the cackles of his heart. Oh.
That tear was AI, but the sentiment was all real.
Mm-mm.
Love you too, Roxy. Let me see if I can throw the gang sign that the kids do nowadays. Yeah, we're in the heart gang, Roxy.
You're over 40. You're supposed to mess it up.
I got it right.
You're over 40. You're supposed to like that or something like that.
No, I'm not. If I got it right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a miracle all in of itself.
Roxy says, I have 7 sisters and always wanted a brother. and you just so happened to be picked up on the side of the road by my mom unfound, and we had no choice but to love you. Well, I think
Wow.
we had
So
options.
so you're gonna equate that to like if I'm some shaggy dog with alopecia, like I'm cousin it balding, and your mom just found me on the side of the road, like, oh, look at that cute little dog, and then it turned out to be a person, and you're like, oh, it's my brother. Thanks, Roxy. Love you, hoods. You're the shit.
Yeah,
America's national treasure.
so I see Roxy. Jason, help me. Yeah. That's what Goose meant when he said he was Jason too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did you
That's exciting.
and why I just want to know why whenever Goose walked past me and said he's like I'm out of the way for your desk, right? He walked past me and said he's gonna start hanging out with Lillian.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
That doesn't bode well for you. 'Cause
For
if there's
me?
one thing, Goose,
For-
yeah, for you, buddy old pal.
For me.
Because there's one thing, yes, for you, buddy old pal. Lillian and Goose, they love to watch you play shitty games to get mad.
Mm. Yeah. I was gonna say I'm like, what the fuck you mean it's bad news? It's bad news for Roxy. Could you imagine those two? Everybody thought that like Lillian and I trolled extremely hard on Roxy. Imagine Goose in there. Your volume went down again.
Man, but
That's back.
if Roxy sees me as a brother, that makes me the little brother because she's older than me. I don't want to be I want to be the older brother. Damn it!
Yeah,
Can we
and,
change ages, Roxy?
and here's the thing.
You
Here's the
can be
thing.
my age. I'll be yours.
Being her brother is just going to break Clementine's heart into a million pieces.
No, I think she'd be happy.
Do you? With as much as she thinks you should be set up with Roxy. Do you?
Well, I think she finally understood that, since she's a married woman, that's impossible. But that me and her, like, the best of buds. It's like I can shake up her beer and let her open it, and then for retaliation, she'll give me a wedgie, like a bad one to where it rips my boxers, but we'll both be able to sit down and laugh about it. This is how the dynamic of me and Roxy work.
Oh, she wants Goose.
Sibling rivalry.
She wants Goose to join forces with her. Oh, the last sleep stream
Damn.
she had, I had said put some fluff on like a chicken wing or something like that, right? And Roxy's like, I haven't ate. And I was like, do it after, right? I mean, when your stomach settles and stuff like that. Lillian came right behind me, put it on the pizza, and I'm not waiting.
You're trying to be nice where she can enjoy her pizza, but Lillian's like, I got you. Put it on the pizza.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then someone took it away, and I was like, "Oh, we can't do that." Just put it back. Went off. Went back. Went off. Went back. Went off. I threw out a red, so it stayed on for her to eat it. Then they took it off. Oh. She said, "I was so mad. That's why I started to drink. I blame you and Lillian." I had nothing to do with it. I was innocent. I was innocent. I was just in there. Right?
Yeah, he was just there as a good mod.
And
Moderate the chat.
right, because I was sniping out doxers. Right? So it's doing my thing.
Yep.
And yeah, I always get blamed. It's okay.
I know. It's all Lillian's fault, to be honest. You know, when you really look back at the footage, replay it, it's all Lillian's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you want to say,
didn't-
Roxy?
I
That's
didn't.
I.
See, what I'm saying is I didn't have anything to do with that.
No, you're completely innocent of this,
Mhm.
gamers. Purely innocent.
And see, Roxy, the funny thing about Roxy is I was putting a dono on Lala, right? And I forgot to put Lala. And so I'm commenting on it and put Lala. And instantly Roxy sees it. She sees my name, right? And then it was like, I forgot what it was. I think it was eating Peeps with pizza. That's what it was. And fuck you, gamers. Just starts right away, right? And I'm like, it's for Lala. It's for Lala. She learned. There's one time she did that. I made the mistake and didn't specify it was for Lala. And she went off on me. So I sent another one in. I was like, you can join her now. Don't do that, Rock. I will say this. I don't know. I think Roxy, you know, have you ever noticed when she gets mad? I just grab my pant legs and stop because they're my favorite. But have you noticed that Roxy, when she gets mad, the first thing she does is she goes for a shirt. One of these days, it's going to accidentally rip, and she's going to. We're going to get that ending we had outside of Applebee's with her going, and the screen going off. But when she gets mad,
If that does. Oh my god. If she does do that, I hope she pulls like the Hulk Hogan where she just like
she does.
You know,
she
just-
goes right
it.
right here, and then she'll start pull. It's either her shirt or her or the camera. She will go at one of the two. I've seen her go to her mic a few times when she's
she'll smack the shit out of that camera.
I know. It's like she can see us in there, and it's like, oh no, you fucking didn't.
Damn, her triple A's will pop out. That's a unique name. I've heard of Tatas, you know, the airbags, but the triple A's, that's unique.
Yeah, because Queen.
The triple A's are gonna pop out.
Now, Queen Dana and I was watching the sleep stream together, and we're sitting there. And I was like, it always seems like she goes for a shirt. And I was like, one of these days, it's accidentally going to rip on her. Oh. So we've got a long ass stream. This was your idea, so yeah.
I just co-signed it. It was your idea. I agree. Don't blame it all on me.
She says Triple A is one step away from a training bro. Okay, I have nothing.
Don't worry about it.
So
You're good.
yeah. You know, Roxy was saying it was crazy. I heard Goose mention him. Someone in particular was supposed to have done a sleep stream tonight, and apparently their day got ruined, so canceled it. So we're doing what we do. We're delivering.
Yep. Even though we don't have to, we do it because we love you, the viewers. Even those that have not hit that like and subscribed yet, you know, we still care about you. So please hit the like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell. And don't just do all that, you know, fun stuff. You know, tell the pizza delivery man. Go tell the guy that, you know, you have detail your car. Maybe tell the dude in the produce section that you ask about, you know, what is the, you know, the freshest cabbage available. And most importantly, tell that guy that's watching the stream with you through the window.
Which
Tell
is
him to hit
Caesar
that like and
because
subscribe.
which is Caesar, right?
Gets charged, that would be me.
That's why he keeps saying, I'll see you when I look at you. That means, I'll see you whenever I'll see you whenever I look through your window. That's what he's trying to say. So stalkerish
Exactly. I watch and observe because I care about, my Caesarians out there, the viewers. I really do. I like to make sure that my Caesarians are safe, sound. So I'll watch from the shadows. Because I will see you when I look at you. Is that kind of more stalkerish?
No, the whole I'm looking through your window, hiding in your bushes.
Fun fact, when I shaved my head bald and I painted a black dot up here and I stood in a knee-high bush, I looked like a giant penis. Fun fact.
My son, whenever he was younger, he would shave his head completely bald. He had a friend that passed with leukemia. And so every year he'd shave his head. And he'd walk around and he'd pull his shirt up over his ears to where it was just his head. And he would say that was his impression of roll-on deodorant. Now, Roxy, you have a good night. You have a good night. Because we're going to be here all night. We're going to have a good.
Oh yeah, yeah. We got an all-nighter, but Roxy, if you get bored, you wake up in the middle of the night having a stogie. On up, get back in the chat. We can probably smoke one with you. We have like a nice, chill tobacco session.
Yeah, because he dragged us like 15, 20 minutes late going to get his cigarettes. It's like, oh shit. We're going all night.
Yeah, I forgot my wallet like a dumbass the first time. Yeah. Well, no, I was a dumbass. I get to the store, right? And I get told what the price is. The dumbass I am. You know what I end up grabbing instead of my wallet? I grabbed this son of a bitch.
What is it?
So I'm reaching into my coat pocket. It's the Game & Watch.
Oh, okay.
Legend of Zelda edition.
Okay, yeah. Now that it's closer, when it's further away, you couldn't tell what it was.
But yeah, I pull, I reach my hand in and I feel this. I'm like, fuck. I mean, I'm like, can you please just keep these up here? I live right down the street. I'll be right back. I forgot my wallet like a dumbass. And she was, she was cool. She left it up there. She was nice. And I think she was single. Bit plumper, but the way I see it is, that's some like gym equipment in the flesh.
Okay.
Usually like a dumbbell.
So this is my wallet, and for those that don't know, with my wallet, right? It normally sits somewhere around here, and you'll see Goose's hand reach down and he grabs it, because he's wanting like cards or cash, right? I fixed it. I now just have this thing, right? So it holds my phone, and I don't have to carry the whole clunker thing because the phone comes off. It's magnetic, right? But like my driver's license and my cards and all that shit, I can just put right in there. Here was the problem. Now, I thought this was a genius idea. I was like, oh, see, that's smart. But here's the thing. I don't carry around that. I'm more apt to leave this at home than my wallet. I am probably the only guy that will walk out to a car expecting to leave without their keys. I cannot stand stuff in my pockets. Second, I know I'm not the only guy out there that's this way. Or even lady. What Goose wants, Goose gets. Yeah, that's how he sees it. You have a good night, Roxy. But whenever I come in, the second I come in the door, everything comes out of the pockets. I cannot stand shit in my pockets.
Now, is this in any pocket or just in your pants?
Any pocket. Like my suit
I
coat.
get like that with my pants pockets.
Mm-hmm.
But the jackets, yeah, I keep that stuff, filled with shit. It's
I
like an
don't.
extra pocket.
I don't.
But you get like that with your jackets. Basically, if it's a pocket, you'd rather it be empty.
Yeah. Except, okay, my coat, the exception being, like, okay, the gloves I wear when it's cold out, like clip to the coat right here. Because they're not like puffy or anything like that. They're thin leather ones. So, and then it's a leather coat, so they came with it. But I know I hate shit in my pockets. Oh, if I got to put something in my suit coat, like a pin, in that in your inner lapel, I'm not happy till it is out. The only thing I've ever allowed in a pocket is, the silk squares that match your ties and stuff like that you slide in your outside pocket, those. And then I'll wear a pocket watch every once in a while that goes from the vest to the watch pocket, but that's it.
Yeah, pocket watches are cool. I like those. I have one I gotta go put a battery in. Those are cool. Nice throwback to your simpler time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always funny when somebody asks you for the time and they expect you to pull out your cell phone, but you pull out a pocket watch.
Do you know who wears a pocket watch most of the time? I'll shock you with this one, Goose.
Nice. Has he ever been asked if he's a time traveler?
No.
I've been asked if I was a time traveler because I got a pocket watch. I had to let the guy down and be like, you know what? Wish I was, but I'm not. I'm just kosher that way.
Yeah, if he's not got a pocket, if he's not got a pocket watch on, both the kids while they were in basic, I got them G-Shocks. And those are a military, like, tactical type watch. Like, they'll take anything, right? So they got those. My daughter got a baby G because she's so small, and these are like, it's like having a little tank on your wrist. And see, when you're serving, you don't wear your watch like this. I have just gotten myself broken to this habit to put the watch on the outside. When you serve, it's too tight. Just spin it.
You put it on the inside of your wrist?
Yep. You put it like this, and there's multiple reasons for this. Okay. First of all, your hand's always next to you, so the crystal on a watch, if a light
Won't reflect.
passes by, it won't reflect. The second is you've got a mic on, you've got Zulu time. Zulu time is time to activate, right? So you're holding your weapon, and then right while you're holding it, you can see the time, so that you don't create a crossfire you don't want.
Yeah.
Nothing scarier than walking around a corner and you've got optics on and you see your buddy. That's troubling. Yeah. Because your finger's on the trigger and you type stuff. Because you don't sit there and think, okay, well, my buddy's going to be there. You always think that, it's going to be an opera ed. So.
Yeah, you
Anyway.
can't take that kind of stuff for granted, thinking you're going to, see your buddy right there running. You got to expect the unexpected.
Right. Well, and see, there are parts whenever you clear, you will expect to see them because you're going to meet them, right? So that's one thing. But to see someone else from your team, before that point, someone made a wrong turn, or Like I said, the great oxymoron, military intelligence, was bad. See, if you ever wanted to trace to be military stupid. So, but yeah. Like, there's nothing scary. I don't even know where we got that from, but other than, it lets you see the time. And it will, well, if you're moving like that, you're going to use a Zulu anyway, where you set your watches and you're like, in 10 we go, right? Or a specific time we go. And you use that so that one team, if they're going to cross over each other, hopefully don't see each other until they're supposed to. So, if you're going to cross over, you always want one of the teams well in advance and no gunfire. That's the last thing you want to hear. When Marines enter a building, grenades are thrown first. So, the boom, 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 boom you're used to, but the gunfire, that means, shit. So anyway, moving on. Nobody cares about that shit. Except, like, we need to make a show like this, got like this kind of like vet TV. It's dark, really dark comedy that if you served, you understand it. If you haven't, you're like, huh? But if you served, it's like, I did that. I did that, or I know someone who did.
You're saying that it's humor for the enlisted, the ones that have served or are serving.
Yeah,
like you say, they're gonna understand. They're gonna understand if it's somebody like me that's never done any kind of enlistment. You would have to explain it to me like I'm a fucking 5-year-old.
Yeah, well, that's why it's called Vet TV. It's like everybody in it's has served, stuff like that. It's, I don't know. I remember showing my kids the stuff like, okay, now when you're listening, this is what you're going to expect. And unfortunately, I think with Goose, it may have gave him ideas.
Definitely gave him ideas.
Yeah, it's like they weren't going to do it, but Goose saw it on Vet TV, so that means they were going to do it.
Mm-hmm. Goose was going to help make that a reality, or the other.
Yeah, the whole, hey guys, I saw this on YouTube. You want to do this?
Let's do it.
Yeah. And he wouldn't tell them where it was from, so they knew it was, It's like, you'll always find someone green, right? And there are little things that we'll do. Like, I need you to go find the Humvee keys. Right? And there's some idiot that'll go look all day for those. There are no keys on Humvees. Okay?
Like the keys like built in to the ignition?
Switches.
Or like it's a press start or something?
There's
so switches.
On some Humvees,
Nice.
they have where like the switches, like there's 4 or 5 switches and they've got to be in a certain order. But usually not. And the reason they don't use keys and stuff like that is because they don't want it requiring someone special to get it to move. It's not a technical anymore or an asset if it's sitting there. Right? They're light strike vehicles. They're meant to get in, cause as much damage as they can, and get out. If you take out its operator, then it's okay. Then you got what, $300,000 piece of equipment, waiting for an RPG to rocket on its side. So, yeah, everybody's supposed to be able to handle at least a Humvee. So. And from what I understand, the Army's now that way too. It used to be you had to be an operator. You had to be trained for it. So, and there's some vehicles now that you have to be trained for. Obviously, any kind of tank, striker, trucks, the like the semi trucks, stuff like that. I forgot what the MOS. The Army has one. I know it's one of the Mike divisions. It starts with an M. I think it's an. I really want to say it's an M80 or M77. I don't know. It wasn't in the Army, but yeah, those are about the. And then we call them elephants. They call them LMRs or LMPs, something like that. Needs in the Marine Corps they don't need a special operator, but in the Army they do. It's just just Marines just get in it and go. But here or there, like I said, we need a military show. We do.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. We could
we
all.
would.
You
Get
know,
them right.
we could get a couple vets all sit around and talk about MREs,
Yeah.
Homelessness, depression, PTSD, all those nice things that come from it.
It would be one of those real impactful shows for people in or out of military service. Probably be able to give them, shit that not just relate to, but I imagine you guys would be able to, put out great information.
Well, see here, there's the thing.
Places, point people in the right direction.
Well, I mean, you can point people in the right direction with like, the VA or being recruited or what to accept in a contract, what not, stuff like that. The only thing is a lot of the stuff that you deal with, you really can't talk about because it's still classified. Like if I was ever I wasn't, okay, but let's say I was ever in a striker, okay. These are the big 6-wheeled tank-looking motherfuckers, right? That'll carry a bunch of troops in. So I can't ever talk about the inside of that even after I'm retired.
Yeah, because the layout, how things function, all that stuff is classified information.
Right. And then like even the positions, the seating positions in it, you couldn't talk about. That's what makes it so hard to recover from some things. For a lot of guys is they can't talk about things. They can't explain their experiences. But we all understand why. If I was in a striker, I would never want anyone to know anything about the inside of a striker ever. Personally. Because that would just be information that could end up getting, one of our boys hurt. Or girls. So, yeah. But it stops things because, like, whenever you tell a story, you can't sit there and say, oh, well, there's this seat here and this seat here, and then I was stuck here. And then, we took an RPG to the side. It rocked up, but it blew out my hearing. And you can't do that. So there's always a little piece of everybody that served that feels like the only person that could ever understand us is someone else who served. That's why
Exactly, because you both have shared experiences.
Right. Well, and
even if they're different, there's still similarities there to where you hear the story, you can not just relate, but
right. Well, and
maybe share a story of your own.
Right. And what it is the things that you can't talk about, they normally know. You know what I mean? But there is that's the trouble with dealing with PTSD and depression with service members is they just can't tell you what hurt them for them to heal. You know, so and that's why they're always it's always stuck in a loop. And then 90, you know, the VA, fuck it. I'll just be honest with you. The VA sucks. You know, it's underfunded.
I've heard that a lot
understaffed.
over the years.
Right. Here's the thing. Now, as I say that, everybody that's working in a VA is a freaking saint. Okay? So when I say the VA sucks, it's not the people inside of it. It's the way it's funded.
It's the structure, the way it works, the
The promises
the
we were given.
procedures that you got to go through.
The promises that were made that were never kept. We kept ours. Yeah.
Yeah, but then when you come back, you got to jump through hoops for them to live up to theirs.
Right.
No, I've met some veterans before, back when I was doing that delivery service gig.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like instead of having to drive to the VA, they were just able to, do something else to, help take them out of that situation mentally.
Mm-hmm.
Like with some of their PTSD. There was a few that I've seen for PTSD. Was as one said, when they feel it coming on, they can take a quick toke,
Mm-hmm.
and things just mellow down for them to where it whatever triggered them, it isn't escalating how they feel anymore.
Right. Now, I've got buddies
go
that
that
use it.
route because of all the BS that they have to go through to try to get whatever they can out of the VA.
Well, and see, here's the thing with the VA on things. It's like any government entity, and this is why I firmly believe the government should be in as few things as possible. The government takes too much time. So, privatize it. Because when it's privatized, then you're not guaranteed money anymore. Those who perform will perform. It's like school vouchers. And since we're doing all night, we can talk about this one later. It's like school vouchers. If you ever think your public school sucks, you should be voting for school vouchers.
Be able to take your kids where you believe they would do the best at.
Right. Or they would get the best education with it.
Because then you have more control over the tax dollars that you put in for education. Like out here where I'm at in California, I can't tell you how many times there's been some nonsense BS on the ballot about increasing some taxes somewhere, whether it's property tax or this kind of tax or that tax,
Mm-hmm.
to increase funds for schools.
Right.
And then people blindly vote that in. And then you have the same BS where you have teachers asking students to ask their parents to, maybe consider buying some supplies that you can donate to the class and all this nonsense. And I remember hearing that when I was a kid, when I was, wee little Caesar, kicking people in the shins and, being obnoxious. I remember hearing that.
You
from
still
teachers.
do that. What do you mean, little Caesar? Anyway, go ahead.
Well, when I was, you may not believe it, but I was once vertically challenged myself as a child until I had to grow up into a normal stature.
That posing 5'11".
They exactly. You got it, Brad. You know what I'm getting at. But yeah, it's like they're asking us kids, ask our parents to buy extra stuff to, donate to the class, so they don't have to. I'm like, I've been here. I heard this like most of my life going through school, and then I continue hearing it. Like if I was BSing with the teacher, just having a chat. Because there was somebody I knew in school that actually went to become an actual teacher and whatnot, and I hear the same thing. It's like, damn, like what's up with all this tax money that's just increasing to supposedly go towards schools, but yet you still got to ask your students to ask their parents to buy your shit for your class. Like, what's wrong with this picture? It's like, I know
Well,
you remember it as a kid,
oh, I know.
like talking to them. It's like, I know you remember that as a kid,
Well,
but yet here you are, you yourself as a teacher doing the same thing that they did like 20, 30 years ago. Like there's something wrong there with that picture where it's like, where's this money going? Like with the lottery
right.
out here in California, the California State Lottery, there's supposed to be X amount of money that goes to California schools.
Right.
So like, what is it? Like another type of lottery where all these schools are entered in and then only one gets that money, or is it divvied up in some kind of weird way? Like, where is this money from the lottery going? Because there's people that throw a lot of money in that shit.
See, here's the thing with your schools, at least in the state I'm in, it goes by the businesses that are in that district, right? We've got one district near here that has 3 refineries in it. So that district has got money in excess, right? Because I think it's got like a Walmart, a couple of restaurants, different sort of stuff like that. But the refineries are the powerhouses because of all the money they make. They're taxed on it. It goes to it gets divvied up to part of the district. Now, that school is, like I said, it's got money out the wazoo. Now, you can drive 2 minutes and reach the next school district. It has mom and pop shops. It has an antique district, stuff like that. Really nice. But because the shops don't bring in the kind of money like a refinery does, it suffers. And it has about 3 times as many students as the other district. Drive 10 more minutes, you hit another district. It's got a casino, just businesses out the ass, and it's always in need of money though, because it has stupid shit ideas. Like, okay, and I'll tell you how. My kids went to it. My kids in grade school passed 3 grade schools to get to theirs. Now they've switched it to where the grade schools are grade centers or something like that, where like one school here is for kindergarten through first. This school's for second and third. This one's for fourth and fifth, or these 2 are for fourth and fifth, whatever, right? So, and then, they all combine in the middle school for 6th grade, because now 6th grade's part of middle school, I guess. It used to just be 7th and 8th for me, but now it's 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then they go off to high school, to another building. This grade center shit where you've got parents driving all over a city to get their kids, because and even in these little grade centers, you may pass 2 or 3 that's, like if you've got a kindergartner, you may pass 2 or 3 of these schools that have a kindergarten in them to get them to the one they're assigned to. And here's the thing. It was done that way because they allowed the bus company to determine what areas of the city went to what schools. So they made it so that almost every child would need to ride the bus. The fees for our district's buses quadrupled the second they let them do that. And here's the thing, you're lucky if you get the bus anywhere near on time or at all. So, yep. That's why I was one of the jackasses that they didn't like seeing at school board meetings. I was
like that years ago out here.
with school board meetings. I was one of the people to walk up to the mic and be like, "Y'all fucked up. Why would you ever give?" Well, it's kind of how the school district works anyway, or most of them at least. They regulate themselves, and a lot of people blame teachers. I don't.
That's the higher up the faculty,
That's
the
the thing.
superintendents.
Yeah, it's the administration.
Those are the ones that are screwing up.
Right. And school boards, the elected school board members. It's in their interest to make these, to make it political and money motivated. Your kid's education is second place to what kind of revenue that district can pull.
Oh yeah.
So
That's the sad thing about public schools is that they shoot themselves in the foot, or I should say they shoot parents in the foot, pigeonholing them to these radical BS things they want to implement, but yet conveniently their kids are spared that nonsense because they go to a nice private school.
well, see, here's
It's
the
funny, they impose these things on other people's children, but yet the actual good education that 99.9% of parents would want their children to have, they're bogarting that and sending their kids to a private school.
right.
That just blows my mind. It's like that out here in California.
Yeah,
You know, it's
superintendent's
like
kids
when,
don't go in the district. They're
Oh
all
yeah, no,
parochial.
it's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Like with the buses, like when I was a wee little kid, they're just where I'm at in the neighborhood.
Mhm.
There used to be like 3 or 4 bus stops all the way, like all around. Like there was one right around the corner, one to the left and the right,
Mhm.
going down either way of the street. There was a bus stop, and then there was one up the road. But to make a long story short, there was a lot of bus stops, and then they did some crazy thing where the school bus company they started charging. No, excuse me. They eliminated like 75% of the routes
Mm.
where they used to pick up and drop off the school kids. So now if you lived within like a 10-mile radius by the school, then you have to drop your kid off at the school.
See, that's the way it
And
is
you
here.
can't take them to a bus stop.
Right.
It's insane.
That's the way it
And
is here.
so and then those schools in the morning are clusterfucks
Mm-hmm.
because you got to go through all that traffic, and then every intersection has a crossing guard. Oh,
And it's
man,
normally
like,
a kid. At least here it is.
I'm kind of lucky. Like they're like older women,
Mm.
but
Oh.
not the hot kind of older woman. They're like sagging in places I'd rather not see them sag.
Here's the thing. If you ever want to see me road rage, let me be passing that school. And because the high school is the older room, like you're talking about, it's the middle school and the grade schools they use the students. And there's an adult out there, but so at the middle school, the way the middle school works there, I think they have older women there too. Normally like lunch ladies, stuff like that, or bus monitors, because they'll stop. And
Yeah.
if you ever want me to go ape shit, let me see one of them walk out with that stop sign to let buses out. It's against the law in a state, right? Can't stop traffic to let what I mean. Otherwise,
Yeah, that's
these
just for
the large
crossing the kids.
right. Otherwise, the large motorcycle groups. I don't know if you've ever ridden in a club. I have. Okay.
No, I have not, but
if
I think I know where you're gonna go with this.
what one of them will pull out and stop traffic, right? They'll pull the bike out like that for the rest of them to come out so they can stay in the pack, right? And not have cars get in them. You let a cop catch that, it's tickets for every bike. But
The whole club is getting a ticket.
That's right. Everybody that went. But for some reason, the cop sits there and watches the bus do it. So
Yeah, hypocrites.
yeah,
It's like, why aren't you, ticketing them?
well, but here is the issue I have. It was a couple of years ago. Our taxes went up because they said at that school to stop that so that buses could get out and on the road quickly without being hindered. There was, I think it was like $75,000 spent to make a new road that went to the back for the buses so they could hit a different road. And they're not using it. They're still going out to where it stops traffic for everybody else.
What a waste of money.
Yeah, see, that's the
They got a
shit that
whole
pisses
new
me
way
off.
to alternative route. They're gonna do the same old dumb shit. And they have a whole new path that they can be using to, get out unobstructed and not have to worry about stopping traffic.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
You know what they
Stupid.
you
That's
know
the
what
best
the,
way I can describe it.
you know
It's
what the
fucking stupid.
you know why they don't use it? The bus drivers say
Why?
they have to drive in through houses or residential areas. They prefer not to do that. Where the fuck are you dropping the kids off at?
Yeah.
It
Dumbest thing I've
doesn't
ever
make
heard.
sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Rather, not drive through the neighborhood. Like, well, you got to drive through the neighborhood anyways to go drop some of these kids off. Like, what are
Right.
you doing? Dropping them off at the local shopping center?
Well, and see, here's the thing. You know how you was talking about, like, if it's within a 10-mile radius, you have to drive them. The bus doesn't get them. When the bus company, we have the same policy. When the bus company was allowed to do make the zoning, it's like I said, my kids passed 2 or 3 different grade schools to get to their grade school. They made sure it was 10 miles out so that those buses were required. The irony is that the bus company is always begging for drivers. Matter of fact, there was one school board meeting where the owner of the bus company came and said it was parents that were letting the kids down because the parents didn't want to drive the buses. If I wanted to drive my kids to and from school, I would have done it myself. In fact, until they were old enough that I could trust the buses and them getting on the right buses, I did. So, you're talking about the traffic jams and all that other crap. I know. And they won't let kids out anymore. Just let them out. You remember when you got out of school, you just, you found your parents' car. You went, them. You know what I mean? And you're right to it, right? Because if you wasn't, you was going to get your ass busted for goofing off.
Yep.
Because they had places to be, right? Now, you stand out there, you park your car and you stand out there and they let a kid come out and they got to verify that it's yours. Doesn't matter that they've seen you every fucking day, right? For years, because it's the same ones out there, right?
Yeah.
And they're, the child is in like 4th grade, okay? And it's like, hey, Dad, or hey, Mom, whatever, you know what I mean? I learned a trick. It only worked with my daughter, but I would send Bubby. I would wait at the door and Bubby would shoot in, grab his sister, then shoot out. They're not going to stop a chubby little toddler. It's just not going to happen.
That's a good trick. Just send Goose in there.
Yeah.
Get in and get out.
Yeah, because I mean, he loves his sister, right? So it's still the same way. They're still extremely close. So it was, Chloe hasn't been home all day. I'm going to go get Chloe because then we can play and do stuff together, right? So it's like, bing, he get Chloe, bing, They just knew whenever the little short one ran in, he's going to get his sister, leave him alone. Because you did not want him to sit down and cry.
He was a whaler.
Oh yeah, a little shit could bust your eardrums. Just let him go. He's going to get his sister. Just let him go. Oh, I remember one time he was in 5th grade, so he's old enough, and I refused to let them drive him all the way out. I said, I was like, he's going to the school next to the house. I'll drop him off. All right. And because they don't let them walk or ride their bikes to school. They've got to be dropped off. And it was going to pick him up. Yeah. It was going to pick him up.
That's gnarly. And
he saw the car and he's tired of waiting, for them to clear him. And so he just walks to the car and they start yelling at him. And he's like, he goes, and he turned around. Okay. And he asks her what time it is. And pickup was at 3:00, right? And she's like 3:05, 3:10 or something like that. He said, so your ability to give me orders has expired. And turned and walked back to the car. I was like, I'm so proud of him.
Oh yeah.
Because he was.
Oh yeah.
Believe it or not, by the time
Put him
5th
in their
grade,
place.
by the time he was in 5th grade, he was a little smart ass. The other school, the teachers would always he's very advanced, right? He had his middle school math credits done in 4th grade, and they were teaching him coding, right? My daughter's the same way, not so far advanced, but what he did is, because my daughter's 3 years older than him, he would study what she was learning while she was learning it. So he was advancing himself, right? Nothing was new to him. And he was the type that would do, he would want to know what the homework was for the year, because in the first 2 months it would be done. Because he's lazy. He would rather do it all in 2 months than a couple hours every night, or an hour every night, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of stickler on homework. I was like, you've got them for 8.5 hours, right? So that means they're home and awake when we consider transport time 6 hours. Okay. If you can't get it done in class, then we've got a problem, because there should not be 3 to 4 hours of homework every night. Ends in period, meaning I'm not going to have a conversation about it. I never understood every class thinking, well, we'll give them an hour of homework. Well, there's 8 classes.
Yep. It's 8 hours.
Right.
That you're adding on top of what they're already doing in school. And it's like, wait a minute. So that was my dilemma in school. So it's like, wait a minute, I gotta, basically go to, club fed
Mm-hmm.
for 7, 8 hours a day. And then I got to get a bunch of homework that I have to do for X amount of hours.
Mm-hmm.
Like back then, it was probably like a good 5 or 6 hours worth of homework, if not more.
Yeah.
It's like where's my time? Like
you don't get it.
How am I supposed to be able to do what I want to do?
You don't
It's
get
like
it.
the hell with that. Especially with me, wanting to play sports and shit, like do football, baseball, something. In
No.
high school, it was like, oh, you ain't got the grades. It's like, well, fuck, maybe I'll get the grades if you give me something to aspire to. Like, let me be part of the team.
Ima-
I want to swing a stick at a ball,
Here's the
kick
thing.
some pigskin.
Okay, imagine being me. Now I played baseball and football. Our vice principal was our coach, and he proudly displayed. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. He proudly displayed that Sports Illustrated magazine in a shadow box with the title America's Toughest High School Coach. Right? He was proud of this. And he coached baseball and football, which were my sports. And he believed that you practiced for 3 to 4 hours and then you went to the weight room for at least an hour. And if you were a starter, it should be 2. Okay. So imagine what, that we'd go do that. I go do that physically just beaten. Right. Didn't want to eat when I got home, anything like that. Cause he pushed you. You were going to give him your best at all times, or you were going to find where the bench was. He used to call it the guard and tackle position. You can guard the bench and tackle anyone that comes next to it. That was absolutely unacceptable for me. My
Exactly.
ass has
No, you're gonna.
my ass has never touched
Yeah,
the
you get out
bench
there.
regardless. I played offense and defense both. I played Ironman where I played both for 2 years. My senior year, they don't let you do that. I was offense. While our defense was out there, I was standing on the sideline. My ass has never touched a bench, even playing baseball. So, and then you do that, and so you put everything into it, right? Then you come home and you're looking at like mounds of homework, and it's like here's the thing. During the football season, the football team, because of the town we lived in, they were really into the high school football, right? You had people come that didn't have kids in the school. I mean, it was kind of crazy. I had people that I had no idea who were asking me about how I felt before a game. Yeah, I mean, it was the homecoming parade and stuff were big deals. Because they were the players were going to be there, right? In the school I went to, football was a big fucking deal. Our season drew as much money into the school as District 1's property taxes.
Oh,
Just selling tickets. Not even counting the jerseys that they had. They didn't have our names on them, but that have the team jerseys, the hats, the concessions, stuff like that. That's not even counting that shit. It was just the tickets for District 1, and there were 3 districts. And District 1 was the nicer one. So, and then you have that. I used to use that too. I was like, me putting on that jersey and putting on those pads and stuffing pads in my pants, let's face it, football pants suck ass. I've never had anything right up my ass crack. Regardless, the second you put the thigh pads in, it's got to come from someplace. Okay. So you've got the cup. That's not going to move. You're putting in thigh pads. So it's pulling the wedgie in. Okay. It's just the way it is. That's how it works. And then it gets worse whenever you slide the knee pads in. You got to pull it out and push them up. Okay. It's just how it works. So I'm going out and doing that shit. I'm making as much money as District 1 for you because I don't get any of it. Right? Fucking back off the homework during football season.
yeah,
Jesus.
exactly. It's like, damn. just insane.
Yeah, baseball was over the
But yeah,
summer,
that's
so
how
it
it was
didn't
where I
matter.
went. You know, you gotta, you had to, keep your grades up. If you don't keep up your GPA, then you're gonna be booted off the team.
Yeah, you had to
It's
have.
like, what the hell? I just want to swing a stick at a ball. I ain't trying to be, become the next Einstein
Did you
or
guys
Herbie
have?
Hancock.
Did you guys have to go to every one of your teachers with an eligibility card for them to put your grade point average and sign off that you were eligible to play? We used to have to do that, and then
Yes.
give it to our coach every day.
Yeah,
It's
there
so
was,
stupid.
even though I wasn't on, I knew people on the team, and yeah, they had to do that shit. They had to go to all their teachers and have them fucking put down their GPA to make sure they could play.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we didn't have anything cool like how you're lucky in that regard because you had a vice principal that understood
Mm-hmm.
the the importance of shit like that.
Right. Well, he said
Where it's like,
he always said that playing sports were more important than some of the classes we were doing because we were going to learn more life skills on that field than we would in the classroom.
exactly.
So, I'll tell you what, though,
Exactly.
we're at 2 hours. Why don't we take a little 2-minute break and we'll come back and finish this up? This conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be back
Yep.
after these messages.
Yep.
You feel that? That little change in the air. The way you say my name. Don't sound like Fred no more. We used to talk all night, laughing about somebody else's drama. And then your hand brushed mine, and my whole world leaned a little closer. You're on my couch, same hoodie, same cologne, but I feel you in my bones. Can't play it off when every look is saying don't go home. Tell me, did you feel that shiver when our fingers crossed that line? 'Cause every word is different when your lips this close to mine. These are the signals of the heart, when friends turn into lovers in the dark. Two hearts, one beat, you and me, syncing up so sweet, naturally. Didn't see it from the start, now I'm falling to the rhythm of your arms. Two hearts, one beat, running on the signals, love. We used to trade advice about the ones who never understood us. Now I'm pressed to your white tee, and I swear they never really could touch this. You say my dress looks different tonight. I catch your breath, I catch your eyes. One slow kiss, now we're reading all the signs. Can we ever go back to the way we used to be? Or did one soft good night turn into baby you and me? You know the signals of the heart, the signals of the heart, turning to lovers in the dark. Two hearts, ooh me, These are the signals of the heart.
I don't know why this mic is gotta be the cord. Okay, we're back. I actually found two little surprises.
No way.
Yep.
You got
Yep.
a surprise for our lovely audience.
Yep. Okay, right here, it's going to cover you. This was my coach. You know when I said he looked like the typical baseball, football coach? I'm not fucking joking. So you can see it yet?
Damn. That was your coach?
That was my coach.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Looks like it should be a baseball card.
Probably. We used to take our baseball pictures that look like it. But yeah, that was Coach Rage. Okay, I've got another one for you. Okay. Shit. Too large. Okay. You might know that person.
That's your boy?
Mm-mm.
Or is that you back in? No, that's too. No. It's got to be Goose, right?
Goose didn't play football.
Was you back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah,
not you.
that's who it is.
Interesting. Kick ass.
So yeah, there,
Kick ass.
piece of history.
That piece of history. We can't call it your history because you're younger than me. But it's getting there. It's getting there.
Did you not see how tall I was and you went for Goose with that?
Maybe, because sometimes it could be an optical illusion where somebody shorter can look taller because, people are hunched over. They're in, tackle position, what have you, like in mid, weird,
No,
awkward movements. So, yeah.
They were standing up.
Damn.
Yeah.
Let's kick ass.
They used to, if you ever followed the Buccaneers and you know who Michael Allstott is, that's who I modeled my running game after. They used to call him A-Train. Because he just put his shoulder down and boom. Except he was short. Short and stocky.
So here's like a Rudy.
Okay. Oh, no.
Like a stockier Rudy.
Yeah, I'm much stockier. Like he just dropped his shoulders.
Like you're saying,
yeah.
like an A-Train.
Yep. Just boop, 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 boop. He was the Buccaneers' Warren Sapp of the offense. There's a name you haven't heard in a while, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Long time. Like holy shit. We take a time warp, a slip through the time stream back into the 90s.
Well,
Holy
it
shit.
wasn't the 90s. Lord.
Really?
No, it wasn't that far back. I don't think. I hope not. No, it wasn't. Early 2000s, though. Stop making me fucking older than I am. Okay. Jeez.
But you're doing such a beautiful job of it.
What was funny is, do you remember that commercial at the deli with Icky Woods? Yeah, I'm going to stop you from calling me old, fucker. We're like, they were giving him something, and then he did the Icky Shuffle with the notepad, right? And then spiked it. I had to explain this to my kids. And they're like, it's fucking dumb. So then I showed them the Bears Super Bowl Shuffle. And my son said, I'm so glad football has evolved since then.
You probably looking back at the shit from when we were youngsters, watching football, and it's just like, oh, damn. These people had no shame. They didn't know the concept of what shame was.
Right.
Dancing like that.
Oh, then I showed him the wrestling one with Hogan and the bass and Vince McMahon singing and all of the other. He's like, you guys. He had.
You showed him that?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Like that shit was crazy back in the day.
It was.
That shit was wild. Like that whole music video with like them like on a job site.
William Regal, the man's man.
Oh my god! Like that whole era was nuts, man. The rock and roll wrestling connection shit. That shit was wild.
Yeah. I don't know what Queen Dana is saying. Oh my God, know about. It's probably a little bit of everything. Probably the Bear Shuffle. I can do it.
Probably.
I can do it.
Ooh! I just had this idea just pop into my head. I know it's rare instance because it's like a big vacancy up here, but no,
Right.
Trust me, this might be beautiful. You do, Bear Shuffle, and then Dana can do whatever the Raiders do, whatever their little boogie is. You
I
guys
don't
have
know.
a
They've never won. They don't have one.
They might have one like written down for that rare occasion.
Just in case.
Win.
Just in case.
Mm-hmm. That just in case.
Mm.
What's up, Devin? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Hey, Devin. Yeah. I'm so going to pay for those comments about the Raiders later. Really takes that seriously.
I know. And I just added on to it. You're
Yeah.
welcome, bro.
Yeah.
I'm always looking out for you.
You opened the door, and so I had to fucking open my mouth because I couldn't just leave it.
What a French form, all right?
Yeah.
I know. I gotta help you out, bro. You helped me out with so much stuff.
Yeah.
I gotta return the favor.
This is the storyline. Out of all the things Caesar says, every once in a while you hear me say, and that's why you're single. Caesar's wanting to say, and I'm why you're single.
Damn. I don't want to go that far. I just want to be like the Cheryl Gorath, like creating those funny moments.
Mm-hmm.
The battle of the couple.
There. See now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the name got.
Damn.
It's Stop It Jason, not Stop It
Yeah.
Gambers. So Stop It Jason means I'm in some shit. Thank you,
Stop it,
asshole.
Caesar. Yeah, I mean, stop it, Caesar.
You got a doghouse
You
that's
call me
comfortable?
an asshole?
Yes, asshole.
You call me an asshole?
Yeah, you got
Thank you,
doghouse.
bro. I never thought I'd hear the words come out of
You
out
gotta-
of that mouth.
you
You
got-
call me an asshole. Holy shit! I'm on his level. I'm on my brother's level. I love it. I made it.
Yeah.
I
This
made it
is-
to the big time. Big time.
so both of us have had our names thrown out there today.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, we both got that Queen Dana shout out.
Oh no, yours was from Abby. That's how I knew she knew you, because I was like, it's Abby, and you're like, I don't know if it's the right one.
Gail.
Yeah, and then she threw out your first name, and that's when I said, yeah, she knows you. She knows you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Good friend. Chatted up for a while. Not
Mm.
good shit.
So Abigail, huh?
Hard worker. Yeah, that's what I call her. Call her Abigail.
Gabby Abby.
Yeah.
Mm.
Little Gabigail.
Is she wanting to be a streamer?
No, she's been pretty busy. She's been pretty busy. I don't think she would have the time to do any streaming. But if she ever does ask me, I know where to send her. Over here with us at the asylum.
Over to Queen Dana. She's the one with the ideas. Because my ideas suck.
That too.
Yeah.
But like I said, bringing her, over here to the asylum if she ever did decide to, dip her toes in the stream.
I'm wearing all red.
Yeah, you
Entertain the people.
special occasion.
There's well, it's the Cardinals. So yeah, here, entertain the people because something's off on my end.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we do here at the It Ain't What It Ain't. You seen all the wacky directions me and my illustrious co-host Havoc went through. We even touched on those serious topics that, yeah, we know there's some people out there that have some kids. They got youngsters around. They got to be in charge of another life. So we like to try to be able to, throw stuff in that they might be concerned about too. We care about all you beautiful people out there. And damn, Queen Dana, are you really that mad with Havoc using his name Jason? Don't scare my bro like that.
I'm back. I could hear you. Are you trying to antagonize her into getting me in worse shit?
No, I was just trying to lighten up on you, because it's really my fault. Because I'm the one that just, kicks the doors down. And then you got to bust in like you Kool-Aid going, oh yeah.
Here. Are you ready? I found out what was wrong.
What was wrong?
But first we need unprotected podcasting. There. Happy now.
The unprotected podcasting. Let me slip off my protection. Bam. It's off. The protection's off, ladies and gentlemen. Raw dogging it. As they would say over there in Ecuador.
Yeah. But see, no, I'm accessorizing. I think that's important for a podcaster. Yeah. Took the purple off, put it on.
It is.
Put the red on it, so it matches me.
I need to try that sometimes. I got that nice green Nike sweatshirt, hoodie sweatshirt. I could throw in a hockey jersey over it. My great Malenko hockey jersey. Purple and green kind of go together.
And I want to thank our new subs. I see Dana welcome stuff like that. So I'm assuming they're popping up on the screen. I'm just not seeing them or getting the notice for some reason.
Yeah.
So yeah,
thank you for subscribing. Welcome aboard. But yeah, unfortunately, me and my buddy are just being space cadets. We're not catching it on screen.
Yeah, we're not. Well, see, I can't look at the stream because if I look at the stream, I'll start putting stuff, trying to put stuff where it doesn't belong. You know, so I have to watch the OBS. So yeah. Yeah, we love all the stuff. Thank you for the stuff. Now would be
Do you think now would be a good time for?
an advertise telling me about the Discord and stuff like that. I'm sorry. Whenever the messages come, and I'm slow. So, you know, big sausage fingers don't work on phones very well. It in the description below. I'll get to it. You'll find two very important things. One will be a link to the Gamers Asylum arcade. You want to go subscribe over there and hit the bell because you never know when we're going to stream. And you never know what we're going to do, and you don't want to be the one that misses something that everybody's going to be talking about. And if you want to know where everybody's going to be talking about it, then you want to click the link on the Discord. If you're not there, you want to be, because you can tell Caesar, you know what, you're a complete ass. Don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that to gamers where it pisses off Queen Dana. Quit being an ass. You know, then you can come to me and be like, you know what, you don't deserve Queen Dana. So, you know, go fuck off. And then, like, you could tell Queen Dana, hi, Queen Dana. Hi, my queen. Hi, my queen. Hi, my queen. You know, piss me off. That's how it works. I'm teasing. Talk to Jen. She'll tell you about birds. Stuff like that. Then,
what kinds of birds?
Yeah, all different kinds. And then, yeah, if Clementine's there sometimes, you know, so you can go, I love you, Clementine. I love you. I love you. You're the best, Clementine. You know, that is my Krypton impersonation.
Clementine.
That is my best. That is my Krypton impersonation. I believe that's what Krypton sounds like.
Probably.
Just saying.
Probably.
So yeah.
And he sounds like that on or off the bit sheet on the motorcycle. That's him on either position.
Apparently. Because didn't he say that he wanted to ride on the back in the bitch seat?
Yeah, no, that's what he specifically told me, was that he wanted to get himself a biker babe and, you know, sit, you know, in the back. And I'm like, dude.
Okay, hold on.
Hold
on, because one just popped. Drip. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Gamers Asylum. I don't want to be.
Well, David, thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Okay, I was told something was dirty, and I realized what it was. So now I'm just going to be a complete jackass. Yeah. Matter of fact, who needs that? Are you going to light that cigarette or just hold on to it like a girl?
Excuse me? Whoa. You said hold on to it like a flippin' broad?
You were holding on to it like this, man. That's still like a girl. What's this shit? Bro, hold it in your hand.
No. You see a girl do this? Huh?
Yes, because they have those little long pixie stick cigars.
No.
Or cigarettes. See, here
No.
you go. See, you hold it, right? So you put those three fingers out so when you say something, you can kind of flip them so that people know you mean what you're saying. Right? Capiche?
You get that? But being able to hold it like this, you know, you can do kind of like a trick. Like I remember this, you know, back in the day.
Mm.
Like, hey, dude, I bet you I can make smoke come out of my eyelid. Watch. Let me take a drag. Here. And then I'm taking the cigarette and I'm going right for the wrist. Just getting that soft underskin right there.
Mm.
Nice distraction. You know, they never see it coming. That's what I used to do back in my day in community school. Because
Mm.
back then, like everybody in there smoked. Everybody had a pack of cigarettes. So everybody had their crazy, wacky tricks that they want to do.
I didn't smoke through high school, so I don't know. Yeah, but
Like there was even one where you take the pack of cigarettes, okay, and you take the cellophane that's on the bottom and you lift it up a little bit, right? And you put something on the top of it as it's raised up, like a pebble, something small, right?
mm-hmm.
And then you'd work on getting a cherry, like preferably a little longer, and you just like tap the cellophane. And it's like, you know, seeing, you know, like how long, like who's gonna be the dumbass that makes the pebble fall through the cellophane. You did wacky shit like that waiting for the bus.
I think this is what I'm being told is the me doing something that's not fair. See, the thing about pop filters like this is they'll alter your voice a little bit, whereas a mic, you know, will pick up pure tone. And I think this was the dirty part, is because I took this off and said, you know, it was unprotected podcasting. Unprotected podcasting in the raw. But there,
The
see,
Raw Dog
yeah, that's
Podcast.
the pop. Yeah, yeah. Well, I can make my voice that way anyway, because it is. I personally find my regular voice annoying. It's deep. Mm.
And I will not behave. I never.
You can smoke on air, Jen, when you're doing an all night one. That's how it works. That's because then it's pretty much fuck it. It's lost in there. Oh Lord.
It's beautiful. You know, I may not be able to. You know, this is good enough. You know, be able to choke on this. Really, really softens the blow until, you know, the next break where I'm able to, you know, partake and indulge.
Mm. Yeah, we're going on 3 hours.
3 hours and the fun has just begun.
Yeah.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing an all-nighter. And you may be asking yourself, you know, what's the occasion? You know, why is Havoc and Caesar just, you know, going bananas over there
In the
doing an all-nighter?
in the
He's
week
really into you.
in a weekday. On a weekday. It's not even a weekend, it's on a weekday. Which doesn't make much sense,
Yeah,
but we're
on
doing
a
it.
Tuesday. Yeah, you know why we're doing it? It's not because we're crazy. It's not because
But
we have no. We're crazy, but you know we microdose our crazy for you, the viewers, to where we're able to do zany things like this. But the reason why we're doing it is an extra special reason. You know that disgruntled that disgruntled drunkard, Hyperion Boyo, the moron that tried to claim he was related to Keemstar. Yeah, he kind of got lost in his fifis earlier. You know, because somebody decided to piss in his Cheerios, and he got evicted from someplace. And in that eviction, it didn't just rock his world. It drowned out the sun in his world. So now, you know, he's in a sad place. He lost the will to do his little slumber party, whatever dumb shit he had planned. So we figured, you know what, since he dropped the ball, we can pick it up.
And just for the record,
We
I
can
didn't
run
do
it.
it. I didn't do it.
Oh yeah, no, this is something that was side of our control. We just heard about it through the grapevine because people like to tell us things. I don't know why. Especially me, it's like, don't you know who I am? I'm the big mouth. I like to say shit to sound important. Like, you know, you don't know what I know. But yeah, you know, we heard through the grapevine that you know, the little Hyperion boy really stepped in it, got evicted from a community, got the hammer dropped, and not the cool kind like from MC Hammer. No, this is the band hammer.
Can't touch this.
He ain't touching it no more, is he?
What?
Dumb bastard. Well, yeah, he said, you know, can't touch this. And it's like, yeah, he ain't touching it no more. He ain't there. No, that's great. So since he is lost in his fifis, you know, Hyperion boy, we can do what we can't do. We can finish what you can't even begin.
Yep. It's just like whenever he scammed people with the drinks, right? You got sick through it for mixing alcohols.
Yeah, I was
But-
done with it.
but
Yeah, I was dumb about it.
Yeah.
But I still tried.
Yep. But I paid him off for him,
Mhm.
right? To show because we shared an audience to some degree. Because it's when we split. I don't roll the way he does. In a lot of ways. That's neither here nor there.
But you get the gist.
Yep.
You know, where, you know, Hyperion boy wants to slack off and scam. Not over here. As a matter of fact, you know, I'm gonna have to. Remember, I was supposed to get my ear nose waxed
Yeah.
and my ears.
Yeah.
You know the shitty part? These jabronis around here don't want to do it. I walked into 3 of those damn salons. Like, hi,
They
I'd
told
like
you.
to make an appointment. Oh, what would you like to get done? I'm like, I'd like to get my nose hairs and my ear hairs waxed. Oh no, we don't do that here. Like, what do you do then?
You probably don't want to know.
Like, well, what are you open for? Like, just for people to walk in and waste their time? I get shit waxed. Like, what the hell? So, no, what I'm going to have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm going to have to order the stuff or go out and buy it to do it at home. And
Right.
oof, that's
You're
scary.
you're going to the wrong places. Go to a barber shop.
Go to a barber shop?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's still some of those open around here. I'll give that a shot.
Not like great clips or something, but like a barber. Barbers will do it.
No,
Yeah.
No, I get you. I'll definitely try that out.
Yeah, I didn't think about you going to like spas and wax places like that. They're like, no.
That's all there is.
They're like, no.
Like, you know,
We wax butts and vajayjays. That's it.
yeah. Exactly. They looked at me like I was crazy. Or maybe that woman's look is like, I like to wax that face. Like, look at that beard. Imagine that shit getting waxed. I was like, no, thank you, man. Not just the nose and the ears.
Mm. Probably thinking about, oh, we've got to work around that beard wax getting that. Do it yourself, Caesar.
And
Do
I
it
can,
yourself.
I can.
Do it yourself. He got to thinking about it. He's like, oh shit, I could get it my.
Well, no, because there's a trick to it. You know what I mean? There's a nice simple trick where I just take a nice shirt. Beard protected.
Mm,
Boom.
I think that should
Get a
be
bid
banned.
for my face.
They should be banned.
No.
Mm.
No.
How about you wax your upper lip too? That would be
No,
cool.
it's to protect this.
Just-
Wax my upper lip?
Yeah. Just get that. You shave it anyway. You wax it. That's like 3-4 weeks. You don't have to shave it.
That's true, but damn, it's gonna hurt.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body.
Yeah, but there's something about pain. It only hurts until it stops. And it might hurt for a long time.
Oh well, that you'll get over that. It's like a Band-Aid.
Those can hurt. I done that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had a band-aid on my finger and it ripped out my knuckle hair. It hurt. I just ripped it off fast. Like, whoa. I didn't think those little hairs, had that much, nerve endings on them. It's like, holy shit.
All I can
Wild.
hear through my headset is wah, 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 wah. That's all I can hear.
No. you should be hearing the opine bitchiness, me delving deep.
Yeah, it sounded like
The horrors
it
of waxing.
it sounded like
Getting
whining.
hair just ripped off with you. Might need to get the hearing checked.
So yeah.
You know what I've been thinking about?
What's that?
Getting one of those goofy masks. And then either walking around wearing it or positioning myself to where, like I'm off, like people don't see the camera per se. I'm able to, like sit there on the street or stand there and act goofy. Now, I know there was these masks that I've ever seen in a Japanese comedy show. And like there's one, like it's gnarly as hell. It looks like a giant baby's head, but crying. And it just looks perfect.
Oh yeah, I've seen those where you know what? We got to send Goose IRL because now he does this without cameras. My son is notorious for standing like outside of the movie theater and waving at people and saying hi. It's like he knows them. He thinks that's funny. He goes places and does that. We need to get him. I said, you know what? We just ought to film it one day, and he goes, I can't do it with a camera there. Apparently, the camera makes him too much of a fucking jackass. Just doing it doesn't.
You believe? I think I understand why Goose can't in front of the camera. It loses the randomness. You know what I mean? And the personalization that goes behind it. Because if it's recorded, then it's like he's doing a cameo. You got to do it where it's just like, right
can
there.
Put the camera far away from him.
But you can get behind the scenes, yeah, that's you. You could be getting the money shots. of him doing the interactions. You're gonna have like a mic on him that he's not aware of, so we can hear.
Yeah, he's hard to go out with in public.
Always pulling tricks.
Always doing something weird because he thinks he's funny. And I want to emphasize the word thinks. We were going out one time to put flags on grave sites for Veterans Day. And he does something I did. I can't blame him too much for it because I used to do this every time we went into the cemetery, right? Because it bothers my daughter. You know, coming to get you, Chloe. You know, coming to get you, Barbara. You know, and then there'd be someone in the cemetery too. You'd be like, "Oh, there he is!" You know, there's one. You know. Yep. See, I was into zombies before zombies were cool. Because, okay.
Yeah, zombies really, they had to work for their popularity that they have nowadays.
Right. It was The Walking Dead. That's what it was. And not the TV show, but like the comics, because the comics became excessively popular.
Comics.
Yeah. So, but I grew up with my older sister was 11 years older than me. So, like, anytime there's a scary movie or something like that, I had to watch it because she was too afraid to do it by herself. So, it desensitizes you. It really does.
Little brother had to be your backup.
Yeah.
I bet.
Well, and she tried to scare me, but it didn't work. Because, like I said, you see Jason and Freddy and, all this other junk. It doesn't bother you anymore. And then I was a little bit older. Maybe like 12, 13. And my grandfather had passed away a couple months prior. And it was the first time I saw Night of the Living Dead. And it was the remake, the color remake, the first color remake they had. And that movie bothered me. The whole concept of it, that something so lethal you could walk past and one mistake, it was just like a swarm, stuff like that. I hate running zombies. That's dumb. The infected stuff. But like a good zombie movie where it's just the overwhelming numbers is what gets you, and because it has to take away hope, right? It's like there's still reason to have hope because you can still technically make it if you're careful enough, but you still feel hopeless. It wasn't, like Walking Dead people that bothered me. It was the mind fuck, right? And it was the mind fuck that I don't think George Romero knew what he was making. Right. So that because it bothered me, that was the kind of monster, monster type flick I was into. Yeah, so I started reading Brian Keeney and his other books because he had written like The Rising and stuff like that. If you ever want to read some hellacious zombie books, Brian Keeney, Kenne, and then read his other stuff because it all ties. He's got this fantastic way where like he writes a book, and somehow it's tied into all these other books, and that book's tied into other ones, because he just writes in one universe. So yeah. It's like a multiverse, but it's like this is one existence, one story type thing. And so, when you read his books, he's very
Yeah,
easy to read.
like you're saying. Yeah, all the events take place like in one universe.
Right.
So it's like you can read one book, and then when the second one comes out, you hear little tidbits from the first book.
Right. Well, to give you a premise, it's a multiverse, but it's all one story. In the middle of like reality, there's a place called the Liberath. And then when God started making reality, before God, there were 13 other gods that were planet destroyers. Well, they were locked in the Liberath, and sometimes they find ways to get out. Okay. Like the zombie apocalypse thing is one of the god there's Ob. Okay. So a zombie apocalypse is one of those things that happen in it. And then there's like Leviathan, and then there's like these huge worm things, and they got different. And then the darkness. One of them is like the darkness, whatever. And then God's supposed to be asleep because he's a child. He fell asleep. And then aliens or angels, stuff like that. I mean, it's fantastically just unless you read the books about the Liberath and the Lost Worlds, you're not going to know how that they've tied in that way. But like you could pick up like a gathering of crows, and you know what a group of crows is called? It's a murder. So he's got a book called The Gathering of Crows, or you can read that, get a full story, and never read another one of his books and not lose anything, right? You could pick up another book because they're not in order. There's no order for these. You pick up another book and it just tells stories. But then when you read the other, you see where it fits. You know what I mean? You start connecting dots, So, and he's got some amazing characters. Like, well, one of these for Halloween, you have to be Levi. He's an Amish guy that left the Amish faith to practice powwow. But he's still
Powwow.
But you've never heard of powwow? Wow, it's like it's
a limb here. Go ahead.
It's a mix of Christianity and voodoo.
Interesting.
Hey, have you ever heard of the book The Long Lost Friend? Where like it's supposed to bless you if you carry it on you. That's a powwow book. It's a book about powwow. It's prayers, powwow prayers. It's an actual thing. I'm not making something up.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Powwow, huh?
Yep. And that's how he fights the 13 that are evil using powwow. Yep. They've got another guy that he calls himself the Exit. He does human sacrifices to stop them from coming in.
Gnarly.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not all like supernatural type stuff. It's just, and when you pick up his book, they all start right away. Like it's just you're there and you care.
Right into the action.
Right. I mean, and the characters are described where they're distinctive. You care about how they're going to play out. You know what I mean? Like if one dies, it's like, damn, that, what I mean? It's just not going to end the way I thought it was going to. And he always writes to an open, to where like either your imagination's going to run wild with it on how it's going to finish or should finish. And that's for him to write the sequel to it. He's not a big sequel guy. But here's the thing. If you can get me to read it like it now, I'm an ardent reader. I like reading. I would rather, I don't watch TV. Okay. I watch movies occasionally and stuff like that, but I don't watch TV because I'll read. this right here's my little lifeline, my Kindle. You know what I mean? And if I opened it up, you'd see all those Brian Keeney books. But my son likes to read if it can keep his interest. Okay, because if it's something he likes. My daughter reads. Well, she's kind of like me. She'll just read to read sometimes. All of us will read Brian Keeney books. So yeah. Hey Biggie, how's it going?
Thanks for joining us, Biggie. How you doing, bro?
Yeah. I surprise people whenever I tell them I read. They look at me and they're like, "What, you read?" No. I like the pictures.
I just read instruction manuals.
Yeah. No.
And I look at the pictures.
That's the thing I don't do. If it comes with instructions, I don't touch instructions. I'm a man. Who the fuck needs that? Figure it out. Even if you have to rebuild it over 5 times. You did it like a man.
Even if it takes you 5 times, just do it.
Yeah. Here, look. You see, you may not be able to see these like little shelf units here, right? It's a total 8 screws. Got a little shelf, stuff like that. I got those the other day, right? And here's the thing. There's a total of 8 screws. I refuse to look at the instructions, and I shit you not, I rebuilt it 5 times. Because I didn't know, it looked like the side should have been flipped the other way, but it's actually for the bottom, for the shelf to slide in, and yeah. Do you want to know the funny part? When I built the second one, I messed it up twice. Yeah.
You probably just doing it for shits and giggles the second time.
No, I was at one point I was like, I'm throwing this fucking shit out. I don't even want it up here. I was like, why do I need this?
Oh,
My daughter's like, it's because you have this habit of just throwing stuff around you, right? And well, I know where it is. Like, okay, like lighters. Here's a lighter. See, I can read. Watch. There's another one. Oh, there's another. There's another one. There's another.
Yep.
There's another. Because, see, I have trouble with lighters. I've got more someplace, too. But this is just on my desk. So, see, I put them over near the ashtray, right? I haven't got these things. Have you ever used one of these? Do you know what it is?
Oh, is it like one of those vape things? Oh no, I'm seeing you with the lighters right now.
Yeah, no, those are all lighters.
Okay,
I'll tell you
I see you now. Little square thing.
Yep. While you're looking at it, what we're going to do is we're going to listen to 1,000 Lifetimes by our very own Queen Dana. It's here in the video section. You want to watch it, like it, watch it a few times, and then we'll be back right after it's done. And we're going to see if Caesar knows what that is.
When your lips touch mine, I lose all space and time. Like the world goes quiet just to hear our hearts beat a line. And your hands, they trace me like you've known me before. Like 1,000 lifetimes knocking at my door. Every broken piece in me, you gather gently piece by piece. Like love was never lost, just waiting to be found. You fill me up with something deeper than the ocean, a love that pulls me under but keeps me floating. You give me wings, I'm higher than the mountains above. My heart is overflowing with the echo of your love. And I don't need the stars when I'm in your light. You're the reason my spirit sings at night. You don't just love me, you make me who I am. With every touch I understand. With every touch I understand. There's a fire in your presence, but it feels like home. Like I've wandered all my life just to not be alone. And every breath you give me feels like second chances. Like destiny itself chose this romance. You don't just see me as I am, you see the woman I could be. And somehow you make it real just by loving me. You fill me up with something deeper than the ocean. A love that pulls me under, keeps me floating. You give me wings, I'm higher than the mountains above. My heart is overflowing with the echo of your love. And I don't need the stars when I'm in your light. You're the reason my spirit sings at night. You don't just love me, you make me who I am. With every touch I understand. You didn't just find me, you felt me. Like my soul had been calling your name before my lips ever could. You love me, not in pieces, but in fullness. And somehow that made me whole. You fill me up with something deeper than the ocean. A love that feels like truth and pure devotion. You gave me wings when I forgot how to rise. Now I see forever every time I look in your eyes. And if the world fades out, I'll still be alright, as long as I'm wrapped in your light. You don't just love me, you make me believe I am everything I'm meant to be. When your lips touch mine, time don't matter anymore. It's just us, and a love worth living for.
And
Welcome
we're back. Yep, and we're back. So if you weren't tapping your foot to that song, right? There's 4 possible reasons. 4. 1, you're deaf. 2, you're paralyzed somewhere from the waist down. 3, you're a special kind of special. Or 4, we've discovered why you're an incel. Okay. So, like I said, it's in the video.
5,
5.
all of the above.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, it could
All the
possibly
above.
be. Yeah, possibly. You're frozen. And by the way, you're frozen with your glasses on, and you look like Grandpa Caesar.
Grandpa Caesar.
Yeah. Please turn that shit off real quick.
I'm trying to reset it, so they don't get the Grandpa Caesar look.
Yeah.
Caesar look. There we go. Now I see you moving and grooving,
Mm-hmm.
stressing and finessing.
Yeah, you want to go see, guys, if you're out with a girl, right? And you want her to want to be close to you, you have that on your playlist and you hit it, right? And then you just got to move your hips a little bit. I know, guys, it's tough. But for some reason, our hips are locked, right? You just move your hips a little bit, and she'll be up, and you just, right? And then ladies, if Mr. Stud, what I mean, is buying, and like he's, you're not playing he's not paying attention to you, and it's because you weren't playing this song. That's why. It's your fault.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Like at that one broad that was trying to get my attention when I was, having my morning walks. If she would have played that song, we could be married right now. Big on the way. But no, she has to be shy. Imagine that. How can you be shy around this lovable face? Seriously. Blows my mind.
It looks like you walked like you're an axe murderer straight out of the Appalachian Mountains. So, like, see it. So, did you figure out what this was yet?
What the? I want to say it's a lighter, like a Zippo lighter, but I think I'm wrong.
You would
because you already shot with those.
So you twist top.
So what would that little thing be?
See? Now this one may not have any fluid in it, so it.
So what?
It's a fucking match. You put what it is. You put lighter fluid in the little hole there. Then if it's got the wick and a flint, and then on the side it's got strike. It's like they're called eternal matches. Like okay, this lighter has one. It's back here. This one may work.
Interesting.
Fuck.
Interesting.
This one's kind of hard to get off because it's in the because the flint on this one's up here, and it flips up. This is for lefties because you got to rotate the flint wheel.
But that would be for your cigars, correct?
This one,
something like that. Yeah, what you're showing right now.
No, for cigars.
With the match.
Well, with the match, yes. Yeah, I'm just not going to get it to light. This one may need new wick. But yeah, with the match part, normally with cigars, they have special lighters. If you don't want to taste fluid.
Yeah, because the best way to light a cigar, if I remember correctly, is with a match. Because like you're saying, you use just like a regular old lighter, you get that butane, that fluid taste that they use to, create the flame.
Right. And now there's some that there's some that bear through it, right? But normally you want to use a hardwood match. You want to let the sulfur burn off all the way before you use it to light your cigar. Or you get one of these. These are going to cost you a little fortune, right? On the bottom here inside where this is, the internal part. So we're going to get me talking about cigars. I can do that all. This is like monster trucks and guitars. This is a draw poker, right? This you'd put in the end if it's too tight, and then this part screws off, and it's a punch for the end. For those that don't want to cut, right? Let's see. Hold on. Let me get all this shit back in. Because I'll put it down on the side and then forget it's there, right? Then most cigar lighters have this up top. Because a lot of ashtrays won't hold the cigar, so you set your lighter down, set your cigar on top of it. It's got the ridge that holds it, right? However, a cigar lighter will be like a torch, and it'll have a funny color to it because it's burning off the taste of the fuel. One of them is actually what's going to light.
Yeah,
the others are burning off the fuel flavor, and it will always make a cone like that. So, it's how it's blue, and then it comes into like a point.
Yeah.
And then it still burns off after I let go. That stops the fluid taste through the cigar.
Interesting. That's like a blue flame, kind of similar to this.
Yep. Except,
Maybe not as.
right. But what'll happen is the three, although they're pointed up, they're burning. It puts out the vapor and the spark differently, so that it comes together. You know what I mean? It burns off. There's a burn off on
I
it.
gotcha.
It stops
Yeah.
that. It stops the butane taste, and those aren't. It's not butane. It's not. I wish I could remember the fluid. It's not pure butane. It's not kerosene. I'll think of it whenever I don't need to know it. So.
I know that feeling. Like
Yeah.
you're trying to remember, but then you probably remember from an hour from now. Like, oh, this is what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. Oh, it's this.
And I have those moments.
Yeah. You know what? If you don't have those moments, fuck you. Wait a couple years, they'll happen. That's why I tell my son.
I've been having them for years.
Yeah, he sits there. He'll be like, "I'm glad I don't have to go through." Give it time.
You know, just wait a bit, Goose. You know, you're gonna get there.
Yep. You know, when you set when you stand up, your knees pop, your back hurts, right? That's from fucking lugging all that shit for 4 fucking years. He wants to do 20, okay? He wants to retire out. He has no idea what his knees and back are going to be like whenever he gets done. There's a reason you retire out of the military after 20 years. There's a reason for it. It's because your body's done. Yeah, your body is done. So.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of gear for a lot of years.
Yep. And you know, I want to say this again. I said it before. Shout out to my daughter. And congratulations. She just completed her 6th year of service.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Chloe.
Yep.
Big ups on you for doing that.
Yep. She has done 6 years. So, yeah. Goose is on 4. He's going on 4. Because they both signed up when they were 17.
Sweet.
Yeah. I guess that's what happens when a Marine has kids with a communist. They turn into soldiers in the army.
They're little soldiers.
At least they're not seamen. I don't care who's in the Navy and stuff like that. I'm a Marine. I'm not going to like you if you're in the Navy. Okay? If because if you're in the Navy, you spent time in the barrel. And if all the Navy boys are going to understand what I mean by that, and they're all saying, fuck you, crayon eater. Could be, I know why he's in red. It's not because he likes red. Marines like the color red. They like red crayons. You know why?
Why?
Well, they taste the best because they taste like, red is the color of our enemy's blood. Yeah. We don't talk, we grunt. Only those of us that are evolved speak. And the rest of us are like, shoot, kill, yeah. That's how you tell the difference between, enlisted and officer in the Marine Corps. When an officer knows, to mic up the radio to call in for air support or overwatch. your standard Marine, throws the radio at him.
Throws it at him and has somebody else shoot it.
Yeah.
You know,
Hope it
or an
pops.
improvised explosive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get some battery acid on. What? See, at least I can throw some fun about, I mean, my beloved Corps, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Navy guys can't take the truth about their barrel. I'll have to tell you about it later. I don't think I can tell you about it on stream.
We might have to save that. You know, those lovely behind the scene talks.
Yeah.
Before you explain some shit to me. That's what I'm talking about. This is why I can't say it on air.
Yeah. Speaking of which, she just gave me a kiss goodnight. But yeah. The Navy has the barrel. It's got a hole in it, too.
I don't think that's a good hole either.
Mm,
That's kind of hole shouldn't be there,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, those Navy boys always trying to plug leaks.
Plugging those leaks in the damnedest ways.
Mm-hmm. Fuck, I wonder what'll fit in there. It's like the chair force, for heaven's sakes. They've got tents with AC units attached to them. Their MRE has,
That's fancy.
their MRE has prime steak in them.
That's naughty.
Yeah. Or so I've heard. I know they get to touch a gun during their basic training. One day. I had to sleep with mine. Like right here. I should have joined the Air Force. All those times I walked full battle rattle for miles on miles on miles. And I could have sat in a chair. God, I'm dumb. Anyway.
You know, you could have been in the cockpit of a nice fighter jet.
Oh,
This
no.
shit's new.
Too tall to be a pilot. That's actually one time where height hurts you in the military.
Makes sense then.
Yep. That's why, like, if you notice, like movies like
Makes sense.
like Maverick and stuff like that, especially the Navy jets. Because I'm going to break some people's heart with this one. If you didn't know, Top Gun is not about the Air Force. Those are all Navy fighters. Those are all naval ships. For some reason, people think that movie is about the Air Force. I don't get it. But it's like the Blue Angels. The Angels are Navy planes. There's one Marine plane, and I think there might be one Army one. I don't believe that. I believe it might be the Thunderbirds, or I'm thinking of something different, but the Air Force has their own. But yeah, the Angels are Navy. There's a Navy, there's a Marine one, and I believe there's an Army one. Because the Air Force was initially a division out of the Army. The Marine Corps is a division out of the Navy. So. The reason the Navy has planes is because during World War II, with Pearl Harbor, we found out just how important air superiority in a naval battle is.
Well, yeah.
That's why now, if there's an aircraft carrier on station, there is some shit going on, because they will establish air superiority over sea and land. Those planes are designed specifically for that. The Air Force is more your bombers. I mean, they've got fighters to protect bombers, you know, but they're the ones that rain hell down. Whenever it comes to, you know, straight on precision strikes and technical flying, it's the Navy. Because those pilots have to be pushed, because see, they've got to come down low over water without having a downpour, because it's different flying over water than it is the ground, from what I understand. I don't know. I'm not a pilot. This is what I've always been told, and to set and then fight in a downward, in a dive, and then pulling up stuff like that. That, I don't know. It seems like that would take a little bit more nerve. It's hard to say, because whenever we do bombing, we strafe bomb, there's more than one bomber, right? So you've got 3 lunkers that are heavy, right? They're usually just getting the shit pounded out of them from the ground. I don't know. Which do you think would be like worse?
They all have their, I guess you could say they all have their own unique levels associated with them. As my side of the family, my father's side, I had a uncle in the Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
Then I had an uncle, step uncle. My aunt got remarried. That was in the Navy. He was I think he was a master chief before he retired out and started doing motor training, like training high patrol with how to maneuver with their bikes and whatnot, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean it like stuff like that. And then on my mom's side of the family, had some family that lived up too. My late grandfather's siblings, his older brothers, they went and served. But yeah, like no matter how I would hear the stories, and then like some of the stuff that we talked about, like that you shared with me, it seems no matter which way you go about it, they all have their own associated slice of hell that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in the air, you got to worry about not just the fighters around you, but you got to worry about anti-air weaponry that can be on the ground. When you're on the ground, you're not just worried about your combatants, but they can call in an airstrike. And then you got to worry about not just your enemy combatants, but you got to worry about the bombing run that could be coming down, on your side.
Right, and then
on the ships, you got to worry about.
Yeah, I was going to say it's called danger close. Anytime we call a strike and they're putting something in front of us to where there's a potential for fratricide, it's danger close. Usually we're calling down on our own position. So yeah, I was just telling you what it was.
Yeah, they all have their own. It's just wild, but like if I remember your question correctly, like which one do you think would be the worst?
Mm-hmm. Which one would you like to do less? Would you rather be in one of the high-tech naval planes, but having to fight in a downward position? Because basically you're dive bombing your guns, right? Or be in a big lunker that's going to go slow, that's taking hits. But they're designed to take hits. If you remember the old B-52s, the old B-52s, whenever it was getting close to the drop zone, you were putting on flak jackets because the flak could just come up in, and they would fly them back wounded, regularly. So if you were going to pilot one of
flying
them,
into areas where they're just taking those artillery hits,
right?
From back then, their anti-air weaponry.
Yeah, it was. They were called flak guns. And pretty much what they did was that they would throw up. It was like a grenade. The round would throw up, and then there'd be a poof, and it was throwing shrapnel just every place.
Shrapnel.
Yeah, because you remember those old movies or the war movies, the war videos, and you'll see like the bomber flying. You'll see puffs of smoke all over. Those are the shrapnel shells exploding, or the flak shells rather, exploding. And then if it just ping in, and you had gunners on the side, basically it was a machine gun strapped in, that they can move, and it had a little slit to point it out. The bombers had that in case there was extra, and they had like
extra enemy planes. So.
Right, which normally the fighters that accompanied the bombers took care of those, but it doesn't hurt to have extra guns. And they had gun turrets, like
exactly.
You remember the old belly gun? I would have hated that job, where you're in that.
Having to be suspended underneath.
Yeah, it was, and being able to see all around through that real thick glass. No, not this motherfucker. Wrong, dude. We're just gonna go down in flames, because I ain't getting in that fucker. Period.
Like what happened in Raiders of the Lost Ark. No, excuse me, The Last Crusades. Like when Sean Connery's character, Indiana Jones' father, they're in the plane, he ends up shooting out his tail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not. No. No.
Things like that. So no, like flying, I'm gonna be able to handle it. Just like all the crazy shit.
Yeah, so you're under the.
I wouldn't be able to handle it in a plane.
Yeah, you're under the plane. As the belly gunner or nose gunner, right? And you've got what's supposed to be bulletproof glass. Here, let me give you a hint. There's no such thing. Okay. And they didn't have it back then anyway. The kind of plexiglass that will stop bullets. So this is just like really thick glass and plexi, right? Mm-hmm. So if it got hit, you were in some shit. Right? And you can see everything because it's all clear. Exactly. Now they had some.
Yeah, it's all just crystal clear glass.
Right. They had some where they were like painted, where you could just see the front, but I think they stopped doing that. And it was to see if the gunners, could maintain better control that way, not being given a full view around them like that. However, it would be advantageous for the gunner to have the full view. Yeah. Still not getting me in the fucking gun down there.
Oh.
I would take. Fuck it. I'll fly. I'll do one of the side guns. I'll be the tail gunner because it's on top, right? But I ain't going to do. And then see the ground. Fuck no. See, I'm not afraid. Here's the thing. I'm not afraid of heights. I'm honestly not. What I am afraid of is falling to my death. And it's not really the fall that bothers me. It's the sudden stop. Fuck that shit. Because they never gave the nose gunner a parachute either. What if shit breaks and you're still alive and you just start falling? You're going to splat.
Yeah. Split splat.
Yeah.
The shit coming out of you when you make that impact. And, it's not like Peggy Hill can, she falls in the mud.
Yeah, no, it's has someone who has heard someone hit pavement from a high fall, like where it, It
Yeah.
sounds like a bag of concrete slapping the ground. It's awful.
But
Yep. Mm.
it's like a Clementine came back.
Yep, she did. She said,
An asylum patient. Yeah. We love you, Clementine.
yeah. I don't know. Why do you always get in my fucked up story? Stop letting me do that shit.
Can't help it. You know, I'm able to take something away from your fucked up stories. Little nugget of wisdom.
You know, I had one buddy that I was always, you know, he'd start talking about stories, and I'd be like, quit fucking telling shit, because that makes me tell shit, right? And I don't want to, you know, most of the time it's forgotten, kind of, you know, so it's you know, I'm not thinking about it, and then you start telling a story, and then I think about it, and he'd be like, he goes, this is what he always said: it's better for us to talk about it so that other people understand what happened, for them to have what they have, than for them to have to go experience it themselves. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. I don't know. He was kind of dumbass.
Well, there's some truth in
wrong.
that. There's a little bit of truth in that because being able to hear it from the source, you know, from people that have actually been there, done that type of scenario, they're here and learn it from them compared to like nowadays where they just want to try to literally rewrite shit
Right.
and present a false narrative.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing. It's always, when you're there, nothing's good. It doesn't matter if it's peaceful or not. Nothing's good. You're not home. You're not with the people you care about. You're in a country that you're protecting your country's interest in, but you don't care about that country. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Humane wise, like human to human, I cared about the people there. Outside of that, I didn't. Because the fuckers kept shooting at me.
Yeah, you couldn't afford to. It sounds like when you're there in the thick of the action, having to do like your patrol when you get into a skirmish, like whatever it is, you know, you have to, you know, have all six senses firing, you know, in unison to stay aware of your surroundings, what people are coming up, what's going on over here, over there. Like I couldn't imagine or fathom
And then
the
it's,
tough, you know, like mental acuity, you know, not just the physical aspect of it, but the mental aspect of it as well.
all right, because you wake up. This is what it's like over there. You know, if you're in one of these areas where you're expected to fight, or you know, someone's going to take some pot shots at you or whatever. You wake up knowing today could be the day I die. Today could be the day I put my foot in the wrong place. That fucks you up. And if it doesn't, you were fucked up to begin with. You know, and then it's, I can't hate these people for this. But and here was the hard part about the conflicts I served in. I put on a uniform. I identified as a combatant. They didn't. You know, insurgents don't tell you that they're, you know, I mean, see, it's one thing whenever you're fighting another,
Exactly.
whenever you're fighting someone from another army and they're wearing a uniform, you're wearing a uniform. Then this is that's two warriors engaged in mutual combat. Right? If they fall, they should be respected because they were doing the same thing you're doing. Right? They're just on the stupid side. then I would say that as a, I mean, they're just on the wrong side
Yeah.
because they're on the side opposite of me. But that's I mean, that's why, like, I think was talking, and I think you said something about double taps, and I said we don't do that. Anytime there's a double tap, that's an extreme circumstance in which we can't get wounded out. However, if another soldier goes down, even though he's in the the opposing military, he's opposition, we still call for medical for them. Because, like I said, they're just like us. They're just warriors doing their job. So, but insurgents are different. They're not. They're cowards. They hide. And they hide who they are. Anytime I went out on those streets, I had a uniform on with an American flag attached to my fucking shoulder. You knew who I was and what I was there for. Can't say that was there. But like I said, if it's another military, if it's another soldier, hey, they're out there doing the same thing I am. They have they believe in their government. They believe in their sovereignty and their position, and they're willing to fight and die for it. I was never one of those Marines that, that had slander names for them. Because they were the same as me. That's really how I looked at things. Their patriotism and nationalism was just the same as mine. It's just they were doing it for their home. So, they didn't deserve my disrespect. Right? And
It's just like you're saying, at least when you're fighting somebody in a uniform, you know that there's, I don't want to say code of conduct, but I think the better term would be rules of engagement. Like compared to an insurgent, where it's only like anything goes.
Right.
Like there's,
your rules of engagement.
Use, women and children as cover.
Right.
To launch something.
Mm-hmm. And see, and that's what happens with those that are hiding outside of uniforms. Soldiers don't do that. Even the very few times I saw opposing military forces, they wanted the women and children gone because those were their kids and their wives, or their their cousin or their sister or whatever.
Yeah, they're some way, shape, or form. They're a family member, a loved one.
Just like okay.
They want to get.
It's like 9/11. Let's say that happened and it was a full-on attack where, insurgents were invading New York after the planes hit, right, with guns. Every American soldier, it would be the National Guard that handled this. So every guardsman is going to look at every other woman and child, and they're not going to say, "Oh, come get in front of me." They're going to say, "Get out of the way, so that you don't get hurt. Get behind us." That's because that's how soldiers or warriors operate. And the reason I'm saying warriors is because it covers all of us, from Marine to Seaman to Airman. I'm including them all. That's how warriors operate. There's a code of valor. There's a code of dishonor. There are things that are dishonorable. And a Marine will tell you that they'll prefer death before that. So, death before dishonor. So, But like I said, a lot of people watch the movies and they'll think, you know, I mean, we double tap. There's a lot that goes on to it because like weapons have to be cleared. You can't just leave a weapon, you know, in the middle of the road because then a kid might find it. You know what I mean? And that's the last thing you want. The last thing you want is the child of whoever you had to put down, find them, and then find their father's weapon. Because then you've got someone with nothing to lose hunting you down from the backside. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's nothing more heartbreaking for someone over there than to see a child with a weapon. Even if they're not pointing at it or firing, they're using it for celebration or something like that. There's nothing more heartbreaking than that. Because of that weapon's in their hand, there's a good chance that at some point an American is going to have to put them down. Just because they pointed it, because that was popular. Yep. Warriors don't want civilians in the way. We want to deal with each other because we were the ones that signed on for such things. We knew what we were getting into. Right? Insurgents don't do that. You know, terrorists don't do that. They hide. And then, you know, I mean, you've got a soldier or a Marine or a seaman or a SEAL or whatever. He gets eyes on that target, on a high value target, and there's 16 women and children around him. And then, you know, I mean, he raised back to the FOB, the Forward Operating Base, for his ROEs, which are, like you're saying, the rules of engagement. And it's, you know, I mean, fire at will, you know, collateral is acceptable. So that means if you hit everyone around him, we're going to consider that acceptable because you know, that individual's too much of a presence.
Value target.
Right. So, yeah. So then you boom. You know, and see, because it's a fire at will situation, because you're never just told straight fire in those, right? So it's fire at will means you're willfully shooting at your discretion. So what do? I mean, we got in an argument about this one time, right? Because you said it was soldiers being poorly trained. I said that you don't understand. You know, I mean, if you have that opportunity to take out one person that's killed hundreds and would kill thousands, are the thousands of your people worth 16 of theirs? That's the decision that gets made. And anytime I ever had the opportunity, the trigger was pulled before I thought. Because
It's the last thing you want to do, having to overthink in a situation like that.
Yeah,
it's like you say in your training, you get your target, boom, bam. You know.
Here's the thing: you don't want to do it at all
no-
anyway. You don't want to do it at all anyway. It's absolutely the last thing you want to do is pull a trigger. No one wants to do it, even on a high value target. You've got guys that'll say, yeah, this is all I want, this is all I want. You know, that's why I signed up for bullshit.
It's easier to say than to do.
Right.
Reminds me of that scene in Harry and the Hendersons.
Mm-hmm.
And they bring him home. And then he's rampaging through the house and shit. Just running amok. And then the father, you know, gets the rifle out, gets the ladder up to go up to the window, and he's pointing that rifle at Harry. And he just gives him that look.
Like, no, yeah. Here's the thing.
He didn't want to, you know what I mean? And it's like there comes that point where
So your camera just split you in half. And we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can
Am
now,
I
but
coming
it's
through right now?
yeah, but you're split in half. It's like the camera just went into two separate frames. I don't know what the hell happened there.
Let me try resetting it from my end. Better. Get back in here. Oh yeah, I see it now. I'm split into two. Let's fix that up. Audio coming in clear still?
Your audio is now you are.
I'm back. Awesome.
But just to finish up the thought, the reason it gets done is this is what everyone over there thinks about, right? You think about your family members who are asleep back home. You think about your loved ones back home. And then the American military does what the American military does. Keeps them safe. So, what's next?
What is
Yeah.
next? What do you think? What do you think about do some wrestling?
Doing some what? You cut out on me.
Some wrestling. Talk about some good old fashioned wrestling. Not wrestling, some wrestling.
Yeah, the southern the southern shit. So what about Jim Cornette? Do we want to talk about?
What was it when they did the scaffold match
Just
against the Road Warriors?
Road Warriors versus Midnight Express.
Road.
Yeah.
Yes, I kept wanting to. I don't know why I kept thinking of Rock and Roll Express, but yeah, Midnight Express. That's who Cornette was managing.
Mm-hmm. They wrestled against the Rock and Roll Express all the time. That was like one of the great tag team rivalries.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a feud.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're doing their feuds.
So which was the best Midnight Express? The one with Pritchard or the one with Lang?
I have to say Pritchard.
Ah, you're wrong. It was Stan Lane. It was Bobby Eaton and Sweet Stan Lane were the best of the Midnight Express. Can't remember who was with Pritchard for some
Is
reason.
that what Cornette said?
Oh no, Cornette liked all if it was named the Midnight Express, Corny liked it. Do you remember that was always
that name?
Yeah. I think there were three versions of the Midnight Express. Let me look up. But Bobby Eaton.
It could have been.
Let's see, what was it? It was Beautiful Bobby Eaton and Sweet Stan Lane, right? They were the best of them. Cornette and his loaded. What was it? It was supposed to be his loaded racket. You know, he's supposed to have a tennis racket that was loaded or whatever. Yeah, in the 80s,
There's some weights in there. There's something in there.
Yeah, in the 80s, the it was Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane, and then but the original members were Dennis Connery, Randy Rose, and Norwell Austin, and Pritchard. Pritchard later became part of the Heavenly Bodies, I believe, in the WWE, or at the time WWFF.
Is it one of the reasons for like the difference in the Midnight Express was like when Cornette wanted to leave WCW, one of the Midnight Express was able to leave with him.
It was Stan Lane,
I believe the
Bobby
other one. Yeah, that's when he brought on the other guy.
Yeah, Bob.
Replace Lane.
Yeah, well, the last of the Midnight Express was Stan Lane and Bobby Eaton. Do you know how Stan Lane got into wrestling? He was Ric Flair's trainer at the gym.
Damn.
Yep. Well, here's one for you, Sheamus. You like Sheamus?
It's got to be Ric Flair's. Sheamus, more of a modern wrestler, tall dude.
Red hair.
Has like that,
yep.
Irish with the red hair.
Oh,
yeah.
He is Irish.
I'm familiar with who you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm familiar with who you're talking about, but too modern for me to say I've seen.
Within the first 3 months, I think it was the first 3 months, he was a world heavyweight champion. The way he got in wrestling was he was a sparring partner with Triple H. Yeah. Apparently, he was down in developmental working as sparring partner with the regular talent, and Triple H saw something in him. I don't know. Here's the thing about Sheamus. He always seemed a little light in the ass to be, wrestling with the OGs. But that's just me.
Yeah, by the time he came on the scene, like all I can say is I know the name, I've seen the wrestler, but as far as like seeing matches of him, like remembering a moment of him like being on Raw or SmackDown,
right?
Like I've most definitely stopped watching wrestling at that point.
You don't still even as mainstream as it is. You still don't follow it at all.
No, the only thing I do is I'm subscribed to the WWE Vault on YouTube, the WCW channel,
mm-hmm.
and then the like your independent YouTubers,
right?
That will take what they have on VHS, put it on their channel. That's when I seen like the UWF, both the Herb Abrams and the Crockett, I think. But yeah, both the different UWFs. Some of the Puerto Rican one out of Puerto Rico, the WCCW. Oh, what are the ones? Like your offshoot ones. Japanese wrestling. Like a lot of the older stuff from the 80s and 90s of stuff that I just wasn't able to find growing up. Because when I was a kid, the only wrestling that I was able to see, if it wasn't WWF, it was WCW. Like all the smaller ones, the different territories that were airing, like with the Von Erichs in Texas, those ones, I love watching those. Because you can see like some of the ones before they hit the WWF, like seeing them like with the, I think, Crockett's UWF. He had, what's his name, Dr. Death Steve Williams with Ted DiBiase. They were like a tag team in his promotion.
Yeah. And
they had him mostly feuding with, what's his name? Hacksaw and somebody else. No, the Freebirds. The Freebirds.
Who?
Actually, they were beef.
Who was feuding with him?
It was a tag team made up of Dr. F. Williams and Ted DiBiase before he became the $1 Million Man.
Right. Well, Ted DiBiase had been
Yeah, this
wrestling
was
a long
I believe.
time prior to that.
Yeah, because like it was kind of like a Dusty situation. I was only familiar with Ted DiBiase as the $1 Million Man. It wasn't until later on when I started finding these videos is when I seen him just as Ted DiBiase,
Mm-hmm.
not the gimmick. You know, him before being the $1 Million Man.
Right. When Gordon Soley was calling him Ted
Like I said,
DiBiase.
You have mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, because him and Dr. Death, Steve Williams, they made a pretty good tag team. And then they were, like I said, they were beefing with the Freebirds. It was Stephen Hayes and Eddie Gilbert. Because
they're not Freebirds. Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert wasn't a Freebird. Him and Hayes couldn't get along, save their souls. Jimmy Garvin
there
was
was
the
another
only one outside
dude
the original
besides
three.
Bam Bam.
It was Buddy Gordon.
Maybe it was back when he was in there.
Buddy Roberts. It was Michael Hayes,
Wait.
Buddy Roberts, and Terry Gordy. Where's the
Yeah,
Freebirds?
because Gordy was
big guy.
at one point was the heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the heavyweight champion, and then Michael Hayes and the other dude, they become at one point tag champions.
Right.
In that.
Except Terry had to defend it most of the time because Buddy Roberts had problems. So, yeah.
Yeah, because Eddie Gilbert. Yeah, because he had what's her name? Was it Missy Hyatt that came out with him?
Yep. And let's see.
Or
It was Missy Hyatt. And then Jimmy Garvin had Sunshine. And let's see. Brian Adams had or
maybe not.
it was Christopher. Who trained Steve Austin? It was Christopher Adams, the one that made the super kick. He had Precious. Because valets were a big thing back then. You know, they said Gentleman Chris Adams was such a complete fucking asshole that like people were trying to actually kill him in locker rooms.
You didn't have to worry about the fans. You had to worry about the other wrestlers wanting to bury him. Literally.
So, well, that's what happened to Bruiser Brody. He was off in Puerto Rico by another wrestler.
Yep.
Back in the locker room.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing: they said that as vicious as he made things look, he was very gentle. That he wasn't heavy-handed or stiff. Everything he did looked like it was, though.
Yeah.
Let's play the Do You Remember? Do you remember the missing link?
I remember a story Bobby Heenan told about that guy. When he had a great stint in the WWF.
Yeah. But do you know he had a
The
long...
missing link literally thought. Go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, though, he had long, successful careers in the territories. That's the funny part. He goes to WWE and he's shit.
He did. Exactly. I think for the televised shit that they showed, like the Saturday night main event,
Mm-hmm.
the stuff they did back then, I think he only made one TV appearance. So I really remember him.
Hey,
Then I
go ahead. I'm
it
sorry.
was an
Where's
interview
Bill's
that he
line?
did,
Mm-hmm.
and he was telling them how he got paired up with the missing link to be his manager. The guy literally they thought Bobby Heenan was his manager. He came up to him, get my plane tickets, and Bobby's looking at him like, "We talking? You get your own shot, but you have to out there. I'm your manager. Back here, I don't do any of that shit. I'm the manager out there
Mm.
in front of the crowd.
Well, see, that's the fault of guys.
Backstage, you handle your own shit.
Yeah, see, but that's the fault of some other managers, because it's like the Road Warriors with Paul Ellering. Paul Ellering handled all their business. He actually handled.
Oh
their
yeah, that
investments.
guy handled everything.
Right, and then you had like Gary Hart, if you remember him. He managed his wrestlers. He was their talent booker. You know, whenever they were booking the matches on who's going to win, who's going to lose, he was the one that represented, you know, his wrestlers and stuff like that on how it was going to go over. And then, you know, I'm trying to think of some others that were like that. There were some in the WE that were like that too. Shit, I cannot remember his name.
It's like people like Classy Freddie Blassie.
Yeah, and Slick. Believe it or not, Slick was a manager.
Ooh, Slick.
Yep.
Wow.
If John
Slick, that guy had a kick-ass theme song. That's
Yeah.
Slick.
Here's the thing:
He had a kick-ass theme song.
if John Cena ever had a manager, it would have to be Slick. That's the only one that would ever have worked for John Cena. Not joking. Just if it's not Slick, it's not right. The Fabulous Moolah was a woman's manager as well as a wrestler. She actually had her female wrestlers living with her and her husband.
Yeah.
She managed.
If you had a wrestling, and when the women showed up, like they were living, training, doing all that shit, and then she would also, like you're saying, like do the bookings, you know, get their matches, send them here, send them there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. So, and Percy Pringle, who later became Paul Bearer, was also one of the ones that managed wrestlers, because he managed Mark as the Undertaker. You know, he handled all of Mark's arrangements and shit like that. So the missing link coming out of WCCW likely would have thought, okay, I was paired with him. I was given a manager there. That's what they do, because in all these other promotions, they did. You know, our bookers arranged it. Yeah.
I'm just your manager out there in the ring.
Yeah. Because
here, you got to handle your own flights.
Right. Well, because you know, Bobby Heenan was actually a wrestler for a long time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. After he got in doing like the setting up the ring and doing all that stuff in Chicago. Yeah, he got in the ring, did some ring work.
Yeah, he wrestled for.
And it wasn't
bullshit. He actually wrestled.
Yeah. Yeah, because the AWA,
mm-hmm.
I think, is when when he started doing the whole managing thing.
Yeah. Him and Piper had a crossover, because Piper was in the AWA. He was an announcer, and then they brought him over to the WWE, because at one time, when it was with WCW there in Atlanta, at one time Vince had property in it, because like he had brought the Iron Sheik down, and it was to bring the wrestlers from New York down into Atlanta and get them popular there. The problem is that he would never let the Atlanta wrestlers go over on the New York wrestlers. Because back in the day, that's when like matches they were all squash matches. And if you know, a squash match is where you have some mega talent come out and just destroy nobody, right? A local talent or an enhancement talent. That's what wrestling used to be, unless you were paying for it. You know, that's why pay-per-views mattered, because Monday Night Raw was just pre-recorded of, okay, here's one of our big name wrestlers. He's going to come out, and then here's this scrawny little shit, you know what I mean, no one's ever heard of before, and then in a minute he's going to be destroyed, right? That used to be wrestling. And then that wrestler would cut a promo on who they were going to wrestle at the next pay-per-view. At the time, that was wrestling. It was not. It was not. But the problem was, it's like Ric Flair being the American Wrestling Alliance champion, being the world heavyweight champion. He went through different territories. Now, the thing with Rick, you know how they talk about him being 16 or 17-time world champion? It's actually over 100 something. Because what he would do is he would go into the territories, their top baby face, he would challenge, right? He would drop the belt to them, but before he left, he would get it back and then leave, go to the next territory. That's what he was used for by the AWA. It was to send him through the circuit, because Flair was the ultimate bad guy. He would be the one known nationally. Then you let the local boy go over on him. That, you know what I mean, for a year, that local boy's, you know what I mean, top of the mountain. You know?
Yep.
So, but think how many times Ric Flair's actually lost the belt. The 16, 17 number is just televised losses. It's not all the times he was down in, you know what I mean, you know, Nashville.
These different territories that didn't have any,
Oh, they would be on TV, but it wouldn't be in
television deals where they're recording their matches.
Right. It wouldn't be. He would be on TV locally for them and lose it, but it was always the unsanctioned matches. You know. That's how they would announce it publicly. Well, this is an unsanctioned, or, you know, it's not for he would come in. This is a non-title match, right? Then he'd lose to the babyface on, I don't want nothing to do with you, and then leave. That used to work. It never would now. You know who the last person to try that was? It was AJ Styles.
Interesting.
Styles took the TNA.
Didn't work out for him.
For a little while when he went to until he went to New Japan and, you know, got legitimate titles, because what he did was he refused to release the TNA title, and he just took it with him because they didn't have the foresight the WWE does. See, when you're a WWE wrestler, you have a belt to travel with, but there are different ones that they use at taping. The one you go out with is in a toolbox over to the side, and it gets unlocked and handed to you. And then on your way back, you will hand it to them to lock back up. That one's done. That one's the 4K belt. The belt that's going to be used if it's going to be used as a weapon, is another belt that's kept over by the timekeepers. They'll put it out there and hide it, because if you ever notice, you know, the belt gets, and then the 4K belt gets pulled aside, because you don't want the one that's perfect, you know what I mean, getting ruined.
Yeah.
You know, with a headshot, right? Because we've seen these belts break. You know what I mean? They've been thrown on concrete hard enough that, you know, the metal, it shatters on them. Scott Steiner giving it back to Scott Hall. You know, one of the tag team belts. Scott threw it down so hard it shattered. And that was accidental. But yeah. TNA didn't have that. TNA let the wrestler carry their TV belt. You know, they just had the one, and AJ refused to give it up. His contract ended. They didn't give him the money he felt he deserved, because he was one of the originators of TNA. And so he took it to like, you know, freaking high school gyms and shit like that. So yeah, He was, and he would lose it and then regain it back because he was making local talent. You know, AJ wasn't the heel Ric Flair was because AJ would shake their hands afterwards. You know, and it was always done like that. But AJ was the last one to run a circuit with a belt that wasn't necessarily that circuit. And they used to bill it that he was defending the TNA title. So, I don't know. I know the AWA title got retired in ECW, though. Apparently, it got bought back by Nick Aldis at one point because he revived the NWA before he went back to the WWE, or before he went to the WWF. Funny thing about Magnus was he was one of the British or British gladiators. They had like an American gladiator type show. He was one of the gladiators. They started wrestling in TNA as a nobody named Magnus. And then he married Mickey James and became somebody.
That. Marry the right woman in wrestling, you become a somebody.
Yeah. Well, shit, he's married to Mickey James. Who's going to complain?
Maybe I should marry one of the Bella twins. I might be able to become a kayfabe manager.
Both of them are married.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Bree's married to Daniel Bryanson. Brian Danielson, whatever the fuck. He's at both, for those that don't know. And then Nikki's married to an MMA fighter, I think.
Totally.
Well, so you like the little Latinas, huh?
It can happen. You know, sometimes.
You froze.
You know, those Latina ladies. You know, sometimes they just. I froze again?
Yeah. Now you're unfroze.
Okay. Good. But yeah. You know, sometimes I can. Go for some Mexican food. Muy bueno.
You get hungry for tacos, is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly.
I'm surprised, you're not a sushi connoisseur.
I mean, I've had sushi a time or two.
So, you know what? One time, I don't. They call them like the Kabuki Warriors now, but you know what? In New Japan, Asuka, Io Sky, and Kairi Sane were called Three Tails.
Three Tails.
I wonder why they have not. At one time, they kind of put them back together when Kairi came back. Because she went back to Japan and got married. That's why she had left for a while. Here's one thing. Here's something about Asuka. Did you know that she owns the largest and most successful hairdressing company in Japan? Here's another one.
Who would have thought, wrestler would be able, owning a like popular, successful chain of, hair salons.
Here's another thing. Did you know
that is gnarly?
Do you know that she used to work for Nintendo? She was one of the head designers for the Nintendo DS.
Like,
yep.
When you say designer, like designing the actual.
She worked on like the
hardware.
Yeah.
Like on the DS itself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I think sounds like she was part of, I think the division in Nintendo is called Research and Development 1.
Mm-hmm.
Where they do all that shit.
I just know she was a part of that. And then Like I cannot remember the guy. He was known as one in Japan. If the strikes are stiff and realistic, it's called hard style. There was a real famous hard style wrestler, and it was a wrestling promotion she owned. She told him to beat the shit out of her. And she let him just to prove she could stand up at the end of it. That woman's crazy.
They have some gnarly matches over there in Japan. They really do.
Here's one for
Like
you. Go ahead.
Over there in Japan, like wrestling is just different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like not to say that they don't have their traditional matches, but there's times where they just like throw in these like very bizarre matches. I'm not just talking about like like what they would call the death match,
Right.
with all the crazy things, barbed wire, exploding pads and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
No,
C4 barbed wire
where
matches.
they wrestled inside of a bath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and electrified barbed wire too. There was one with the two women wrestlers
Mm-hmm.
that did a barbed wire match. You know, they're supposed to be electrified.
Right. That's why.
But yeah,
Japanese wrestling so sought after. Whenever, do you remember like before the internet, it was a big thing to trade VHS tapes.
Mhm.
Japanese wrestling was always, that's what you wanted. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you're talking about that. But Japanese wrestling,
Oh, you get brother.
yeah, it's like, okay, you know who Shinsuke Nakamura is? He may be too new for you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've heard the name.
Shinsuke Nakamura was tag team champions with Brock Lesnar. Shinsuke Nakamura took the heavyweight title in New Japan off Brock Lesnar. And you're telling me that right now Triple H doesn't know what to do with him?
There's been a lot of, just from what I've been able to like through my feeds, like a lot of people are pissed off at Triple H for how things are going, with not just the direction that they're going with in the WWE, but the way they're structuring their events.
Right. Well, he's the head of creation. He's the CCO. So he's the one that's going to bear responsibility for that. But see, he did great things. Like he was the one that got Shinsuke Nakamura over in NXT because he ran NXT at this point. He got Asuka in Japan. She was known as Kana. Got her over here. Got like Io Sky, Kairi Sane. You know what I mean? He sent envoys of like Japanese wrestlers that were already here to go talk to these new folks to bring them over. And in NXT, he used them correctly. Like, like Finn Balor. There was no, the Prince Devitt thing is a Bullet Club thing, right? But when he went under Finn Balor, which is supposed to be the Demon King, they let him do the demon act all the time. There was not the Demon King, not the body paint and, the just outlandishly looking violent moves from a small guy, right? For some reason, when they get brought up, after they were used right, because like Asuka was in NXT for like over a year and never lost a match. She was damn near the Charlotte Flair of NXT or better. And then they bring her over. Now she's mid card. What the fuck? she's mid carding for people like Becky Lynch take main stage for titles. Here, I want to tell the truth. It'll make a lot of the IWC upset. The only reason Becky Lynch is in any kind of title contention is because hubby is Seth Rollins. If she wasn't married to Seth fucking Rollins, she just doesn't have the personality for it. And see, I got a beef with Triple H. Why the fuck doesn't Alexa Bliss have a belt and on TV like the entire 2 fucking hours, you goddamn rube? Do you know what you're missing out on? All right, rant over.
Listen to him, Triple H.
Mm.
I know what he's talking about.
No, I don't. I just act like I do.
Yeah. That's the key. You know, if you act like you know what you're talking about, then the other person could be like, okay, he knows what he's talking about. Even though you may not know, you gotta pull them into thinking you do.
No, I know what I'm talking about. This is one of those.
Guard on that.
See, here's the thing about talking wrestling on the internet. You have the IWC, which is the internet wrestling community. If you say something wrong, they're going to fuck you up, right? Now, you can have takes that they don't like, and that's fine all day long. They'll call you stupid and shit, but I don't really care. You know what I mean? The bottom line of this, though, is you know, people talk about Girl World being able to rip apart a channel, right? Get a bunch of wrestling marks against you. It's a different fucking story. Yeah. Oh my God! You called Undertaker Mark Calloway on a podcast? Really? Yeah, I did. Because guess what?
Oh yeah,
He's not a dead man.
yeah.
He's Mark Calloway.
The guy actually has, you know, a pulse. You put your hand on his wrist, you're gonna feel the pulse, ladies and gentlemen. He is not really the dead man.
Right. He's actually, you know what? I've met him. He's
You gotta
actually a
ask
really
yourself.
nice guy. He is.
Oh yeah, he's like a chill dude. No, he
Yeah.
definitely does.
Yeah. Oh, and he likes talking wrestling. He's a huge wrestling fan. So, yeah.
Would have hoped so with all the years he put in the business.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, oh fuck, I hate wrestling.
I'm probably mispronouncing this, but yeah.
Do you like the past 30 years?
Kevin Nash hated it. Ramilla, thank you for the sub. We appreciate it. Welcome to the Asylum. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it.
Thanks for subscribing.
But
Kevin Nash did?
oh yeah,
He was a big hater of the.
yeah, he was a basketball player, and he fucked up his knee.
He wasn't.
He was in it. He will tell you he was in it for the money.
Damn. That's right. He was a basketball player. Because he messed it up playing college, right?
I believe so.
I don't think there's in any kind of minor league or anything like that for basketball. I think, if I remember correctly, I do believe it was when he was playing college basketball.
I think though he
He messed his knee up.
he had an offer to go pro though.
Oh, I bet.
Like
Like
he
a
had
lot of
been
those, you know, wrestling, you know, people that got into wrestling, some of them were either, if they weren't in football or some kind of sport, they've been scouted for that.
Right.
That makes sense.
right. Well, it's like Bill
Like they could
Goldberg.
have been.
Yeah, Bill Goldberg was a professional football player prior to wrestling. Brock Lesnar was a professional football player after wrestling. Played for the Minnesota Vikings, I believe. I'm pretty certain of it.
Well,
I know
was
he played
that-
football.
Was that Or you went into UFC?
Yes.
Interesting.
He
Oh,
froze.
crazy. Wrestle, play some NFL, got into UFC. Holy shit! Look at Brock. It's almost like he's like trying to be like the next Bo Jackson.
Yeah, Bo knows. It'd be
It's in
Brock
all kinds of
knows.
sports.
It'd be Brock knows. Hailing from Suplex City, bitch. Hell,
Mhm.
you know, and that was an accidental pickup by a ring mic that wasn't supposed to be heard. Brock just said, "Welcome to Suplex City, bitch," during a WrestleMania where he's just throwing. Fuck, I forgot who it was around. Yeah, I think it was Rollins. It was Rollins or Cena, and that became a whole fucking thing. He sold T-shirts that said Suplex City for
Whatever.
every town they were in, because they'd have like Suplex City, Missouri, Suplex City, you know, Illinois, Suplex City, Iowa, Suplex City, Indiana. Yeah. My favorite quote of Brock Lesnar's though is, "Say something stupid, Paul." Brock couldn't think of anything to say. The reason he has Paul Heyman is because he's not very quick in his speech, right? Kind of slow to talk, right? Because he's backwards. He's shy, right? And he sat there and he stumbled through part of a promo, forgot what it was. It just tossed him the mic and said, "Just say something stupid, Paul." Have you seen his daughter?
My gosh. Like, oh, shit. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about his daughter.
She did not get nothing from Sable at all.
Yeah.
That poor woman got nothing from her mother, all from fucking Papa.
Yeah. I think, you know what? I'll probably get in trouble for this one down the road, but it's Central Time. It's after 12 at least, right? So I am willing to bet that Brock Lesnar's daughter has a bigger dick than he does.
Yeah, from the look of it, yeah. Because holy shit, you see him, you see her, it's like,
She almost looks
Or
bigger,
Sable.
doesn't she?
Tom.
I don't think Sable's her
Oh,
mom.
Really?
Yeah. I don't.
I thought she was.
Well, she
I thought
might
she
be.
was.
She might be. Yeah.
Because I know. I hearing about him beforehand, it was just when he got in there. I think Sable was still hanging around, and then she ended up, meeting him, and then bam, like she's telling Mark Mero, see you later.
Well, how many people Sable was passed around by somebody because, like, she was with Austin. She was with Mark. She was within one of them. The oddity thing. She was dating one of them, and then she married
Passed
Brock.
around more, her or Sonny. You know what I'm saying? Remember Sonny?
Sonny.
Sunny days.
Yep, Sonny.
Yeah, I think Sonny might have got passed around more than
Oh yeah,
Sable.
I guarantee it. She's in prison now.
Yeah, I remember like seeing that. I remember like, whoa!
For
What is
violating.
it? What-
Yeah, it was for like violating restraining orders or something like that, wasn't it?
Sonny.
Yeah.
How the mighty have fallen. Damn.
That and she looked like she was cleaning herself up whenever she was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Damn, like back then.
Oh, everybody liked Sonny back then, but
She was gorgeous. Like holy shit! I need some of those rays of sunshine in my life.
Do you remember how one of the first major players she came out with, besides her husband, that never got to sleep with her
She,
because it was Corona?
yeah.
I'm probably mispronouncing the last name. Yeah, Tammy Snitch was married to Corona, or Sonny.
Well, yeah, because they started out in
Cornette.
Smoky Mountain, the talent development.
Mm-hmm.
They were in there in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, if I remember correctly.
Well, she used to blow cornet, so. Yeah, it was Corona.
Poor dude.
Yeah,
The only thing that he was able to get out of her was a very short stint in wrestling. It's like Son was around longer than he was.
well, he was popular. He just didn't get in like she did. Like he was popular in ECW and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, because after Smoky Mountain, they went there, but then they would carry that gimmick from Smoky Mountain Wrestling, where they were like a fitness couple,
Right.
Sonny and him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, she just became, valet.
Yeah, for the Road Warriors.
And he went over to ECW.
Yeah, she became a valet for the Road Warriors. It was like, what was it, Road Warriors 2000, when they came out with the helmets with the.
Yeah, because
it looked stupid.
Yeah, because it was another dude. It was a different dude that replaced
Hawk. It was Draws.
Hawk.
Yeah, it was Draws.
Yeah.
He got paralyzed from the waist down in one of the matches.
Yeah. Match with D'Lo Brown.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I believe it was D'Lo. That shit happened on. But yeah, he was with the Legion 2000, Legion of Doom 2000.
Yep.
Yeah, had all the goofy helmets and shit.
Yep. Brian draws it off. Yeah, he played professional football. You know what he was popular for in professional football?
Puking.
Yep. He was a center. He puked on the football a couple times. Whenever he started wrestling, before he got put with the Legion of Doom, that was his name, Puke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Who was he with? Was he with Cincinnati with the Bengals?
That was Pillman. Pillman was part of the Suicide Squad on the Bengals. He might have been. For some reason, I think Drozdov was with the Packers. I could be wrong. I'm probably. I'll check.
No, because I do remember Draws playing football too.
Oh yeah,
for some reason I was thinking of the like Cincinnati Bengals, Cleveland Brown. Like if I remember right, it was like a not a popular team compared to like something like the Green Bay Packers.
So yeah, let's see. It is Darren, not Brian. Well, he started in the National Football League, and then he played in the Canadian Football League, which, by the way, The Rock did too. Rock played in the Canadian Football League. Got cut.
Canadian?
Huh?
Good old Dwayne.
Yeah.
Playing some good old Canadian football.
I'm trying to find. He played. He played for the New York Jets, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Denver Broncos.
Nice.
Yeah. But he was known for throwing in.
3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. It's funny how that works out.
Yeah.
A lot of football players that just, go into wrestling.
It's a natural switch. If you think about it.
Oh, it definitely is.
They're used to the
What's
workout
his name?
routine and stuff like that. The travel. They've got the size that Vince wanted. Triple H was the only guy that would ever let a woman a woman run the main event. And let smaller guys in. I think Ray was the only small guy for a long time, except like Six or X-Pac or whatever the fuck you want to call him, 1, 2, 3 Kid. Sean Waltman there. The dude that tore his asshole by doing a Bronco Buster that required emergency surgery.
The hell was he doing?
He was doing a Bronco Buster.
Yeah, but was he trying to do it in a bar setting?
No, it was in a ring.
It's in the ring.
It was in the ring, and you could see just the ass end of his trunks, because he wore the leggings in the trunks, right? Just covered in blood, and then blood all over the mat and stuff like that. It was. I mean, it's funny to laugh at, like you say, okay, well, I tore my asshole, right? But it wasn't funny to watch.
Oh no.
So, yeah. Jen didn't stay very long, by the way. I got a message from her about half an hour afterwards. I'm going to bed.
I think she whipped herself to sleep.
No.
So you got tuckered out.
No.
Ah,
No.
why not?
No, don't say it. Don't. No. No.
Damn it.
Yeah, fuck it. So okay, it's 1 a.m. So, and I don't think anybody's. Oh shit, we actually do have people watching. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
Go to bed.
No. You got to stay here with us because we got to, we're pulling an all-nighter because there's a certain dumbass out there that got his heart broken today, and you can't do his, sleep stream.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to pick up the dead weight. We got to carry it across the finish line. Me and my compadre over there, Havoc, we're doing the heavy lifting.
Is that what we're going to call it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
We got that dead weight. Throw it over the finish line. It's like our moment of weekend at Bernie's. You know what I mean? And, the dude's the cadaver. We're trying to reanimate him.
Don't say that, because then he'll think he's
But it
being
ain't
invited
working.
back over here, and it's not happening.
Almost definitely.
So,
Unless he wants to pay a stipend of like $2,000, then I think we might be able to make an exception.
no,
Bribery,
Nope.
works every time.
he can go fuck himself
Maybe
on
I
every
can lie to him.
to get the money, and then let him.
Maybe I can lie to him.
You do you, okay?
Yes, and then just laugh in his face. Oh, talk to me, bro. Grease my wheels. Pay me some cash. I ain't talking about no fucking pence.
Mm.
I ain't talking about no pounds. No, I want American greenback. I want dead presidents in my pocket.
So why don't we do this? Let's give each other a half-hour break, because I know we can do a half hour by ourselves, right? Do you want the first one, or you want me to take the first one?
I can take the first one if I want to take a break.
Yeah, you can. You want to take
I can take the first half hour.
Okay, so do you want the break or the stream? I'm losing which one you want. Do you want
I can go ahead and jump into it right now.
Oh, into the stream?
No, I can jump into it right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll put you on the main screen then.
Yeah, I can do the first half hour and then
Then I'll come in do a half hour and you can go do your thing for half. All right? I'll put you on main screen. There you are, bro.
ladies and gentlemen, imagine that. You get a whole half hour with me, Mr. LLC. This is a special treat. You know, oh, Queen Dana, don't say, oh my God, Caesar. No, not, I would hope you had more faith in me than that. Yeah, I get a whole half hour, Dana. I hope you enjoy it, as long as everybody else out there. Oh, man, what crazy shit can I opine on that I can just stretch out for a half hour? How about some of my crazy adventures? Oh, I was you know, a fresh-faced lad, barely turned 18. Back then, you're still legally able to buy tobacco products and tobacco accessories at 18. So I was chilling, smoking my flapo. If you don't know what that is, it's a cigarette. And there was this daffy broad that my buddy was going out with. And I don't know how it happened, but something happened. I bored my way into her heart. I can't explain it. I don't know how it happened. Part of me wants to think it's implanted memories from Hanson Robotics. Yeah. Because it's bewildering to me, ladies and gentlemen. But after my buddy, moved away, that's when she started calling me more. Wanted to see how I'm doing. And I'm just like, Toots, I'm fine. I'm doing my thing. Like, what are you bothering me for? I just want to hang out and see how you're doing. It's like, no, you just want to pester me, tie me down. And you know what ended up happening? You know what ended up happening? We had the most bizarre moment, ladies and gentlemen. We were watching Dirty Dancing, hanging out, sitting in a dark room with the TV on. That, tube lighting from the TV just flashing right in front of her face. And before I know it, she's slapping my knee. So I slapped her knee. It's like, I can match you, Toots. Thinking to hit my knee, lady. Like, you got another thing coming. I can do that right back. And in the shuffle of the back forth, I felt her hand enter mine. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as somebody who just recently reached legal maturity, feeling that hand in mine was just fucking overwhelming. Fucking sometimes I think back and I don't even believe it. Like I said, sometimes I think this shit has been implanted memories. It was weird because after that hand went in mine, I looked over at her little blonde head. I'm like, what are you doing? She had the nerve to say, I like you, Caesar. I always thought you were cute. And in the most reckless way possible, I risked that by just kissing the woman. I didn't ask permission. I just laid one right on her lips. Without a second thought. And lo and behold, by the end of the night, I was wrapped up in some kind of twisted relationship. I didn't even comprehend how the hell I got in it, but I got in it. It was wild. It was the craziest time, of my young adult life at that point. And, things were going good for, I'd say, about 3 months. But then, I don't know. It just got weird. It was like my Caesar senses were tingling. I had a Spider-Man moment. There's something just off that didn't make sense. So I have to do, detective work, skulk the shadows, discover what's going on behind the scenes. I found out that, I gotta watch my language on here. 'Cause there are some, wonderful ladies out there watching. I don't want to offend you with my derogatory language towards women. But let's just say this broad, she liked to be a little skanky. Mm. But let's just say after I was able to, you know, discover what's happening. Oh man, when I broke up with the broad, you don't know how much she was trying to fucking convince me to keep staying. And it's like, why would I want to stay with a cheater? You're studying some other dude. Then you want to come suck face with me. I don't know where that guy's mouth been. He could have been smoking cigarettes in the boys' room. And if you don't know what that reference is, then I suggest you learn it. As if you know, you know. So yeah, I have to deal with that, ladies and gentlemen. Being cheated on. Her stucky face with some jabroni. Nah, it was very horrible. Pissed me off. Do you know what I did for revenge? I love this. Oh, her mom was a how can I word this? She wasn't a social worker, but she was part of the program that I guess would take in kids. So I reported her ass. That's right. Me. Make it all channels. Get an investigation started. I was young, I was dumb, and I was vengeful. But yeah, that's what I did. Teach that bitch a lesson. Don't cheat, just break up. Then go be a whore. Don't be a whore in a relationship. That's a pro tip for the ladies and the fellas. Because fellas out there, you want to be a gigolo. There's nothing wrong with that, but just don't be a gigolo in a relationship unless it's okay. And then in that case, batters up. But yeah, women, don't be whores in a relationship. Just stick to one pogo stick at a time. Don't try to ride the whole village. Could end up very bad. Because believe it or not, you know, I kept tabs on that woman to see, how much of a skank she could be. And she became so skanky, ladies and gentlemen. She got stuck with baggage that she get rid of. I know, Dana. Wow. I know. My mind is blown too. It's still blown. This shit happened 20 something years ago. No, yeah. There's a wow there for everybody. But that's how I got my revenge. And even though I was able to bury that, it wasn't until after my, splitting apart from my ex, like all that stuff, came back and helped me become the best, He-Man woman hater I can be. It really did. Because see, I believe sexism helped makes the world turn. I know it's a controversial take, but allow me to, help you explain. Or me explain, you explain. I'm the one talking here, not you. But my confusion, the reason why, sexism help makes the world turn is we always have an example. No matter how you cut it, we got an example, ladies and gentlemen, of what not to do, what not to say, how not to act for either party. I'm not trying to, say it's like one or the other. No, it's a two-party system. It takes two people to fuck up, not just one. But that's part of the wackiness of what I do. Like I believe when we were talking about in the last episode, the guest star episode of Red Flags and Roses, when I had my illustrious co-host up there with me. Yeah, that's what led me into self-sabotage. After the split apart from the ex, I was just like, the hell with it. If I got to deal with all this craziness, I'd rather just sabotage myself, because at least at the end of the day, I can with myself. Dealing with crazy. That's why I got these grays coming back. Beard. The dye can't keep them down. My ex put me through a lot of stress. Ooh, man, you wouldn't believe. But I'm not gonna put her on blast like that, because honestly, if I was, I expect payment, and she's too cheap to pay me for the free advertising. So no, she will remain nameless and faceless. But yeah, now this is wacky shit, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess since I gave you one negative, I guess I owe you a positive. And you're screwed because I ain't got no positive. Got a funny story. Got a nice funny story. Did I tell this one? No. All right. This is back when I was a delivery driver. And for the people that have been watching the show, you know what I'm talking about. So if you don't know, go watch the past episodes. You hear what I was a delivery driver for. So, I'm doing my rounds, going where I need to go. And I get a request, which isn't, I know that you people at home are going to, find it hard to believe, but, I was popular as a delivery driver. I had a lot of requests. And when I had more hair on my head, yeah, some of there were some women questioning me. And even though it's tied down at the time, which I believe might have been, I don't know, I'm going to have to wait to hear from the people out there. It was either the best thing for me or the worst thing for me. So when I go to the request, I'm expecting to see her boyfriend. I see her and I see her friend. That's right. I mean, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, her friend, oh, I believe if I wasn't married at the time and I went in there as a single man, that I wouldn't have, just jumped into it. I probably would have knocked her up, put a ring on the finger, and then got divorced and stuck with child support. Yeah, That's how I would have seen things transpire through all that. Fucking wild, but yeah. She's all wanting to, check out the wares. Oh, Caesar, can you please hand me that one to see, please? Her friend, like I'm catching, through my peripheral vision, her friend, just smiling and like almost writing her hands together like Mr. Burns, thinking like, oh wow, what's that? I'm just thinking in the back of my head, is like, do you really think that I'm just going to cheat on at the time, my wife? Because believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, when I'm in a committed relationship, I may run and hide. I may disappear, but I'm not a cheater. No, I don't cheat. Because how the hell am I going to juggle more than one woman in my life? I mean, if I have trouble with one, me, me trying to live the Mormon lifestyle of having like a gaggle of women, oh my God, like I wouldn't have any hair up here or down here. I mean, hell, probably the hair on my chest would fall off from all the stress. Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen. Me looking like a hairless freaking chihuahua. So, she's trying to bat her eyelashes at me, get me to, want to do the googly eyes like, God, you're so beautiful. Oh, can I get your number, please? No. I had to stay professional in that moment. I had to keep my eyes on the prize. Excuse me, but just put them in the bag, man. And just for people out there, the fellas, when you call a woman ma'am that's around your age, it's an insult. No, that's why I use words like toots, dame, duchess. And when I'm feeling a little spicy, broad. When you use those words, they're they're nice. Doesn't give enough for the woman to get mad. Queen Dana, I don't know what you're saying wow to, but damn. I hope Tori just pizzazz it up, make you go wow. Because yeah, I've been cheated on, and I could have been the one doing the cheat, but I'm like, and having to like have an affair and deal with the missus, like, no, thank you. Nope, I will wait until after we split up. Then I'm gonna go horn dog crazy. But yeah, I was just being thrown at me, quite literally. Like there'd be times I'd be requested to go to, during a celebratory holiday, like a St. Patrick's Day, 4th of July. Well, not really 4th of July, more St. Patrick's Day, Cinco de Mayo, Halloween. When the college students are, at school, they're not back home. Oh my God. Yeah. Because if I wasn't tied down, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I'll probably, multiple children from different women. I'll have so much baby mama drama, not even Mari would be able to help me out. He'd be looking at me like, damn, Caesar, you should have wrapped it better. You should have wrapped it up and then, used some rubber bands and put a Doritos bag around it. Be like, look what you did. It's like, you might as well go to Utah with all this. But yeah, later on. Oh my god. Later on, after me and the ex called it quits, where we got tired of each other, we didn't want to be married anymore. That's when I learned about the wonderful world of codes. And when I talk about codes, it's like the whole shit going down the produce aisle. You know, if you got a pineapple in the front of your cart, that means you're available. You're horny, or like I don't know, like you prefer blondes. Like there's a whole like freaking code that you got to decipher when you go into the grocery store. Because there's times where it's like I got random broads trying to talk to me. I was like, "Yo, hey, lady, I'm not trying to do what your husband won't do. You know, I'm not trying to pick up his slack. It's like if you want that kind of attention, you know what to do. You know, throw some Benjamins my way. Maybe some grants. Doing it for free because you still want to know if you still got it. Like, no, fellas out there, if you get bothered in the produce section, never give it away for free. Trust me. Because if women can charge, so can us men. We can charge. Dang, I'm learning every day. I'm always learning something, Queen Dana. Never mind. Me learn something every day. Let me try that again. Even though I'm stubborn, I say controversial things. I'm learning. You know, I'm taking my sweet time to, I guess, get with the program. Yeah, I'm always learning something. Never mind with the giggles. Queen Dana, always insightful with what you see. But yeah, now, I've had a wild ride, ladies and gentlemen. It's been on both sides of the spectrum. Like I said, except for being a cheater, because to me that's just too much work. Having to hide it. There's like lipstick stain on the shirt, on the collar. Like holy shit! You know how hard it is to get that kind of makeup out of your clothes, fellas? It's a pain in the ass. So that's why if you do have to cheat, get a bib. Get a nice bib. So if there's makeup that gets on there, because she likes to, play kissy kissy on the neck, it get on the bib. You can just take it off, throw it, boom, bam. It won't come back to you. Yeah, I'm looking out for you fellas out there. But let's face it. Sometimes we get an offer we can't refuse. So we just, have to, jump on in there and check the temperature with our thermometer. And in those times, that's when you have to really maximize your ability to get away unscathed. No mystery scratches, no hickeys, no smeared makeup on the clothing. So you gotta be smart. Now you got a woman with nails. No offense. Make her wear gloves. Some nice rubber gloves, so she can't, leave any kind of marks on you. Because women notice that. Like if you got, scratches on your back that they didn't put, they're gonna wonder where you got them. And if you ain't got a good enough story, your ass is screwed. So always be creative, but believable. Telling you, I'm trying to give you the best advice that I can. So you don't want to play around. You want to fuck off. I'm giving you the tools to do it. You know, oh, maybe, just maybe, just maybe. Let's see something here, ladies. No, so got to scratch that idea. Yeah, that's out of the question too. So you got to deal with me rambling for a few more minutes. And I guess you could say, in the infinite wisdom of my ramblings, there's a new tidbit of advice. Think long and hard before you put a ring on her finger. Really think long and hard. Because see, if I would have went into it when I met up with my ex, because yeah, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, I was crazy enough to have an online relationship. Fly out to her, put a ring on her finger, get married. Yeah, yeah, that's how crazy I am. So really make sure that's the kind of crazy you want to settle down with for the rest of your life. Because for me, I don't know, my infamously famous co-host would disagree, but to me, love is like how much shit you would put up with from the other person before you get tired of them. Because you got to deal with them the rest of your life if you love them. So yeah, it's like, how much shit are you willing to put up with? I froze. Fuck. Thank you for telling me, Queen Dan. Let's see if I can fix this on the fly. I don't know why. I know why. It's when I picked up my laptop.
What would he do without me here to save his ass all the fucking time? Mm.
Saving my ass. I was, getting into a good ramble. Good ramble. How am I looking now? I think I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
So,
All right. I had a nice break. Thank you, beautiful. See, I get welcome back. People like me.
people are afraid to like me.
No, you got 1 point this time. You got 1 point. Someone likes you. Fucking broke your streak at 0.
I missed that perfect 0. I was like, who else was able to do that besides me?
Don.
People that not Miss Arrow. Really?
And Zach. Yeah.
Ay.
Don and Zach. That's the group you get taken with.
Well, maybe I should be grateful that I'm out of that group.
What did you talk about?
But then again,
because Queen Jane is bringing up Marley.
I think Queen Dana is implying that Marley is that 1%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That one vote to get me out of 0.
There you go. She's lifting you up. That's what a good woman does.
She's trying to imply.
She's lifting you up. That's what a good woman does.
Don't give ideas. Don't give her any ideas. I can't afford that.
too late.
That's a scary thought, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. All right, go take your half-hour break. I'll find something to do to entertain these.
Oh, I
folks.
will. Have fun out there, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some impressions.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, in the chat, guess who I am? Oh, some of you would say I'm Devin, but I was actually doing Caesar. So, yeah. Now, hold on. We'll see if it works. It's been a while. I just reattached it, during the half-hour break. So, and no, it doesn't. I don't even know what it's looking at. That's not here. Scared. That's not here. I don't know what's going on. Let's try it again. There we go. Uppies! That's so fucked up. What the hell? It seriously went someplace else. Caesar, you're in the chat. Did you see that, man? I put on the uppy cam and it showed like a camera from someplace that's not here. Oh. Oh. No. When I first turned it on, though, it wasn't here. It was someplace else. Yeah.
Just when you did it, I guess, the second time.
Yeah, when I first
I
put
thought
it,
it was the first one you did. I seen that.
yeah, there's like a
Let me
Snoopy
go
or
back on
something.
stream. Like 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was like it looked like there's a Snoopy or something like that, and it was like, that's not here at all. That's weird. The Ubby Cam is dangerous. The Ubby Cam is haunted. Maybe Roxy and I have something to talk about now. We can talk about haunting stuff. Dang, you people are staying up late. Well, I guess we found our night crew, right? Instead of having Jen do morning shows, maybe we ought to just put her on like, let's see, she's Central Time, 2:00 in the morning. Wiggle with Jen. I'm serious though, folks. Why don't we make it? I think we need to make a Wiggle app. I think that is a marketing plan that will work. I think that's like money on the table that we're just leaving there. There you go. Caesar just said it. Jen would be huge in Japan doing a Wiggle show. Just think about it. You just got to get it past Queen Dana. I got a feeling she's going to be like, nope. Yeah, look at this stuff. My sweetheart, whenever Caesar's up here, she makes sure to talk to him and stuff like that so that he has someone to talk back to. Me, no. Let him do it on his own. He's okay. Fuck him. I'm teasing. It's because I don't have anything else to say. want to see what the I say what happened. I bet you we looked inside Caesar's house. I am toking on a Cuban presidential elite. So, yeah. I figure if I'm going to be up till early, because I was up early, but I had incentive, I had motivation, I had things that I needed to do, people I care about, I had to take care of things, right? So I'm kind of operating on little and no sleep already, but that cord is pissing me off because it cuts me. I know I'm not the only one, so. I wish I would have planned this half hour out better. I could have used the half hour I spent eating. I cut up some green apples and I had that and a glass of water. I was like, okay, I'm re-energized. I got some sugar in me. I don't think it was enough. I should have thought about what I was going to do for a half hour. And I probably should have been very afraid of what Caesar was going to do during his half hour, because from looking at the chat, it may have been bad. Oh. Okay. I can do what I normally do. I can do the lineups, right? So tomorrow we've got a busy day. Tomorrow we have a busy day because at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Jen is returning. So you told them about your first girlfriend that ended up cheating on me. You got revenge by reporting her mom. Okay. So Jen's going to be like, I don't know what she's talking about or what the show's about. Yeah, that's what marriage does, is it stops you from having multiple babies, mamas, I guess. So I don't know what she's going to be talking about, but she's going to be back, and she's got a game plan, from what I understand. She's wanting to come in and talk before switching over to her new home. And then later on in the afternoon, I believe it will probably be like, I'm going to say 7 Eastern, because I don't have the time set for that. We're going to try the setup for the rig for the Players Club, and I don't know if Goose will be available, so I had to pick a solitaire game. I had a solitaire game where you called on demons to defeat Behemoth. That's solo play, but I don't know how well that would translate to some of the viewers. However, and I was able to get some codes to where all you have to do is pay for shipping. From Wise Wizard Games, we're going to do a short show on Sherlock Solitaire. It is a turn back so you can see the back. It is a solitaire game, a card game. Clever little one. I actually like this one. And because like Goose is like, okay, you're going to shuffle it, you're cheat. Because for those who don't know, I do card magic tricks all the time. So like no one will play cards with me because they think I'm like Dylan from the bottom of the deck when I'm not and shit like that. So or that I'm giving them specific cards. I'm not. So for the show, I brought out the trusty card shuffler. Yep. Put them in there. And that way, no one can say, because I'm fairly good at that game. Oh. But that'll be tomorrow evening, and then we may go into the Gamers Asylum later in the evening. Queen Dana asked me to play the mortuary assistant. Yeah, it's the mortuary assistant. Kind of a weird game. It's got what's supposed to be jump scares. Jump scares don't really catch me all that much. But it's, you have to do like the embalming process on people. And then try to find out what demon's possessing them or whatever, and then cremate them. Because for monetization purposes, it's the only mature rated game that we have currently over there. I'm going to see how that one holds out, and see if it's monetizable. If it is, we'll move to some more mature rated games. And then Queen Dana pointed me out to another game. I can't remember that we're definitely going to have some long streams in the arcade of. Hold on a second, let me pull it up. And then, if anyone has any ideas on any games they'd like to see me play over in the arcade, or Caesar play, or Goose, either hit me up in the chat here or in the comments. Let me know. Because I'd like to know what you guys would like to see. And because we are talking about in a group playing a few games like Content Warning. And because no one likes me, Peak. Yeah, Pragmata. Now, she showed me it. I was like, I remember seeing the name, but I don't remember much about it, right? And then I went and I looked at it, watched the trailer, and then reserved it. Because it is what I do. Yes, this is going to take me all the PC games. They had a fairly decent spring sale too. I think I even sent Caesar a few games from it that were fairly decently priced. Uh-oh. Hey, Queen Dana, I'm in the sell section for video games. I'm closing it. But yeah, we're going to try some different, mature rated games. She asked for the mortuary assistant. And then there's a fan made game called the something Cryodyne. It's with the Terminator. I think it's the Cryodyne Files. Anyway, I got it. Tipped the creator nicely. Told him I wanted to stream it. He's like, please. So we are going to do that one at some point. So the arcade over there is kind of bustling. Somehow Caesar, he is the only video game streamer I have ever known had someone get told to take down the video, and he was playing an E-rated game, and somehow it got struck for disturbing content. And it was not from anything Caesar did, but I could see him sitting in front of his camera laughing his ass off. To him, this is hilarious as fuck, right? Somehow he got it where it had to be taken down. for encouraging, supporting, and something else pollution, anti-religious propaganda, because I think his comparing it to doom or something like that. Like, Lord. He's over there shaking his head. Yes, he is. Here. Oh, okay, I got your audio on now.
Oh man, like that game, My Little Universe, has got the creative gears is churning in my head. Oh man, yeah, I was comparing it to like what happens in between the events of Doom 1 and Doom 2. Because in that game, My Little Universe, you start out on a little planet named Hades, Greek for hell. And then you got to escape that place, which could have been like the little world he gets transported to at the end of Doom 1.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was like, yeah, this is the adventures of Doom Guy. Why he wasn't there to protect his precious little bunny. But when you think about it, Doom is the least anti-religious game. If anything, it's the
Your sound cut out entirely. And then something blared in my ear. And then you froze. Caesar's having all kinds of problems. I was there because I was running the stream, but yeah, I couldn't say I was paying full attention because I had a bunch of other things going on. Dude was talking about, this is Doom Guy, and he's like, you get to cut down trees, cause pollution, throw it in the ocean to make more land, stuff like that. YouTube did not like him at all. So
how am I sounding now? Am I coming in all right?
Yeah, you're coming in now.
Okay. Yeah. Because in that game, the funny thing that you have to do is when you cut down trees or you mine rocks, whatever materials you harvest, there's part in the game where you have to go to like this little white square and throw stuff. And in the part of the game I was in, you were just throwing stuff right into the ocean. So I'm like, wow, like this is like pro pollution when you think about it, because it's just showing the character just throwing stuff, dumping shit into the ocean. But yeah, YouTube didn't appreciate my observations.
Mm-hmm.
Assholes.
Yeah. So let's see. We've got. Let's look at some numbers, because I know that there's some people that really, really care about this. So first, we're going to look at the videos, because there's one video in particular, and she probably should have took the bet, right? Is it 9,142 views? That video would be 1,000 lifetimes by our very own Queen Dana. You want to check that out over in the video section. Beautiful, beautiful song.
Yeah.
So
You
let's
don't want
see.
to miss it.
And then let's dashboard, because everybody likes to know the numbers of the channel for some reason. Well, we are on the verge of tipping 19.9K. And then after that, right at the point where we would hit 20K on the main channel. Let's see how the little arcade's doing. Our little baby show. It's had its days here recently. I think it's like 2 weeks old.
Yeah, leaps and bounds. What is it now? Like pushing 7?
No, it's
Pushing 6.
It's 5,734 subscribers.
Just pushing 6,000. Nice.
Yeah. Which is not easy. It's an all video game channel, so that's these are hard to wiggle with sometimes. So yeah. Anyway, so that's there. trying to.
Beautiful thing to see.
Mm-hmm.
All the beautiful people out there. Thank you for all that love and support. All the subscribers on both channels.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've had amazing
The
support.
arcade and the asylum. Oh, it's a beautiful thing to see.
Yep.
Leaps and bounds. That's what it is right now. Leaps and bounds.
Yeah, the tremendous amounts of support from people. So I'm fixing right now to see if the mortuary assistant, if they can take my money, they can take everybody else's. Like I said, don't make me go to Rumble YouTube. I will. Queen Dana's back. See, she left me. She hung around. He's sitting just hanging out. He sucks at taking breaks. I left. I got up out of my desk, walked outside, smoked a cigarette, drank some water, ate a green apple, all this other shit. He went, I think he hit something in some glass, and then he sat back down and he's like, let's just do this. I'm not putting you on screen. So go, you got 6 minutes. Find something to do. Enjoy yourself. Lord. He's like, I need my screen time. It's going to be, Let's see. So, yeah, both channels are doing very well, and Queen Dana missed it. Yep. You're well over 9K. And your channel's ready to go to 19.9. Can I make a deal with the viewers? Like I did last time? The kind of deal that got us the 48 hours. Can I make a deal with them? Because like if we got 20K by the end of Jen's stream, I think that would be monumental, right? And yeah, maybe you should take that bet. Because it would have to go to 1K by the end of tomorrow night. It would have to went up 1K, which it went up 2K and 3K in one night. So maybe not, but should take that bet. Because see, here's the thing: if she won, she would have got a personal concert with 3 songs, one of which is original. But did Queen Dana take that bet? No. She did not. That was the bet. If you won, what you got was a concert with 3 a private concert. Yeah, you should be 10K. You only need 1K to get to 10K. You only need you need under 1,000. You need like 800 views, and then you'd be at 10K by the end of tomorrow. And if you think it's stalled down, that would have been the same bet. You would have got that concert. Should have took it. Good Lord, is this ever going to change, or is it just going to sit there stuck? That's from April 9th, so that's 6 days ago. Yep, and if she lost, she'd cam up. For me, the rest of you don't get it. Right? See? Would have been fair. But she turns the camera. I was like, "Hi, Jason." Done. Right? Me, I gotta, slave over some sheet music and, sit and think about, a background accompaniment to put a solo to. Okay, she says, but I know you, Jason. You would have told the viewers that, and they'd push it. Yeah, I am a promoter. Me. That's what I do. I promote. I promoted your video already today. So what do you think? Do you think we ought to make them a deal on the 20K? If we make it to 20K by the end of Jen's stream today, right? We're not even at 19.9. So it'd have to be over 100 subs, right? She's laughing. So it'd have to be over 100 subs. If they pulled off that, I think if our viewers did that, I think we should do something for them, right? Did Caesar actually, he's wearing his grandpa glasses again, and I think he's texting Clementine. Oh no, he's playing a game. Ah, yeah. He shook his head. No, I looked over. He's like, no, I've got my little Zelda game. Fuck you. Yeah. So, okay. So see, to reach 20K, let's see. To reach 20K, we would need 110 subs before Jen streams over. If we reach that, my proposition is 72. And then I'll cut the 12-hour streams the week prior. We'll just do regular, like, 8-hour ones. Caesar's over there going, what the fuck is he doing? He's making deals. And here's the thing. Jen says she's primed and ready. That she's revving to go. We can do one of those 8-hour days that's just Jen. I hear that a lot. You know what I mean? Like, we want just Jen. Let's have just Jen. We'll give her like an hour or two. She's laughing. Queen Dana's laughing. So either she's laughing at she's laughing at or my idea to go 72. Like, no, stupid. I told you no enough. Quit fucking asking. Wiggle wiggle. I can, wiggle means yes, doesn't it? In some foreign language, it means yes, right, Caesar?
Yes, it does.
Queen Dana said, yep. Okay, so that means
It's Tibetan. It's Tibetan for yes.
Is it really? He's laughing. He's full of shit. I would know.
No, it's for real. It's for real, bruh. We got to tell the people. Wait. When you Tibet, you say that.
Yeah. So
it means yes.
Yeah. So Queen Dana said, "Yep." So it looks like I can't do it. I see the no underneath it.
Yeah, I mean, such a seasoned veteran.
Yeah. So okay, it's your time to. Yeah, it's your time to come back now.
I think Jenna can handle it.
No. Just 4 hours of an 8. You want me to spring it on her tomorrow? All right. Tomorrow, Jen has a 4-hour stream starting at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard. She did say that she could swing a half hour by herself without any prep, right?
I believe so. I believe that's what I remember hearing.
Okay. Yeah, she said no 72. Sorry, people. I tried. Remember, this isn't a bad decision. I know. Here's the thing. She's concerned about my health. I understand it, and I promised her I wouldn't do it. That this would be the last 48 I even threw out there. So I've got to be creative, like to do long streams. So, and because I promised, like I intend to keep my word. So, you know, I love Dana. anything said to her, she can take to the bank. So, but yeah, so then why don't? Okay, is the bad decision throwing 4 hours on Jen, or was it the 72? Because I really want to make
I believe it's a 72.
Yeah, because I really want to make the decision of 4 hours. Because she's got an hour. It's just adding 3 extra hours to it. She told Caesar and I she's got 10 years
Big
in the
deal.
game, right? And it's not a big deal. Boom. I'll be there. I'm staying up till 3 Eastern. So by the time we close, it's done. And I'll be there. Just so you know, Caesar, you're on camera.
Oh,
Looking. I'll see you laughing.
I know. Oh man,
She says,
4 hours from Jen.
Okay, she said Jen's
I'm
going to
gonna
get
be
me.
there.
She says Jen's going to get me, right? To get us to, right? So I think we can make this decision if we want to. I'll tell you what. I'm in a giving mood. Okay? Because this particular stream has something writing on it. Okay? So, two hours. $2 hours and then the 1,000 per 5. There we go. No birds, no dead air. Do. Whenever Jen wakes up, she's got a nice surprise in the morning. I love it.
Well, she most definitely does.
Oh, you know
Remember
what?
those days when things were surprising me.
Well, this was a surprise. Yeah, Queen did ask me. She's like, "Did you already talk to Caesar about this all night stream?" And I was like, "No, I'm going to wait and spring it on to him right before we go on. That way, he doesn't have a lot of time to say no to me, right?" And I did right before we went on. I was like, it was like a half hour before we went on. I was like, "Hey, you want to do all night?" Because here's why. And he's, "Yeah, bro, let's got this. Let's get this. It'll be gnarly." There you go. That's how it works.
Yeah.
That was the one mistake Dana made, was she thought Caesar would shut me down on on long streams. And I knew he wouldn't.
Yeah,
So right so she went to, because
like you said, I'm a little crazy. So hearing that, like, wait, we could do an all-nighter? Like, I was excited. Hard to say no.
because for some reason whenever we're doing it ain't what it ain't. It doesn't feel like Caesar, if I told you we've put in 6 hours, what would you say?
It feels like a 4-pack.
Yep.
But it's been 6 already?
Yeah.
Damn. That's how it is. Time flies.
Yeah. It's because we're
literally
bullshitting and
flies.
having fun. You know what I mean? It's not.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
It's not drudging through something we don't want to talk about. Or don't care about. Of course, we never do that though. It's like if like I don't want to talk about it. Okay, next. Yeah. That's why whenever I said we could do 4 or 5 days of 12-hour streams, Caesar didn't have a problem with it, and I didn't, because I knew what we'd do. We'd do what we always do.
Yep. It's what we do. We're like, two troubadours. Out there just spreading tales.
Yeah.
In foils.
See, because like I said, you could have a 12-hour stream. With Caesar's Legos, he builds them quick, right?
I like that analogy. We're like 2 troubadours out there.
Yeah. Like if we did 12-hour stream and we did Legos, right? Caesar builds his real quick. I've got mini blocks. These take a lot of fucking time, you know, because you've got to like use tweezers and crap like that. It's not fun. You can't. You know how Caesar, like, he'll put his pieces out and he likes to look through them and kind of sort just a little bit. With mini blocks, you've got to sort them all out, put them in little containers and stuff like that, because there's no way you're going to fish out the piece you want. Not like that. Even in bags. So, you know.
Excuse me.
Now, Queen Dana showing some love. She says, thank you to everyone that's staying and hanging out with us. We appreciate you all. We do. We do.
Yeah,
And
most
we're
definitely
actually,
do.
we were worried about some about view times and stuff like that. Queen Dana, this should make you very happy, because I'm looking at some numbers. She says, thank you for hitting that like and sub button. It's because of all of you we continue to grow. That's true. If it weren't for you folks, we probably wouldn't keep pushing as hard as we do. But we don't want to let you down. You know, like some other people that get in their fees and cancel a sleep stream. No, we don't cancel the sleep stream. We go out and do it for the fool that canceled them. Betcha he's one of the viewers right now.
He probably is sitting there, you know, tears streaming down his face. Little cup full of Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
Sipping
Cody,
the pain away.
now Cody, this is how you do it, brother. See, this is how you do it. I know you've been
just
confused.
do it.
I don't think Cody and I did anything over 3
Or
hours.
do you?
Well, I take that back. We did the Halloween thing, but that was me going out to haunted spots. So, wasn't that hard?
Yeah, you did. Like a bunch of times. Like, I mean, hell, with my first overnight stream during the Thanksgiving and the Black Friday, you went out to, you know, check out all the crowds and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, give us a real world look at, you know, how Black Friday is going.
Yeah, at least around here, and it wasn't going very well at any of the stores. And Queen says, yeah, and the new content.
Slow.
Yeah, the new content's coming. It is. I've been working very diligently on some of it. Queen Dana's been. I would hate to be your keyboard. Heck, maybe I'd like to be it. I thought about it. I'd like to be your keyboard. It's all I use. Because, yeah, she's been, you know, writing her little heart out. So that, and see, I'll leave this message in for any future creators. I see. At one point in time, I said, "Oh, I'll just take a little bit, right, to put into to put in like for stuff like that." I changed my mind, because it was like, okay, you know, our creators will come in after we're monetized. They'll want to come in. Well, any shows after monetization has a 50-50 cut. 50% of it will go to the NCO or the MPO. If Queen Dana wrote it, Queen Dana gets 50%. So now it's not an advantage to wait. It's an advantage to help build. And trust me, that 50-50 split's a better deal than you would have gotten from Becky Boop, Keemstar, or anyone else. So, but a regular show like the arcade stuff like that, that'll be a 50-50 split. The MPO gets 50 of it. Like I said, here on the main channel, if Queen Dana's running it, she gets 50. Yeah. And then if it's not something she's done, but like she's running the OBS and stuff like that, she can take 30 of the 50 and then be 20, whatever. I don't care how it gets done, but it's no longer advantageous to wait. till I got to thinking
Exactly.
about it.
You want to get in on the ground floor before monetization.
Right. Because then you show,
Afterwards,
yeah, afterwards it's yes, it's a benefit because you've got the audience. You know what I mean? And you've got the views. Every video comes back with over 1K views. So you're getting in front of people, right? You're getting eyes on you. So it's beneficial there, right? You don't have to struggle through the monetization process on your own because this shit sucks, right? So that's the benefit. But the other part of it is if you're not here before, nothing I can do. You know? And the way I just laced it out was like any new show at all. Boom. That one takes a 50-50 split. And so just, I think it was what, 20% for the MPO?
yes.
And then like if Dana wrote it, there was like an extra 10 for her. And then an extra 10 for the OBS runner. And I said I would, or 5 for the OBS runner. And I said I would give it to Dana if it was on her channel. So, yeah. Actually, I think it was 10% the MPO. Yeah, because they would have had 75 and the Asylum would have had 25. And then once we got to a certain point in the escrow on the MPO, it would be used to get equipment for streamers that needed it. So, yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's how it is.
And I've been moving and shaking on some of these ideas that have been coming to me. I am not the most noisy of movers, especially if I want to surprise someone with something. You know, or I think it's big. Like the MPO was worked on for maybe 2 months because it's got to be done by attorneys. It was done maybe 2 months before I told Queen Dana about it. Because I wanted to make sure I could do it. I didn't want to be like, oh, we're working on this, right? And we're going to get it done. And then be told, you know what I mean, at the finalization point, we can't do it. And I wouldn't do that to him. When it was told, okay, we just need to get this, and this done. And then, you know what I mean, it's a couple months wait. And I was like, okay, so they can't, so we're been approved. We are go. Yeah, okay. Then I can tell her. And I've got, you know, I may have something that weighs 3 tons in the weight. So, for special occasions, I guess.
Yeah. What kind of surprises you got up your sleeve?
Ladies and gentlemen, I bought the Gamers Asylum monster truck. For those that don't know, I used to own the Havoc truck. No, I did not buy a monster truck, but that'd be cool as fuck, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would.
I'm not
You got to
joking.
get some footage.
I'm not
Press here at the Asylum to do anything out there.
Oh, well,
That would be
here's
hard
no.
as
I'm not
fuck,
driving
bro.
this shit. What the fuck? I did that in my younger days and paid dearly. Oh, you don't drive it.
I drive it?
No, I've seen you drive. You ruined it.
I'm a good driver. I get to point A to point B safely.
Yeah, I've seen you drive on dirt tracks. You know,
I mean, I might cut some
dirt
people.
master. Yeah.
You know,
No.
I can't slam into people like I do in the games. You know, that's a nice joy in the video game realm.
Actually,
Out here,
if you're
my insurance rate could be insane.
Actually, if you're in a monster truck, you kind of do want to slam into things. No, I used to own the heavy truck. I drove it a couple times because I got Mike's. So now we're going to talk about monster trucks. I got my start when I was 16 with a gentleman named Fred Schaefer who owned a truck named Barefoot. It was a big Dodge. One of my first jobs was shaving tires. See, there's
And you do that to shave the tread off, make
Yeah.
them bald.
no. I would shave a new tread into them because back then they were tractor tires.
Okay.
So what I would do is I'd put a new
so
tread
then
on them.
You make the new tread.
I cut from
Nice.
the original tread into new tread. That would stick in the dirt better, or if like these things didn't have rear steer, so letting it slide a little bit. Now they absolutely do not. The BTK tires, they do not. They allow a little bit of slide, but it's a forced slide. You've got to gas into it. If they don't have on the gas, it'll turn kind of tight. But yeah, and they don't have. They still shave tires though. They still shave tires because you need to point out the tread if the dirt's tacky, if it's sticky, And it changes at every place because they're bringing the dirt into different arenas from different places. If it's loose, like powdery dirt, you need that thicker tread. Otherwise, you'll dump. You'll switch. The second you hit that rear steer and it knifes up, especially if you're going too fast in that turn. So they still shave tires, and that was the way you get in. You shave tires, and then back then there wasn't like a monster truck, mechanics academy, right? So you learned from the guy. They were just regular trucks that had lift kits, but they weren't lift kits like what we have now. It was rigged up to have those tires put on them. And it's not like monster trucks now that are built for that size and built to do what they do. You know what I mean? The old barefoot, if the body fell off of it, it was a problem because that was metal. Now the current barefoot still is a thing, but it's fiberglass. They can lose the body and it not mean anything. Queen Dana says he's driving the Asylum RV, Lamau. No, he's not. Not with me. You can ride with him. There you go.
You wouldn't ride in the vehicle that I was driving?
No. Don't feel offended because I won't do it with anyone.
I'm a good driver.
So don't feel offended because I won't do it with anyone. I get car sick.
For like just a quick spin around the block?
When I taught my kids how to drive, I used to have to take Dramamine to keep from puking. So no, a quick spin around the block.
Oh, damn. You're a passenger, right? When you're driving, you're fine.
When I'm driving,
just
I'm
when you're-
fine. Yeah, but if I'm sitting over there where I don't have control and I'm looking out the window and shit like that, bad. And see, you don't have to worry about it because according to the United States government, I am a professional driver. Yours truly, and I'm going to find some
That
wood.
you are.
This is knocked on wood now. Yours truly has never been in an accident. When you work at the post office, you take close to 2 months worth of driver's training because any accident you have will be your fault, even if you're hitting the rear. As a matter of fact, I saw it firsthand. There was a young lady. She had 2 kids, and she had one of those old dinosaur Jeeps. As it's transitioned them into the LLVs, and we still had some of the Jeeps left. And she was at a stop sign or at a stoplight. The light was red, and someone tanked her from behind, flipped that whole Jeep over on its hood. Right? I'm out there collecting mail. That's obviously tipped over and stuff like that. There's blood. She had been taken away and stuff like that. And the postal inspectors were out there. They were getting ready, working on how they were going to get rid of her because the accident would be considered her fault. Now, not the insurances aren't going to say that, but the post office will. It's like if you ever have a letter carrier and you think a letter carrier is a little bit overreactive to your dog, it's because if you're bit, yes, the post office is going to sue you for your dog biting, right? But they're going to tell the letter carrier, we trained you not to be bit by a dog, so the bite was your fault because you're on their property. So that's why some people will be like, why'd you mace my dog? He's just, you're walking up, so he's barking. Well, it's because if that little tugger nips him a little bit, he can lose his job. No one wants to lose a $35 an hour job because a dog is a little playful and that mace doesn't hurt him. It's a mild irritant. Bothers. It's enough. Normally, a letter carrier won't even actually spray them.
Goes away.
Yeah, won't even spray them. They'll just spray it next to them, and it stinks, right? And the dog runs away because they don't like the idea that you can shoot something at them. Unless you're a Chihuahua. Chihuahuas will eat that shit. I've told the story before.
I had that string of mace.
Yes, like eating the shit. And then get pissed off if you ran out or didn't have any more. It was like the little fucker on my route took 2 cans every day. And then I'd have his owner bitching because it marks them. It makes them orange. The concept behind this is if it's a stray dog, the police department can find the dog to test to see if it's had its rabies shots or test if it's had rabies. It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So the little fucker was orange all the time. And he was supposed to be, those white Chihuahuas, he was one of those. And he was just stained orange all over the place. Why are you shooting my dog with mace? I was like, have you seen this little shit? And what was funny is when she's holding him, he's acting like a little baby, just shaking like, oh, the mailman's so mean to me. I should have grabbed it from her hands and punted the damn thing then. It's like my dad had Chihuahua named Butch, right?
No, they're cantankerous little fuckers.
Yeah. And he never nipped at my father once. He would sit on my father's lap all day long, right? But if one of my sisters or my mother walked near him, Chihuahuas aren't dogs, they're little demons.
Well, they definitely can be.
It's usually like, I've got one.
Definitely a loudmouth.
Yeah. Oh, they look.
He's a loudmouth.
Pitbull Chihuahuas.
Barks at every little thing he can.
Yeah. Well, here was the funny thing about Butch. He had something wrong with like a gum infection, so he had all of his teeth out. Right. So here's the thing about Chihuahuas: when it bites, they hurt because they've got these little sharp teeth. Big teeth don't hurt as bad because it's a blunt bite, right?
Yeah.
Butch had his teeth out and it still fucking hurt. I don't know. I'll tell you what, the next most aggressive dog I knew, it was my older sister's. Its name was Dixie. And it was a teacup Pomeranian? No. Shit. What are those little dogs that they're normally like black on their back and then have brown hair and it's like a foofy looking haircut type thing? It's not a Pomeranian. I don't think it's a Pomeranian.
Oh.
But it was a teacup.
Shih Tzu?
So no, it wasn't a shit hook.
Long hair.
Let's see. The
Yorkie?
Yes, it was a Yorkie. You're right. It was a teacup Yorkie. I looked up teacup dogs and they have a teacup Doge. I want the teacup Doge now. My God, it's adorable. Oh, I'm such a wuss. Here, I'm gonna put him. I'm gonna put him up here. I want him. I want him. Him. Her. Whatever. I want the teacup doge. He looks mean. I like him because he looks mean. It's like Riley. Riley looked crazy. I loved her because of that. She looks crazy because she is, but you know, I need that. I need that.
Looks like you got a teacup Yorkie coming away soon.
A what?
A teacup Yorkie.
Oh no, that was a teacup doge.
Or are you looking at Chihuahuas?
No, the one that I just had that was up there is a teacup doge. I want that one. I want one that looks. I want one that looks mean, but isn't. Well, it's mean to everybody else but me, like Riley. You know. So, I'll tell you what. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we'll be back. And we'll continue our discussion. I will tell you about the teacup Yorkie that had no teeth. We'll be back in right after this.
You feel that? That little change in the air? The way you say my name don't sound like Fred no more. We used to talk all night, laughing about somebody else's drama. And then your hand brushed mine, and my whole world leaned a little closer. You're on my couch, same hoodie, same cologne, but I feel you in my bones. Can't play it off when every look is saying don't go home. Tell me, did you feel that shiver when our fingers crossed that line? 'Cause every word is different when your lips this close to mine. These are the signals of a heart when friends turn into lovers in the dark. Two hearts, one beat, you and me, syncing up so sweet, naturally. Didn't see it from the start. Now I'm falling to the rhythm of your arms. Two hearts, one beat, running on the signals. Love. We used to trade advice about the ones who never understood us. Now I'm pressed to your white tee, and I swear they never really could touch this. You say my dress looks different tonight. I catch your breath, I catch your eyes. One slow kiss, now we're reading all the signs. Can we ever go back to the way we used to be? Or did one soft good night turn into baby you and me? You know the signals of the heart, the signal forever. Pretending to lovers in the dark. Two hearts, oh me, syncing up so sweet, naturally. cross that line, then baby, I don't want to turn back. You hear it? That's you and me. Two hearts, one beat. These are the signals of the heart.
And we're back.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we're back. Queen Data says it looks spoiled. Well, if it was my pupper, obviously it would be spoiled.
Most definitely be spoiled.
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt about that.
My puppers have their own bed with their own room. They've got a TV, stuff like that, so they don't get bored. They like watching TV. It's on Animal Planet. I'm not joking. All of them go in and watch dog shows. Yeah. It's kind of cool. I don't have dogs, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Right? Because when people come over, they're like, "Oh, I love your dogs." I was like, "Don't call them dogs, please. They're pitty boos, pit bulls, right?" And then Riley's is a pupper. If you call them a dog, it makes them feel like they're less, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, makes them feel like they're less, and they're part of the family, though. So, they're my pit bulls and my pupper. Imagine going to someone's house and be like, "I love your dog. You mean my pit bull? Please don't ever fucking call the dog again." I had an idea and I have to check it out. See, I know who I can bother right now. Oh shit, is it coming through?
Yeah.
Wait,
Who can we bother right now?
Did it come through?
Did what come through? What do you mean by what came through? Was that hear this?
The guitar.
Queen Dana is saying yes. Interesting. I heard a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. On my end, it shows like it actually is, like it's coming through.
From my end, I only heard a couple chords, but apparently Dana's hearing it. Queen Dana's able to hear it. She's, sitting there like ready to light her pickup.
Bite her what? Oh, light her pickup. I said bite her.
Yeah, like no, you dirty-minded scoundrel. Get your
That's
mind
what
out
it
of the
sounded
gutter.
like you said.
No, that's not what I was saying at all.
Mm.
That's awesome that she was able to hear it, but it's weird on my end.
It might be the noise
I just,
cancellation on
like-
Discord.
It could be because to Queen Dana, she's saying she heard your guitar loud and clear on my end. It was like if you hear like that first maybe like couple of seconds of when you hit the strings.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that, but then it just cut right out.
It may be like the
That's
noise
interesting. I gotta watch
cancellation that's
that.
on Discord. And it's just not, it's going through on
Yeah,
OBS and then get into YouTube. Queen Dana, he pretty much
but-
said that you were going to bite your dick off. That's what I believe he said.
No, I said that she's gonna be out there flicking her big. flicking her bic.
Okay.
Like how they used to do at the rock concerts, you know, they light it up.
Yep.
You know, they light their lighter,
Yeah.
hold it up in the air, flick their bic. That's what I was talking
Now
about.
they use their cell phones.
That's sad.
Yeah. They use the light on their
Using
cell
their
phones.
cell phones.
Yep.
Shameful. Doesn't take any skill to hold a phone with this light on. But to hold a bic while it's lit and not burn your thumb or blow your hand off or a finger, depending on how much lighter fluid's in there. Yeah,
Didn't most people just use Zippos? That's what I always carried.
probably before the bic became, you know, the simpler, cheaper alternative.
Actually, if you maintain them, the Zippos are cheaper in the long run. And like, you know how people worry about running out of fluid
Yeah,
and
especially since
flints?
bics are not refillable.
Yeah. You know how like people run it
Yeah.
with it? They've got these little things that go on your keychain, right? And
Interesting.
you put fluid and it has flints and stuff like that in it so that it's a little metal canister. I keep one on mine. So if the Zippo runs off fluid.
Nice.
So what am I listening to? We're talking about, have you not been to a concert and good Lord, Dana.
You know, it's, this is, you know, my Zippo.
I just keep one of the plain ones.
I used to carry around.
Yeah.
I
See-
used to, you know, carry the good old camel one.
See,
Yeah, this thing is a long drive.
I've got really good ones, like and ones that the kids have got me and stuff like that. I won't carry those because I know what'll happen.
Yeah.
I'll lose it, and then I'll get pissed that, you know, that I lost it. But yeah, I guess it's a good thing I can't remember any songs on guitar, right? Tuck me up. It's been a long time since I played.
You can just, you know, strum one out.
What?
A Havoc original. Yeah.
Did
know,
you,
just
I said back me
freestyle.
up. You not put me out on Front
I
Street.
am, well, I know it's been a long time. I'm just saying, you know, in your practice,
Hmm.
you know, when you know,
No one wants to watch my practice because
the
it's
guitar
always
again.
it's always really bad. Practice until it
I
goes
understand that.
down is horrible.
I'm just what ultimate suggestion though is like you just let it come out. You know what I mean? You just, you know, strum out a ballad. You know, have yourself one hell of a guitar solo with the Havoc original. Yeah. You know, give yourself the time. You know, don't do it tonight. Maybe, you know, we can save it for another special occasion. Because, I mean, this is not special enough of an occasion for that. You know what I mean? Because we
It's
gotta,
a perfect
you know,
time.
do
There's
the
only
heavy
2
lifting.
viewers. And it's probably you and Dana.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Now would not be the perfect time. It's just because of the premise. You know, we got to be doing the all night for the, you know, the little jabroni that couldn't. We got to do that heavy lifting.
I don't know if I can remember it. I'll give you a riff, okay? But I don't know if I can remember it. Hold on. Let me pull the mic up till I make sure I can play it. And then we all agree I never have to do this ever again, right? On a stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, he will more than likely have to do this at another time and date in the near future.
All right, I think I remember it. Did you say I will more than likely have to do it again or won't? It better have been won't.
Let's let the viewers decide that.
And they said no.
He most definitely won't be doing this again in the near future. So definitely.
He most definitely will not. He can still hear
Get your
Caesar
picks
talk.
Light them sons of bitches.
It's just a riff. Don't get your hopes up. There, you got a couple notes of an opening riff. You know the song. Oh, you couldn't hear it, so
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything, but damn.
you got a couple riffs of an opening song. There you go. It was "My Life" by the Beatles, or "In My
Damn.
Life." Yeah.
You went way back. Those people out there. Nice.
See, we're playing off memory because I don't have shit in front of me.
Was that from the Beatles before or after their psychedelic journey?
I believe before.
Yeah. A lot of the earlier shit, I can get down with that. Some of the stuff afterwards when they went on their journey is just like, ooh. Like, damn. Where'd you guys go? Wasn't like Jim Morrison. That guy would take you on a journey. Where's that?
Not one to pick up over. Well, holy shit, now the thing doesn't want to turn off. And then, for those who don't know, the last part there was Plush by Stone Temple Pilots. The guitar does not want to turn off.
Odd.
Now, for those who don't know, this is like an Enya travel guitar, right? It's carbon fiber acoustic, but it's electric. It's got its own processor inside of it. Now it turned off. Yep, I'm not. There was your free
That
show.
was a one and done, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. In case you want to show your friends,
You
you
don't.
got to show them this
You
part.
don't. You don't.
Just in case,
You don't.
because you got some fans out there.
You don't.
You got some fans out there.
You don't. It'll be edited out before this goes on. Mm-hmm.
So it's literally a live exclusive. If you weren't here in the moment, then you missed out.
Yeah.
No, I like that idea. Because think about it. If you want to be able to brag about hearing my illustrious co-host Havoc, playing the guitar a little bit on stream, you had to be here live. Because if you weren't alive, I'm gonna sound like a crazy son of a bitch when you watch the back of the video and it's edited out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of wackiness we give you here from the Asylum. So sometimes, when people say something happened on the stream and just because it's not there, doesn't mean they're lying. Just means they're a little crazy.
Put it back. They know why I won't this. Okay. I don't like the way it feels because it's got smaller frets because it's a travel guitar. Goose came at me with a Fender. So I told him put the fuck back. Because he knows what my excuse would be for not playing any more than that. It would be because, you know what I mean? Little shit. I thought I raised him better than that. What? What?
Sounds like another way of saying like what Hank Hill would. That boy ain't right.
Mm.
Can you do a Hank Hill?
Can I no, because I can't. Like, to do it, I have to have the voice in my head, and I can't picture Hank's voice. I said Hank.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You said Hank Hill, and the only thing I've got in my head is Gomer Pyle. Sergeant Carter, Sergeant Carter. Oh, golly. Jim Neighbors.
Oh yeah, just hear what you like thinking about it and how he came up with Gomer Pyle. Then I just like in my mind combining the two, like two polar opposite of personalities.
That
How
boy
would
ain't
Hank
right.
Hill be as Gomer Pyle?
Yeah. He's laughing so hard he's clipped himself, so you can't hear it.
I clipped myself.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
you laughed so hard you clipped yourself.
Damn.
Was that funny, huh?
Was that it was. Damn. Just
You know the voice I used to get asked to do all the time was Brian from Family Guy.
dude. You could do a pretty good Brian, huh?
Yeah. I used to. Like I said, I've got to be thinking of it. You know. It's like whenever I did.
Get you.
Whenever I did Optimus Prime for Zach. I can't do it now because it's not in there. But Zach, you're Earth's last hope. Goose says and says I should do like movie preview announcing. I don't want to take the little guy's job. In a world,
I can see. I can definitely see that.
in a world not too far away from our own, Caesar sits alone playing with his toy dolls, thinking about Clementine.
Fucking dolls. They're minifigures.
He's starting to get defensive.
I know. Does this look like a doll?
Yes.
It's a limited posable minifigure with limited posing ability.
Okay, Queen Dave says, okay, you two can now
Or
stop behaving. Have some fun. Work is calling. Oh, well. Yeah. So, I thought we were having fun. Now, you know what? Since she's not here, now's when I'll play the guitar.
That's good.
Give it a couple minutes.
Mm. You know, but
Gotta catch me on the playback.
we'll be definitely having some fun at work.
You know, see, this would be so much easier if
Yeah,
people.
definitely, you know, pop back in.
She heard it. Never mind. She's put very funny. I'm leaving now. Shit. No, but see,
I
so
think
much.
you're getting a paragraph later.
Yeah, it would be so much easier if you all was just like, you know what? We don't really want to hear you play guitar because we know you're not like you know, you weren't always a guitarist. You were known as being a drummer. So let's hear you play the drums. You know, and then I could show Timu, you know, Vince Neil what it's like to operate a stick with your wrist. You tell that boy's never done a paradiddle in his life. Probably done a pair of diddles, but not a paradiddle. For those that don't know, they're trying to take this wrong. A paradiddle is a set of stick movements that you practice with. Because it could be like 2 right, 3 left, 2 right, 3 left, 2 right, 3 left, then cross it over, stuff like that. That's a paradiddle. Now, a pair of diddles.
Yeah, keep your mind out of the.
Yeah, a pair of diddles would be, you know, never mind, I won't say it, but y'all can guess. And it's
Too hot for YouTube.
Yes, it's got nothing to do with you, ladies. So she said we could have fun. What kind of fun can we have?
Well, my magic is on the table now. Since the warden's too busy to be watching us here in the asylum. So
She's
I
not the
think
warden.
sky's
She's
the
busy
limit.
taking care of people. She's very loving.
No, I'm just saying here, in the asylum, she's our warden, making sure you don't get into trouble, that I remain in the standards and practices of what's acceptable. But when the warden's gone, anything goes.
She's going to be very happy with today, though. Because it's averaging, like, she should have, like, 2 to 300 watch hours off this one. So, yeah. Because the average view time's over 20 minutes. We're entertaining people, Caesar. We're not supposed to be doing that.
What we're here for.
That's not what we're here for. I'm not here for that. I'm here to act like I know what I'm doing
We're
and not.
entertained. That's the entertaining part. It's like me when I talk about stuff that I act that I know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just winging it, like you. Any which way but loose.
Any which way but loose. God damn it, it's hot in here.
It's a bit nipply in here. Got the window open. Keep me cool.
Yeah, it is hot in here, but no one has to worry. I'm not Zach Ludlow. My shirt's staying on.
Yeah. Zach did that. I don't know. It was like his go-to move. Like if you watch like that Magic Mike movie too much.
Actually, he didn't watch Magic Mike.
That's
What he
like
watched was that SNL skit of it with Farley. That's what he watched.
Oh, you talk about the Chippendales act.
Yeah, the Chippendales act. Yeah, that's what he watched. He thought he looked like Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, but the difference between him and Farley is like Farley actually benched. Like he you know, he could push some weight.
Well, you have to. You
know,
figure.
just like
You
a
figure.
punk dude.
Yeah, you figure he lifted 400 pounds every day just by getting out of bed.
It's like there's like a mix. It's like, do you remember when Butterbean first came out?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Everybody thought he was just like some sloth. Like, oh, this badass ain't gonna do anything.
Until he
He had
caught
some
you.
pretty good matches.
Yeah. Until he caught you with that right.
Yeah.
It's like Big Country. I can't. Roy. I think it was Roy Nelson. He was a UFC fighter, right? And he was known for submissions because he had studied Brazilian jiu-jitsu and or Brazilian judo. Sorry, no, it's jiu-jitsu and judo, but he was a judo specialist. So they thought he was supposed to be a submission specialist until he threw that left once. And then he became a knockout artist. It was, I don't think he knew he had it in him till, I mean, it was just the first one was just a Hail Mary, right? Then he learned to control it. And then that was the go-to. Fuck those subs. I can knock them out. I ain't got to fucking grapple them. And Big Country was a big boy. So he didn't quite look like he fit in with the rest of them. So, did you freeze again? Or are you just doing that shit on purpose?
No.
He's just doing shit on purpose. He's channeling his.
I'm giving you the. No.
He's channeling his inner devil.
I heard you.
He's channeling his inner devil.
No. Devin's my style. I'm the one that's able to sit here looking ingenious. He's trying to copy me.
Don't know about you. Don't know about you. That's a little weird.
I know. But hey, it works for that one guy, right? They used to sit there in front of the camera, just smile like creep. Work for him. It can work for me.
Well, the thing was he was meditating. He was doing what's called them. Shit. It's a form of enthrallment meditation, but I can't think of the exact name of it. It's designed to lift your mood and the mood of people around you. So you put a smile on, right? And then you meditate. A lot of people can't meditate with their eyes closed. They can't let their body relax that full. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't have problems with it. Like I said, my job is just to sit there and to say, breathe in deeply. Exhale fully. Relax your jaw. Be aware of your brows. See, stuff like that. That's my job. I just do that. That. There you go. Very unimpressive, isn't it? Oh.
I can see you leading a class.
Guru Gamers.
Exactly. Guru Gamers with his meditation techniques.
And I don't want your money or nor to sleep with your women either one, so that makes me Divinic in those circles. Yep. I think that's,
Still,
yeah.
I'm still waiting for that content. You know, I want to try to unleash my inner Zen. Maybe
Fuck
that's
it.
what I need to do. You know, meditate a little bit, get my chakras in line.
Okay, you can do it sitting
Paul, I
down.
got some.
You can do it sitting down. Like you don't have to sit. It's recommended you sit crisscross applesauce, like, you know, lotus position. But here. That'll eat up a little bit of time. It'll eat up about 15 minutes. You actually want to try it?
Get positioned.
Okay, hold on a second. I've got to do a little bit of setup. So I just need a second. We'll have a live meditation with Caesar. And before you start, I'm going to tell you how to do this because there's a specific way to do it. Let's see. Okay. So now the first thing you're going to do, whenever you're doing this, is do you have your legs crossed or no? Or are you sitting in a chair?
No, they're crossed.
They're crossed? Okay. So then you're going to put the back of your hand on your knees, right? And then you're going to imagine that
Okay,
there's.
so this part I'm going to put on my knees.
Yes. You're going
So
to
my
have
palms would be facing up. Okay.
to receive. That's the concept is you're there to receive, right? Okay. Imagine there's like a string tied to the back of your neck and pulling you up. So you're going to go as hard as you can on your posture, right? So because the straighter you are, deeper you can breathe, and that's the concept behind it, right? When you breathe, I know this is going to sound stupid, but you can take your breath to different parts of your body. The way you're going to do the breaths you're going to take when you breathe in will be through your nose, out your mouth, right? But for this one, since we're going to align this one would be to activate your grounding chakra, okay, which is right above right at your tailbone is what connects to the ground while you're seated, right? So you'll picture red because that's the ruby is red. You will focus on that part of your back a little bit, right? When you breathe in, you're going to start your air. You're going to let it fill the bottom of your stomach, right? And then come up, okay? And then when you push out, you're going to start from the top and push out to the bottom. Am I making sense with that? Okay. So that is the breathing technique of it. All right, here, let me switch you over. Okay. And there will, like I said, there will be times that I don't talk, and that's for your reflection. You don't want me, jabbering all the time, but I'll lead into the start, and then there will be a moment, and then you pull out because it can cause a trance state, right? Especially if they're guided. So you won't be able to hear this part, but I'm going to put some rain sound on this form, right? That, or if you have, if you turn up YouTube, it'll mess everything up. So no, I didn't think about that. Let me get this set. just a little bit. Okay. You're going to breathe in through your nose. Take it all the way down to the bottom of your stomach and allow it to come up towards your chest. When it's there, you're going to hold just for a second, then release slowly through your mouth, letting the air slide from the top of your chest back down to the bottom of your stomach. If you need a visual aid, you would think of water being poured into a vessel and then poured out. Okay? The first thing you want to do is you want to focus on your forehead. Take time to notice any tension or any pressure. Allow yourself to relax. Then move to your eyes. Notice any pressure or tension or squeezing, and allow yourself to relax. Focus on your cheeks. Again, any tension, any stress, allow yourself to relax. Move to your jaw. Relax. To your neck. Relax. Put time and attention into your shoulder. Relax. Let it all go. This is your time. This is a time for just you. If thoughts come into your mind, acknowledge them, but don't focus on them. Let them be. Do not try to manipulate. Observe. You'll allow yourself to go into a deeper relaxation as I count down. 10. Becoming relaxed. 9. Becoming more relaxed. 8. Even more relaxed. 7. Even further. 6. You're feeling yourself become free. 5. The weight of your body is now leaving you. 4. The weight of your body is gone. 3. Deeper relaxation. 2. Further relaxation. 1. You're at one with yourself. Breathe in deeply. Exhale fully. Breathe in cool, refreshing air. Take it down to the pit of your stomach. Push out the warm, stressful air and release it away from yourself. Breathe in cool, refreshing air all through your body down to your stomach. Take the warm air that is pressure and stress and release it and push it away from your body. Take time to notice how your body feels around you. Notice the coolness, the warmth, breezes, calmness, stillness. Be at one with your environment. And breathe in deeply. Accept everything around you. And exhale, releasing your stress and your tension and pushing it away. Breathe in deeply, taking in all that is around you. And exhale fully, pushing all the stress and negativity and pressure away. As you continue to breathe, focus on your chakra. Let it go red as you breathe in the cool, fresh air. Picture it spinning slowly, softly, and calmly. As you push out the negativity, the pressure, the stress, and remove it from your body, it spins slightly quicker, grounding you, centering you, and making you aware. While you're breathing, take the time to acknowledge the life around you. Giving thanks to your breath as you push part of you out into the universe, and accepting the universe and its life and energy into yourself as you breathe in. Take notice of your body. Look for anything that there's stress or anxiety or tightness, and push your breath to that area. Breathing in blue, cold, fresh air, going to the red, warm area that is tight and stressful, and allowing the blue to push the red out as you exhale. Okay, we're slowly going to come back from relaxation. It's okay to open your eyes. 3, you become more aware. 2, even more aware. 1, you're grateful. Namaste. There you go. That's a short meditation. Crazy stuff, ain't it?
One heck of a ride.
It can be. It can be.
Definitely different from when I used the prayer wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that one. Well, let me describe, what I was
Please.
seeing as you're guiding me through this. At first, it was just black. since I have that light on right here,
Mhm.
like I was able to see that like a little bit of like a white light, through my eyes being closed.
Mhm.
But then it got darker, but there was different colors mixing in. Like I see like a orangish red, and then morphed into like a forest green,
Mhm.
and these colors would. It was weird because with the reddish orange color, it was like it was coming down like a waterfall,
Mhm.
and when it came down, it like went up, like I guess representing like a splash,
Mhm.
and then that splash just morphed into that forest green. And so like that reddish orange came down when it crashed and had that little blue come out. It all just started turning forest green.
Mhm.
Then it started getting lighter, but it wasn't a light like what I was saying before. Since I had the light on in my face, it wasn't that kind of like light. It was different.
Right.
It had like an amberish color to that light.
Mm.
And I definitely felt that not weightlessness, but like a weight being lifted off of me
Mhm.
in that moment of time. Doing that.
Eh,
That was an early road.
Okay, so your the colors matter, believe it or not, because the concept was to activate chakras, right? Your orange is your sacral, okay. The concepts behind it are actually your sexual. This is it's towards your abdomen, your stomach, like where the womb would be on a woman. We talked about this prior. It's the concepts that the orange chakra, the sacral will give you is that you're creative. You embrace your sexuality. You honor your desires. You want to be playful and spontaneous, and you deserve to enjoy life. Okay? So those are feelings that you have. Now, it's morphing into the green, which is the heart, right? The heart sits right behind your heart. That chakra does. And it's I love myself and others. I am expression of love. I am worthy of love. I can forgive myself and others, and I want to follow the voice of my heart. So, if you go off chakra readings, some people do, some people don't. I don't know. That would be your alignment, telling you that your sexuality and your heart are forming issues with each other. Because if a color is pouring in and changing, that's the part that you have the focus to, and then what it's trying to change to, right? So your chakras, if it was being read, would be to allow the sexuality to diminish because it's overflowing, it's pouring in, and to start to follow the intentions and the voice of the heart, which is it's acceptance, it's forgiveness, it's charity, it's all these things. It's not just romantic, like it's not like I love Dana. It's not always that kind of love, right? It could be about about brotherhood and stuff like that. So, and it could also mean that you're denying your sexuality, and that's affecting how your internal feelings of other people are being affected. Like the orange is being neglected, so it's pouring over, and it's affecting the green heart chakras, right? So it can mean those things, but those are if you believe in chakra readings. So. But you can listen to those, huh? Oh yeah, it's
Quite the reading.
Yeah, it can be some. See, here's the thing. The hardest thing you'll ever deal with in life is yourself. And meditation forces you to deal with yourself because it takes everything else away. You know, if you have a thought, you know, let's say it's about, you know, I mean, your mom, you know, wonder what she's doing. You just observe it's there and it goes away because you don't focus on it. Or if you had a thought about Clementine or Dana or Jen or whatever, or, you know, I mean, the room's cold or whatever, or, you know, my legs are becoming uncomfortable. You just acknowledge it and let it go. And then whenever you start mastering that, the only thing left to deal with is you. And that's how people improve through it. Because, see, everybody knows how this works. Whenever something goes wrong, we start analyzing everything. And the first thing we start analyzing is other people. Right? How did they affect this? Or then we start over analyzing ourselves and just say it's all our fault. Right? The only true way to healing is to take yourself out of the situation, accept responsibility for what you do, and not accept responsibility, but accept that other people have responsibility in the situation too. We're all connected. There's no islands, right? Our energy is all out there, right? If you believe in physics at all, right? You know the one thing about energy is it can't be destroyed. Okay? So when you breathe in, there's chemical reactions. So that's energy. When you breathe out, there's chemical reactions in your body. Okay? When you breathe in, you're taking in the universe. You're taking in like the essence. Like if you've got a plant there, obviously it's giving off oxygen. You're taking in its essence. When you push out and when you breathe out, because the air's been in you, you're pushing yourself out into the universe. That is how we are all shared.
Because what we push out feeds the plants.
Yeah. Well, that's
Like
yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah. That's, you know, it's
They feed us and we feed them.
right.
By doing that, a little bit of ourselves and that plant, you know, it's like you're saying, all that stuff's connected.
Yep.
There's like a symbiotic relationship in the universe.
Right. Well, here's one that would probably disturb most people. A human being sheds their skin quite regularly, and most of the time what people think is dust is actually skin flake. You know, so you are, when you breathe in, you are breathing in a part, unless you've got some super huge freaking HEPA filter in front, you know, attached to your nose, right? You're breathing in someone else's essence. You know, it's just the way it is. You know, the ground that you're standing on, you know, that the minerals and stuff like that have most certainly have been affected by life and death, right? Of something. If you're sitting on a chair that's wood, you're sitting on something and attaching to it that's experienced life and death. So, and if energy cannot just destroy itself and go away, then it's still there. It just moves on. It just changes. We absorb it, take it into ourselves, and release. That's what breathing is. That's why whenever you breathe, one of the words for breath in meditation is ham and sa. And it means I am that. So when you breathe in, it naturally makes the ham type sound. Like, you know, when you, okay, that's the I am. The sa, I am that. That I have just released is what I am. So, and the irony of the Bible is this. When God created, according to the Bible, when God created man and woman, it was he breathed life into them. So, you know, because like a lot of Christians will be like, I am not doing meditation at all, right? Because like if you include the chakras, you can do it without the chakras and not focus on any of that stuff at all. And it just be a chance to quiet yourself down and let God speak to you. So, but and they lose account of what we've been told about ourselves. Apparently, our breath is very important because that's the thing. That's the one essence that we received directly from God. If you follow the Christian faith, was he breathed life into us. So, with every breath we take, we are pulling in the universe, and in essence, if you want to play it with, if you want to look at it through, Christian eyes, you're pulling in something of God. And as a matter of fact, the chakra that does that is the one on your, the foresight is your forehead or your third eye, and then the ultimate knowledge, of the universe, accepting the universe in, is the crown, the top of the head. And there are ways, obviously your breath is not going to the top of your head, but there's a way to breathe to where it feels like it is. And if you practice enough, the reason they say chakras spin is because when you've practiced enough and focused on an area, that area will eventually feel like it's got something in it that spins. And I think that's why, the early cultures that dealt with it and said, well, this is a chakra for this, and the chakra is an energy vortex that spins, is because they had been practicing meditation, and then this happens. It's likely the muscles reacting because you focused so much there, right? Scientifically. But you have to remember they didn't understand that. Well, if meditation can cause body parts to react a certain way without voluntary action and leave certain sensations, then that's obviously something that we should be studying more instead of dismissing. Because there's a meditation called an ether walk. Okay. Now this one I don't do, right? The concept is you're going to push your essence out of your body, right? And if you've ever heard of something called a silver cord used in common talk, the concept is that your ethereal or your spiritual has a silver cord attached to it to your body so that you can never lose yourself, right? But an ether walk is basically where you could, it's images that are formed and stuff like that. And they're supposed to be dark beings, but they're not supposed to be like dangerous. I don't know if I'd ever fuck with them though. But it's supposed to give you enlightenment. However, like I said, it's nothing I've ever messed with because it just seems to, and the practice involves a trance-like rocking. Personally, I believe it's just someone meditating themselves into, I can't think of what kind of dream it's called, where it's very realistic, but they have control. It's like you're mixed between. I'm sorry.
I think lucid dream.
Yes, lucid dreaming. Where you're in between sleep and awake. I really think that's what ether walking is lucid dreaming, because you have control over it. Over a lucid dream. And the ether walks, because I want to go into the ether and have a silver cord, so you can make yourself dream that in a lucid dream because it's on your mind. But then again, that's just my take on it. Other people will tell you you're actually going into someplace, another dimension of some kind or whatever. I don't know. I've just focused on the meditation that deals, like I said, that would cause me to deal with me and relax me. And then mindfulness. Mindfulness is where you're still a objective observer. However, as an observer, you're asking yourself to pay far more attention. We used to do an experiment, because I actually studied this stuff, right? Whenever I first had it, I wanted to know how to learn. I went and took classes, right, at the community college. Anyone that's ever ate a tangerine that thinks they've ate a tangerine has not ate a tangerine, because they taste different if you do it, if you're mindful about it. You know, where it's very slow, and the intent of like feeling the citrus, because citrus will burn. A lot of us think it's sweet, but it burns. If you take your time to slow yourself down enough, you'll feel the citrus, the texture, the way it feels on your tongue, the way it feels on top of your mouth, the taste, stuff like that, where you're paying attention to everything. You're observing it. You're letting it be, letting it go, but you're observing will actually change the taste. I've known people that took those classes that now that is the only way they eat, is to take a bite and sit and go through that process, because that's the only way they tend to enjoy food. And as a matter of fact, that process has been used to help people that have like anorexia and bulimia, because it lets them taste the food differently. Slows them down.
Interesting.
Yep. There we go. That, ladies and gentlemen, that was me being overly philosophical.
In the guru.
Yeah. For the Ain't What It Ain't
Be a real
podcast.
guru.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. There's so many benefits to it, right? So it's like, do I believe in all of the mysticism and stuff like that? Absolutely not. Okay. But the benefits of picturing it sometimes that way outweigh the amount of disbelief in it. You know what I mean? It's just, okay, well, I can picture it. Okay. You know what I mean? And if that helps the experience, then I'll do it. And we're all good. So, yeah. It doesn't, like I said, I'm a believer. I'm a Christian, and I don't think any of the meditation has ever hurt anything I've ever done. Because I look at it more as a time for me to stop, slow down, and shut up. You know, take me out of it. And if the good Lord has something for me, that's when He'd give it to me. You know, it's when I'm quiet and can listen. So that's how I use it for my personal self. That, and I'll tell you too, the meditation would have been deeper if I put it on the video aspect that they could hear it. You couldn't. I had rain. For some reason, water, either rain or like ocean sounds, right, have a huge effect on our ability to relax, pull in, and activate. And it's likely because, you know, you're like 90% water. So you're putting your body in a sense of self. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, water. I know people that meditate that will put water in front of them. Like they'll put a glass of water just so it's there. I mean, there's a bunch of different techniques, you know, like, you know, singing bowls, you know, stones, and those are just focuses. Something to focus on, you know, I mean, to remind you where you're going or what you're working on, type stuff. Because like if you want to be creative, the chakra fritz right here at the bottom of your throat. You know, that's where creativity is supposed to come from, because it's near your vocal cords where you speak. All right. And the way to activate it is while you're breathing, just letting out a monotone, you know what I mean? And that, if you do it long enough, you will feel your vocal cords start to vibrate. It's probably just because they vibrated and they're used to it. But that's supposed to inspire creativity. Stuff like that. And I think I think it's just the focus. Like I said, I don't know about the whole chakra business, right? But I think it's just the focus. You're focused on something and it inspires it. Because you've given time to, as human beings, the last thing we do is shut up. Because what we've got to say or think is far too fucking important. And then this is the time where we're actually shutting up. So our inner selves, the parts that are creative, stuff like that, are allowed to be like, well, look at all this that you've missed. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, class dismissed. That was Meditation 101. I am working on pre-recorded meditations for folks because I've been asked about them. I didn't come up with that one on my own. It's like, can you do pre-recorded meditations? I would like to meditate with your voice. Like, okay, you fucking voice troll. Everybody's always trolling me about my voice. Shitheads. Of all the things you could troll me about, my voice is and Lillian started that shit. Lillian was the first person I've ever had say anything. And it was, I'm not ever going to say anything nice to you but this and this one time, so you better remember it. And it was, you've got a voice I could listen to all day long, no matter how boring you are. So it had an insult with the compliment, which is Lillian, right? I was like, you fucking voice troll. What's wrong with my voice? Is it that bad? I had other people sit and tell me, no, I just said, I love your voice. And then whenever I told Roxy, it was said, she's like, oh, Lily said that forever. Well, what? And then you started that voice of the Asylum shit. Your voice troll too.
I'm creative. You didn't just become the voice of the Asylum. You also became the face.
Yeah.
I set you up for that. I got all that set up.
Yeah.
You're going to call me a voice troll.
Yeah. You're still voice troll.
No.
What it is, see, it's like, it's the reason I can't shave, right? You know how Goose has got this real baby face? Guess who he got it from?
Got it from you.
Yeah. Here's the thing. When Goose was little, we had a picture of me when I was like a year old, right? And we got a picture of Goose when he was a year old, and we put the outfits the same. We got my mom and his mom together, and they couldn't tell which one of us was which. They couldn't find their own.
Spitting image.
Yep, they couldn't find their own Jason. Well, even baby pictures. My mom asked, "Is that you or is that Bub?" That's me, Mom. Thanks for recognizing your own son. Yeah. Oh, what really hurt was one time she goes, I don't remember you having such cute, chubby cheeks. I was like, Mom, thanks.
Mom didn't hold back.
Yeah. But my mom didn't like me, so. I was a grandma's boy. My grandmother was the only one that liked me. Yep. See, we've got a lot of people with my name, with like my first and last name in the area, right? But I was, before my son, the last to carry on my family's name. Now it's all in Buddy. So, Goose. That's what y'all know by. So, yeah. Oh, I used to, because my dad told me that was the only value I would ever have in life. I remember the one time I said, I think I was like 9 or 10, and I was like, that's okay. I'm fucking changing it the second I turn 18.
Damn. I pissed him off.
Mhm. Oh, here's the thing. We had to learn to do drywalling because paying the contractors became too expensive, because I went through walls fairly easily, apparently. Then whenever I turned about 16, 17, we found out how well he went through walls. Because whenever I got to where I could see eye to, huh?
Hanging drywall.
Yeah. Well, whenever it got to where we could,
Hanging drywall.
yeah. Yeah. But when it got to where we could look eye to eye and see each other eye to eye, a little bit of a different story on how things went. I never drew my fist to hit him. But I didn't take them. Not like I did when I was little. So.
Nope. He gave him a taste of his own medicine.
I think the last, the last time we argued, I told him like several times, I was like, knock it off. I forgot what he was doing, right? And he was ready to have, he was going to have some kind of heart surgery or something like that. And I was like, knock it off. Final time. And then it ended up with, he was against the wall. My forearm was across his neck. And I was like, you old motherfucker, I'll rip it out for you so they don't have to. And I remember saying, this is the monster you created. He never fucked with me again after that.
It's pretty hard for him to do that.
Yeah.
You know, because like you're saying, you weren't the youngster you once were.
Yeah.
He could easily do that.
Well, see, whenever I was in my teens, I was muscular. I worked out all the time. I played football. You know, I spent 2-3 hours in the gym every day. You know, in the weight room at the school, lifting weights with the buddies and stuff like that. I was in the 300 club in high school, which meant I benched over 300. You know, with 10 clear presses. So I was relatively strong. And it's like Goose said, we didn't know it at the time, but I've got a natural advantage. My polycythemia almost acts like blood doping. You know, Goose will sit there and tell you it's unnaturally strong. Like he'll be trying to lift up something or move it, and you know, I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Type stuff. I forget that I've kind of got a little advantage on that, but yeah. And then when I started getting taller than he was, yeah. And it was the thing is like, you know, I think we talked about this in private at one point, and I hope it's not offensive to bring it up, because this is the part about me. Whenever I found out I was going to be a father, I was scared shitless, and it was not, because I was told my daughter was going to be a boy. They thought she was a boy. She had her thumb down there. Apparently, her thumb looked like a penis on the sonogram, and you know, so it's going to be a boy. I was not scared to death at the concept of having to, you know, raise a child, to take care of a child, or, you know, pay for a child, whatever. I was terrified I would be my father. That was what scared me. It ended up I wasn't nothing like him. You know what I mean? And that made it whenever, you know, Bubby surprised us, that, you know, I was okay with it. I was looking forward to him. You know, because it was like, okay, I could handle boy. The girls, my dad was always partial to the girls, so they always got what they wanted. They were spoiled. It just, I was different, right? I had purpose, but it wasn't like the girls, right? So when it, Chloe being a girl, I didn't worry about it. If I was like my dad with Chloe, shit, she's getting spoiled, right? With my son, because I'd had that 3 years with Chloe, my son didn't scare me. But if my son had come first, if Goose had come first, I don't think I would have been like my father at all. But I would have far more white hairs than I do. I still have a few dark ones in my mustache. Those would be entirely white if my son was first. And I think that, I think that's the generational curse for guys our age. Is a lot of us had like, they weren't, okay, I'm not going to say bad fathers. Because as much as I thought my father was a shithead when I was younger, becoming a father myself, it's like, okay, he did it wrong, but I understand what he was trying to do. Right? He was showing his his love wrong, but he was trying. He was pushing me to be a better man in the wrong way. I think that's what's kind of cursed. Like I said, our generation, it was like, dads were tougher on kids. It was a different time. And then the concern, am I going to be that way with my child? Because there's a lot of men that with their father don't feel like their father ever loved them. It's not daddy issues. It's just, you see your sister, stuff like that. And as a young man, you spend more time trying to impress your father than making yourself into the man you're going to be in those kinds of situations, unfortunately, right? Either you're going to show him up or you're going to prove him right. Those are the two mindsets a lot of young men, or men our age when we were young men, get in their head. Now, because we've went through that, and then there's so much caution in how we raise kids, we're turning our young men into whiny little bitches. I need my safe space. I'll give you your safe space. Earn it. Everybody, the youth are entitled, and it's because we've made them that way. See, with my son, I was conscious of it. I saw it early on. I was like, oh, I want to make him a little, So I was never with him like my father, but it was like, as a young man, as you grow up, there are going to be expectations on you that your sister will not have, right? However, your sister will be treated differently and not have the freedoms that you will. And it was always, you're too young to understand what this. Well, it's like, okay. See, my son goes out on a date. If he brings her to meet me, that's cool. Lord help Chloe and a young man she goes out with without telling me first and letting me and having her introduce him to me.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a completely different story.
Right. So, and it's like a completely different upbringing.
That's your daughter.
Yeah.
That's your daughter.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to let her go out with some strange guy until you meet him. And even then, you might be like, no.
Where you going? Where you going to be? I've got I look at him. I got Life 360 on. You know how I mean? So motherfucker. And by the way, in her car, because you're going in her car, not yours, I've got cameras installed that I can see forward and back. And I do. I've got them on all the cars. It's for accidents. But I can access them wherever I like. But fuck it. I'm dad.
Let me ask, do you have a speaker to where you can yell into
Yes.
like some hanky panky, like, get off my daughter?
Oh no, I wouldn't yell. I wouldn't yell. It's got a speaker, yeah. You you gotta go through your
that's
phone.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah, you gotta go through your phone. But yeah. If I saw something like that, I'd just find out where she was. There would be no discussion. The only discussion, it would be a face-to-face talk.
Your fist to his face.
That's right.
Then he's talking to the pavement.
Yep. Asking what the fuck hit him. Like that old motherfucker can throw. What's funny is my daughter's tried this before, right? And this she's really short. Like she's 4'11", so she's short. And this guy was about my height. And they hit it. Because she knew I already thought he was a dumb fuck. Okay? Goose got in trouble with his girlfriend about something. Right? They were fussing about something. Not them two, but him and Chloe. As close as they are, if they ever go at it, it's war. You know what I mean? They aren't afraid of each other. They will go. And so, I'm not talking like fist fight stuff like that, but they'll get in each other's face. You know? What the fuck you little fucking shin ninja? Oh, you think you're something, you scrawny little bitch? You know, I mean, shit like that, right? And of course, Chloe goes right to, you know what, I'll just knock Cohen out. How about that? I'll tell her it's your fault when she wakes up. I've heard her do that one time. His ex-girlfriend, Katie, I actually had to pick my daughter up on my shoulder and carry her away because if she had gotten her hands on that girl, it would have been bad. And it wasn't because of my son, it was because of the girl. But anyway, yeah. I forgot the point I was making, but
When Goose and Cohen argued.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, it was about Katie, his girlfriend prior. They were in an argument. Chloe, my daughter, and him were arguing, and he's in shit, right? Because he oh shit, that Sashi, thank you for the sub. We appreciate it. Welcome to the Asylum.
Thanks for joining in.
So
Welcome in, bro.
So he had disrespected Ryan, right? And outside of my kids, Ryan's kind of my favorite, right? I don't have favorites between Goose and Chloe, but you know the other girls, I do. You know, there's Ryan and Cohen are kind of neck and neck, but you know, I mean, Ryan's the one that's always like right there. It's I'm here to see Dad, right? Cohen's I'm here to, you know, love you, Dad, stuff like that, and then off with Goose, right? So he disrespected Ryan, so I'm having a shit fit, right? You're calling her, you're apologizing, you're doing this, you're doing that, and we're not going out with Katie for a while. Because he was younger. He was like 15, I think. And he hit me. He waited. He goes, just so you know, Dad, Chloe's dating Aiden. Perfectly took my attention off him. What? But see, the thing is he got in trouble for not telling me sooner. Got more trouble. Actually, I punched him for both. And I was like, give him a shot.
Goose was cooked either way.
Yeah. So and my daughter's like, give him a shot, give him a shot, give him a shot, right? A fucking loser in every aspect. And they had to know I hate. And Chloe's like, I love that you're giving him a chance. I was like, you know, he's really already blew it. You know. And he always tried kissing my ass. And here's the thing. Dudes, if you're dating my daughter, don't kiss my ass. Because then I think you're a bitch. And then I'm not comfortable with you around her. Because I don't think you can protect her.
shouldn't do that, because then if word gets out, they'll stop trying to kiss your ass, and then you one less thing you can make fun of them about.
Well, see, but here's the thing: an ass kisser is an ass really going to kiss ass, right? But he tried, and it was like, this, that, and the other, and I was trying. God help me, I was trying. I hated the kid, but I was trying. When I say kid, I think he's like 19 or 20, right? Matter of fact, I made him join the service because I said that no one could date my daughter if she was doing more service time than him. Fucker went and signed up. Chloe had a condition with me. She's like, if he ever does something so bad that you can't take him since I didn't introduce him to you first, you can say he can't be around. Motherfucker said something. Okay, my son's sitting there with Cohen. Cohen's like my daughter, but she's not my daughter, right? This is Greg's problem, not mine. All right. He's like, my son said something like, at least I can spend time with my girlfriend. And this jackass sitting in my chair says, what makes you think I'm not with mine? He was removed from my house very, very quickly. And Chloe was told it's not allowed here. And then she's like, well, so this not, we shouldn't date. I was like, yeah, I would break up with him. Because he's too stupid. If you can let that slide out of your mouth in front of you, someone, a girl he's dating's father, he's dumb. The only thing I see out of a relationship with him is my daughter supporting him. Because
that's rough right there.
Yeah.
Like coming from a father, it's like all the time, effort, the energy, like everything that you put into your kids, and then to see her end up with some jabroni that, like you're saying, you see her doing the heavy lifting, having the supply for everything, while he just has it off on easy street.
Oh yeah,
like that shit's rough. Like from probably from a mother's perspective too, but since we're talking, just from the father's perspective, having that, just like, definitely infuriating.
Oh no, mom liked him.
If I had a daughter, I'd definitely be pissed.
Yeah, mom liked him.
Like, have a.
So it was an argument.
Mom was a commie, so.
Yeah. Was it because here's the thing? It was like, you can't control who she dates. Yes, the fuck I can while she lives here.
You proved it.
She's on her own. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. That roof, that's mine. Everything underneath it gets to follow my rules. I'm not unfair. The only thing I ask is that my house, the people I allow in my house, and myself are respected. That's all I ask.
Very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Not an outrageous request.
Well, I hope not. But you know how many times I've been called an asshole over that? Because I said, I don't like him. I don't want you to date him. And she said, she's like, okay. And she told him, because I don't think it's a good idea. Well, you influenced her? No, I told her my opinion. I told her my concerns and my fears, and I told her why. And apparently they made enough sense to her, to say it's done. Now, I don't think it's done. I think they're just doing it behind my back now anyway. So, Aiden, I know you watch this. I got you. Oh, because if I find out it was hid from me, yeah, if I find out it was hid from me, me and that boy gonna go. We gonna go.
Yeah, we ain't going to Applebee's either.
No. Fuck, I can't go to Applebee's with him. That motherfucker eats $150 on his own. Whenever I go out with the kids, I pay, right? When I take them with me. And I pay for Cohen's, and stuff like that. I don't expect Bubby to pay for her food. They're going out with me, right? So it's my treat. I am the type, I don't care who the fuck you are. If you're going to break bread with me, I'm going to pay for it. And it's not going to be an argument, right? Like whenever I met Cohen's mom and whenever I met Cohen's dad, I mean, I was paying for it. It's just the way it's going to be. Okay? So, those, and we eat at Applebee's quite a bit because it's like one of the only restaurants here that you can kind of get in and out of, right? Because we've got a lot of the, like the fine dining restaurants, shit like that. Okay? So like just getting it at one of the medium tier restaurants that have somewhat good food, stuff like that. I mean, and it's one of those places, like I said, they know who I am. I mean, do you want your table? I mean, do you want your regulars? Stuff like that. With Aiden there, and the first thing I get, those appetizer sampler platters, right? They have like I'll get one of those for the table because they get it out right there, with the drinks, stuff like that, while we're waiting on our food. And usually with the girls, they don't know what the fuck they want. So it's going to take a couple of minutes. And I'm not going to sit there and starve, right, while they're deciding while they're looking at that menu for the millionth time. Okay? So, however, when Aiden would come with us, I didn't need one. I needed 3. It was 1 for all of us, and he ate 2. I bought the dude like an 8-ounce steak. He had like an 8-ounce steak and wings and stuff like that. And then he ordered a second entree at one point. Like he had like this bottomless stomach. He wasn't what you call fat, right? He wasn't thin by any means. He wasn't like, goose or anything like that. But I don't know where he put it. He said he wrote me while he was at basic training, and he said he's like they're starving me, and I'm like, I know better, because he was at Fort Lost in the Woods, right, for his basic, same place Goose was. When you're in basic training, when you're in BCT or any kind of basic, you're overfed. Because you're working all fucking day. They're not trying to starve you, right? You have to have the calories to complete these tasks that are dangerous if you fail, right? Like if you get on the confidence obstacle course, the cock, right? And you get up there and your muscles just give out, you're falling 15 feet. It's not a joke. So they feed you, and for him to say they're starving me, I was like, holy hell. My daughter was an odd one. She was down at Fort Seal whenever she did her basic training. And she was considered underweight. So she had a drill sergeant that it was breads, like muffins and stuff like that. She'd have her tray be walking away. And they used to call her Skittles because she would do extra fire patrols for people's Skittles out of their MREs. So Skittles, get your ass over here. And he'd put like 3 or 4 muffins on it and said, there you go, make sure they're 8 before you leave. Whenever my daughter came back, she came back with like a guy's jawline and everything. Like she was Oh, Goose was 3 times the size out of basic training than he is now. He was not scrawny by any means. That's why whenever they said, well, because you saw him flex, he's not small. It's just he's got a baby face, so he looks it. Well, you've seen the picture of him without a shirt on. Dude's got a 6-pack and ripped. You know what I mean? He's not scrawny. It's just that baby face. And he grins too much. If you stop smiling, wouldn't look so fucking young. I loved when Keem said he was too scrawny to be a soldier. I was like, on the show, because I think that's the first time you've seen it. And I was like, Keem, that young man would rip you from head to tail, and leave you in a condition not even your mother would recognize you. I'd be careful about who you call scrawny, little man, because Keem's not a big guy himself. So very few people know Keem's short. He's short and pudgy. He's not what he'll play up to be. He knows about camera angles.
How'd you don't know? You gotta get one's hats, like the known for wear.
Yeah, that would give him some extra space. I'll tell you what, let's take a 2-minute break. Give me a chance to run to the bathroom because I'm getting old. So yeah, we'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more. We'll talk about Gnome Star.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy God, your camera just freaked out and you moved like woo 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 woo. It was so fucked up. We'll be back in 2 minutes. I just had a fucking trip.
We are the Asylum. Hey! We are the Asylum. Gamers at the table, calling out the play-by-play. Snapping like a finger tap, laughing all the way. Dane on the switches, turns the chaos into gold. Cutting every awkward pause, letting wild stories roll. We are the Asylum. Hey! Loud minds, bright minds in the room. We are the Asylum. Hey! Let the madness bloom. From the first fast word to the last sharp line. We are the Asylum. Hey! And the mic is mine. Caesar drops a hot take, so wrong it comes back right. Divine makes a boss move, turns the whole damn fight. Jen's got bird facts in the middle of the game. Clementine's a calm voice, calling each friend by name. We are the Asylum. Hey! Loud minds, bright minds in the room. We are the Asylum. Hey! Let the madness bloom. From the first fast word to the last sharp line. We are the Asylum. Hey! And the mic is mine. Goose with the razor tongue cuts through the chat like air. One clean joke and everyone's out of their chair. Wow! Angel at the center keeps the vibe in flight. Whole crew shining every late night light. We are the Asylum. stretch it out, hit pause on the doubts. Yeah, we're hanging around. Little break, don't you move. Got stories to prove. We're saving a seat for you. We will be right back. Don't you lose that track. Grab a sip, then slide on back in. We will be right back. Keep your headphones strapped. When the beat comes in, you know it's on again. Quick snack, one text, and right to the next. You know what's coming up. Same feet, new laugh. You're part of the cast. Hit play and turn it up. We will be right back. Don't you lose that track. Grab a sip and slide on back in. We will be right back. Keep your headphones strapped. When the beat comes in, you know it's on again. You know it's on again.
And we're back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm.
Perfect timing.
So do we make it official that like we gotta like come up with something, right? For Jen, because Queen Dana won't let us do anything to us, right? Oh, yes. Thank you for the sub. Whenever we're in break, it doesn't show for me. And welcome back, Queen Dana. Right as I was saying, right as I was saying something to the effect of, she'll let us do something to Jen, but not us. We're allowed to have fun with Queen Dana, aren't we? The answer is going to be no. Okay.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay. This is what I need from you, ladies and gentlemen.
Positive thinking.
Mhm. What? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say positive thinking.
Oh. She asked, did we all
We
be...
behaved ourselves, Queen Dana. We did.
He did. Yep.
No, we did.
He did. Yep. Don't get me caught up in your shit.
No, we
Oh.
did. We behaved ourselves. Like complete gentlemen.
You know she doesn't believe that. She just caught on whenever you said that.
No, well, I'm being honest.
Mhm.
After that meditation session, no, we were complete gentlemen.
Yeah. We had Caesar do a short meditation, and then slip of your tongue, Jason. I caught that. No, I was on purpose, love. Yeah, we did a short meditation, and that led into chakra reading. Caesar got to delve deeper into his innermosts. So here's what I need from you folks that are watching, right? Because we've actually got some fairly decent numbers, and Queen Dana is actually going to love this because she should be hitting her hours with the show. We're at 19,915 subs. Okay. If by the time Jen comes on in 6 hours, she's not going to do one. She's not going to do two. She'll do three.
You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? 3 whole hours.
Of Jen.
Just Jen.
Just Jen.
Just Jen.
Just some wiggle. on a morning slot. We've not had a morning show that wasn't like the ass end of this of one of these long streams ever. I don't think.
Should be epic.
Yeah, except for
Epic.
like my game streams, like because like obviously Dana's up of a night. She does her thing and she works stuff, so I stay up with her, right? And then whenever she's doing her thing, I'll do one of those gaming streams real early in the morning for people to watch later, right? Those are the only morning streams I think we have ever had. Unless it's like us in the morning, like right now.
Yeah.
You're
right on that. Well, it can be a treat.
Yep. Jen's going to hit the brunch hour.
6 hours from now.
6 hours.
Oh,
'Cause-
yeah.
Well, 5.5. You got. Is my math wrong? Yeah,
Yeah.
5.5.
Pushing 4:30 for you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. So about 5.5 hours. We got 5.5 hours to get 85 subscribers in here, right? 5 hours. I believe in you folks.
But
Share the stream. Go tell your
Yeah.
friends. Be like, look, I need 3 hours of Jen. I need 3.
exactly. That favorite barista that you go to at Starbucks, tell them that they need to watch Jen.
Yeah.
They need to subscribe. They don't know what they're missing.
Yep.
Don't just stop at your local barista.
Mhm.
Go to your local pizza shop. Go to your mechanic shop. Go to any kind of shop with people in it. Not mannequins, with actual people with a pulse.
Go get a Sharpie and write it on your face and start walking around. Take your dog for a walk.
Exactly. Advertise for us.
Write it on the dog.
Be greatly appreciated.
Don't write it on the dog.
Write it on the dog.
No, don't write it on the dog.
And hell, even write it on the bathroom wall.
No, don't. This is how you get in trouble. That's vandalism. This is how you get in trouble.
No, but I can't help myself sometimes.
I know. So yes, Queen Data. We did a meditation. We did.
Yep. It was insightful.
No. Caesar here.
Realize that I can't, pushing away. I got to take glove and put it in a headlock. Give us some noogies.
I don't think that's exactly what it was, but
It's close enough.
yeah.
That I need to be more loving.
Yeah.
Like
And that you want to be loved.
some more headbutts. Yeah. I want to throw those headbutts out there to show that I care.
Mm.
If you care about me, give me a headbutt. There's a coconut cruncher right there. And it was the palm of my hand. I wasn't trying to hurt myself.
I know.
That smack sound. Just for the the YouTube censors out there that like to conflate things. Like with my lovely, my first impressions of my little universe.
But yeah. So do we think Jen can do the 3 hours? What do you think we're going to get in 3 hours? Or do I want to know? You're the one that's been helping her.
I think it's best that we're left surprised.
Okay.
Yes, left surprised.
I'm telling her this was all Dana's idea.
Second that. I can coast. Yeah, I was able to use it at the right moment.
Yeah.
Damn. I like this.
Mm-hmm. Dana's like, you little fuckers better not. That's what she's thinking.
Like me. Oh yeah, but late nights where it's at. This late of night, early morning.
Mm-hmm.
So many shenanigans we can get away with.
Yeah. Actually, in like a half an hour, we can't. Because then we're officially on the morning circuit for YouTube. Because they go off Eastern. to go off Eastern, that would be 6. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get you, bro. But maybe, do you want to do a knockoff of a morning show?
Oh yes, we do the View with men. No, I don't want politics on the morning show. We need coffee. That's what we need. We need coffee, like little coffee mugs, and then we can act like Ken, and put our little pinkies up, when we drink, and because he's not even got the balls to drink caffeine, it's just tea, right? So sit there and put our little pinkies up, and then we can hold our cigarettes like we're Keemstar, because Keemstar does this, right?
He does.
Yeah, he does. Yes, yes, we will do that. We will prep for shit. Let's rewind it. We'll prep for Jen. We'll do the morning show. She can do the brunch show. Matter of fact, what I'll do is, once it gets time, what I'll do is I'll hit like the news sites and we can just talk about news stories just from the headline.
Well, you take the headlines and just run with it.
Right. That's what the Associated Press is for.
Yeah.
That's
They're
it.
for not just our entertainment, but yours as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. Do you know that most people will only read the headline and the sub-headline of an article?
Yeah, I'm guilty of that myself.
So, especially if it's like something I really don't care about. You like sports scores? Like, I care, but knowing the whole story of how they got there doesn't matter, because like our local news, yes,
They got there.
yeah, I actually subscribe to my local newspaper. It's 2 sheets of notebook paper put together, right? And doesn't have shit in it, but it's got my fucking wonder word, okay? Everybody can piss off. I've got my wonder word and my funny page. I'm easy to please.
See, simple.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what a wonder word is?
Some of us need, comic strip.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably like a crossword puzzle.
No, what it is like a word search, but instead of circling the whole word, you just circle the letters. And there's a hint, right? And then the letters that aren't circled make the word that answer the hint.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's a different twist. I like that.
yeah, I've got a couple books because I'll sit and do them sometimes, like here at the office whenever I'm bored. At Amazon, how they got those puzzle books. They've got the wonder words and those. So yeah. And the daily Sudoku. So yeah. And then my funny page. That's all I care about. And then I like the high school sports. And because I've got the news ticker, for like Major League, like for baseball, football, and hockey. I'm not a big fan of basketball. I don't know. It was just a sport that I never got into. I played it in high school for a year when I was a freshman. So it just wasn't.
Yeah, I had to play my b-ball during break. But yeah, I was doing that like in elementary, middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And by middle school, not so much.
Here's the thing.
Not so much.
Here's the thing. Like I can go play basketball and shoot hoops and stuff like that, and I'm cool with it, right? But to watch it, and now I love baseball. You've heard me talk about baseball all the time, right? To sit and watch it on TV, I would rather slam my head in the door than to watch it on TV. Fuck it. I'll take the highlights, at the 10 o'clock news and the score. Thank you. Or I will go. Going's different, you know. But to sit and watch it, now if Goose came in here with her gloves and a baseball and was like, you want to go toss around a little bit, like, hey, Caesar, you know what, we got an hour,
you're out there.
cover it, yeah, you know.
You go there.
But to sit and watch it on TV,
I get you.
yeah, football and
Different story.
football and hockey you can watch on TV. Those two sports you can watch on TV. You know, I don't watch golf, but I know people who like golf because I don't. I am very good at golf and I hate the damn sport. Apparently, if I'm very good at a sport, I don't like it because I hate golf and I hate bowling. You know, I see no purpose in sitting and watching those two things because they're not sports. They don't belong on sports networks either. I can watch boxing all day long. I can watch UFC all day long. I can watch old football games and be happy. Right? You remember those old videos that you used to be able to buy and it'd be like, you know, the greatest sacks of,
Yeah.
right. Well, I can sit and watch those.
Yep.
You know, be completely happy. But to sit and watch, to sit and really watch baseball. We used to have a guy. He was a sports broadcaster, and on Fridays, his name was Zipper Zeppa, and he used to have the Zippo Awards. So on Friday, on every sport, like the crazy, wacky shit like that, you know, amazing catches, stuff like that, earned Zippo Awards. I used to love Friday nights. That was the only time I really watched the news. watch the Zippo Awards. It's so dumb now that I think about it. Because you should be so excited. Yeah. I wasn't a bright kid apparently. But I liked what I liked, you know. Here's the thing. I was an early stressor. I actually started watching the evening news like religiously every day when I was 12. What? What's so fucking funny? You didn't?
This was around the same time I was doing that shit too.
Oh, okay. I was going to say you didn't?
You know, 12, 13 years old. When I started, like you, watching the news.
Right. Well, I'll tell you something fucked up.
Like religiously.
You're right. Goose, okay? He was in kindergarten and he used to come in and tell you what the weather was going to be and what to wear and what to expect and what was coming. Like he gave you a full weather report. We found out why. Of a night he laid and watched the Weather Channel. My daughter, everything she sees she wants. We found out why. She used to lay in bed and watch QVC. I'm not joking about either of those things, by the way. Those are all very, very, very true. My son, as a matter of fact, my son, even in the army,
That's the cool one. You know, he was watching the Weather Channel.
he's talked about like taking meteor. He's talking about taking meteor.
Great music.
Well, he's talking about taking shit. See, now you made me forget it. Yeah, meteorology, because the army will do it. Because that's how they have flag days, like where it's too hot to do certain things, or they've got to have the ice buckets out. Because the way they stop heat stroke is because you're not allowed to take off your blouse, which is your outer coat, right? It's like a coat of stick. You dip your arms in ice water all the way up, right? And then you've got to stay in it for like 30 seconds, and then you stand up with your arms up, letting it all run down your sides and your back and all that other stuff, right? So it's a shock to the system, but it's supposed to prevent heat stroke. I don't know if it does. We did the same thing whenever I was in big stuff like that. But yeah, the meteorologist will determine if the drones and stuff like that can go out. They got different stations they go to, shit like that. He's talked about doing it. So, you know. Can't be a sportscaster because he doesn't know anything about sports. The only thing he kind of knows about football, but the only game he watches is Army versus Navy. You know, some college ball. Black Knights versus the midshipmen. So, and yes, I said midshipmen. What now?
By the college rules, they did the Army versus Navy football game.
You're cutting out really bad. You went robotics. I think you froze. There's something with your connection tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with it. Am I coming in better now?
Yeah.
The Army-Navy football game, that is done with college rules?
Yes, sir. It's it's like the ROTC on steroids. Everyone that comes out becomes a lieutenant. Lieutenant, it might be a captain. I don't know. I think it's lieutenant. The officers, regardless. The Army's the Black Knights, and then obviously the Navy's the midshipmen. Midshipmen. Supposed to be midshipmen, but
And they catch yourself there.
midshipmen. There, corrected. Air Force has a team too, but I don't know. For some reason, we all know who would win the President's Cup because the service academies compete for this, right? We all know that the United States Marine Corps would win every year if we had an academy. We don't. Because if you're a Marine and you want to become an officer through ROTC, you've got to go through the Navies. That's why you have so few Marine officers. We love ourselves. Love myself too much to be around. I was blue side for like 8 months. I learned to hate sailors.
You'll be crazy. When you put that.
One more time, your audio did it again.
What drove you crazy, being on the police side?
Dealing with sailors. See, here's the thing. It's not that the Marines hate sailors. It's sailors hate Marines too. And here's the thing. Okay.
What was it like there? No, go ahead.
The behavior, the attitude. Because there's always going to be more seamen on the ship than there are going to be Marines. It wasn't the people though. Just to be honest. You are on a floating prison. It's what you're on. It's not like a cruise at all. Especially, the seamen, the sailors, stuff like that. They get to they work on something and have that distraction and so forth. Your Marines are there to defend. Or there for like vessel defense, or we're getting dropped off, because the Navy's the Marine Corps' Uber, so yeah. But the big game always seems to be Army versus Navy, even if the Air Force has already won. I think that's what was happened last year. Was the Army Navy game's the big one, and the Air Force had already taken the trophy. It didn't matter who won. But hell, you want to talk about pride? And the thing is everybody, they all want to congregate against each other because you want to point and laugh at the other team whenever they fuck up, right? Technically, I should cheer for the Navy. I don't. But, so, but the kids like Katie, my son's girlfriend before Cohen. Her dad was in the Navy. So like during the Army and Navy games, they would want to be around each other for some fucking reason to argue. Because because there's a whole lot of pride on the line. For some reason, I mean, it's like, like a true football fan, right? Like, if the Raiders take a bad loss, Queen Dan's like, I mean, you feel the loss with them. It's a completely different story with the military teams. Because it's like your whole branch, if you lose, is shit for a year. So next year, you better fucking pick it up, right? It's just the way it is. My son, who doesn't watch regular football, I mean, will sit there. He's got his Black Knights jersey and hat, I mean, and stuff like that. Walks around all freaking day with it, I mean. Got to support my Knights, right? And it's like, name one of the players, son. Name one of the seniors. Who's the quarterback? I don't fucking
Not a
know.
single answer.
Yeah. He's at number 12. I got those answers one time. Number 12 is our quarterback. I messed up with him. I tried getting him. He knows a little bit about football. He'll watch it when I do, because he thinks it's funny to watch me watch it.
You get into it, don't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You. Oh yes. You can tell my blood pressure's raising. What I mean? Face gets red. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking fire his ass, right? Because I think I'm the only football fan that ever liked Andy Reid, though, right? But I was a big Donovan McNabb fan. So, but yeah. Oh, it's bad. it's bad. I may or may not have. Yeah, I may or may not have broken a 75-inch TV over a football game. So,
What'd you throw at it? Or did you just you
nothing.
That thing to the ground?
Nothing. What it was is, I was like, damn it. And I hit my hand on the chair, and something happened that made it fall at the same time. I don't really think it was my fault. That's why I said I may or may not have. Goose was over near it fucking with things. So I personally think it was him, and he just didn't want to take responsibility for it because he was afraid I'd be like, you're paying for that.
Makes sense. We might have startled him.
Shit.
Slam the hand down.
Oh no, he will watch a football game to watch me. He says I'm the entertainment.
But I can agree with that. Watching a football game with you, you'd definitely be grade A entertainment.
Mm.
Watching your reaction. But I like to think that because he was distracted, that it caught him off guard.
Mm.
And he decided to knock the TV over so he can, see what's around him. He thought he might have missed something from one of your,
No.
epic,
He knocked the TV off because he wanted to watch SpongeBob SquarePants. I know what it was. I'm teasing.
Ooh.
Mm.
Damn.
He still watches it. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to say anything about him because I still watch Scooby-Doo. And like He-Man and stuff like that. Man-child.
Oh yeah.
Let's face it.
Crazy though. Like SpongeBob, it surprises me that it lasted this long.
Yes, because it is horrible. It is horrible.
It really shocked the hell out of a good clip. Hell, when SpongeBob came out, I believe it came out in 99.
Damn, I feel
98,
old.
99. Yeah, I know. And it's like you see these people that are all into it. Just
Yeah.
laugh at him like, yeah, I remember when SpongeBob was new,
Yeah.
like when it came out for the turn of the century.
Yeah. I was there when
Like you watch a
Nickelodeon's.
show from the 90s.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. They have delivered breakfast for some reason. I guess they knew I was here. You want to do another half-hour break with each of us? I can eat, and then I'll come back and you can eat. And,
Yeah, go ahead, eat up.
all right.
Half hour.
All right, here you go. I'm gonna put you full screen.
All right. Enjoy that meal, my friend. And yeah, you get another half hour with yours truly. Good old Caesar. Oh man, it's get to that early morning. For some of you beautiful people out there, for me it's still late. Pushing 3 a.m. But for some of you, it's pushing 6. Gotta get up and stretch those bones and get ready for work. Well, there's like the benevolent Queen Anne, she's out there doing her, she's already there. She's been there doing her thing. So yeah, no matter what you're doing, that's what you got me here for. And to continue on with SpongeBob SquarePants coming out turn of the century. I don't know, things were just different back then in the 90s. Like I remember when like Snick was cool on Saturdays. He had all those wacky shows, like all that. All the youngsters, doing their comedy thing. That shit was pretty cool. I tuned into that regularly when I was a youngster on a Saturday night. Yeah, SpongeBob I never could get into. It was probably because I was too old by that time. I was like already in high. No, I was going into high school. So yeah, it's like I just couldn't get into it. Show me some Rugrats. Oh, that show. I don't know. I think what made that show like stick with me was how long it took to get season 2. Oh my! It felt like I was waiting like 2, 3 years for that thing. Because anytime we flip the I remember this one, season 1, still season 1. Driving me nuts. It's like why are they airing a show that appears to have been canceled? And then finally dropped it and started doing it more regularly. That was great. There's just some things out there that stick with us. Goose with SpongeBob, Havoc with He-Man, G.I. Joe Thundercats, and some of the similar ones that I like as well. I got Thundercats. I got some one-off of He-Man. Got a one. But yeah, like the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. That was another favorite of mine. Made sure to get the DVDs of that when they came out. But damn. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. It's funny how the style changes. Even so much so that what they use changes. To give you a better example is if you were to compare old Looney Tunes, like the older ones, compared to the newer ones. You see a completely different art style. Even though you still see bugs, it won't be like the old school bugs. What they're able to do with those old cartoons compared to the new ones, not to try to take away from it. Oh, it's just something different. Just something different about it. Like I said, it's like the art style, the way they did it. Almost like if it might have been lost to time. because some of those, older artists are unfortunately no longer here with us, unable to remind us of what the equipment they used, this way they go about doing a thing, creating those lovely cartoons frame by frame. Oh, good old cartoons. It's hard not to like cartoons. See the shit, and it's like they got some wacky zaniness, but they always try to slip in a little nugget of something. Whether it's a moral of the story, or just to have a wacky zany. Those are my favorites, where nothing just makes sense. You know, back away from the cartoons a little bit. I think a good thing to talk about right now. Let's get a little bit of that news going. Because people are waking up, getting the sleep out of their eyes, and they need to be informed. Yeah, they need to be informed today. Go with yours truly, with moi. We're gonna check out some headlines. Yeah, maybe I'll be able to opine on something. Oh, lovely lag. That should happen, unfortunately. Come on, load up for me. Be stubborn. I swear. Mm. Ooh, that sucks to be that guy. If you know, you know. Swalwell is out. Oh, and as somebody who's from California, good riddance. That guy is horrible. Real piece of work. Huh. 7-Eleven is going to close 645 stores this year. Let's hope that's focused, ladies and gentlemen. I would hate to, go to my local 7-Eleven and then see him gone. I don't know. Just about that place. Old childhood favorite. Being able to go visit and, get a Slurpee. Make a kamikaze soda where I'm just mixing up all the flavors. Being reckless. Whoa, imagine this headline, ladies and gentlemen. Blah, blah. Let me try that again, excuse me. Chevron executives suggest Americans should drive less amid high gas prices. Can you imagine that, ladies and gentlemen? somebody tells you to drive less, that's like telling me to, eat less when I'm hungry. No, I want to engorge, eat more. See, America, that's we more V8s out on the road. To show executives like that, like, who really is boss? It's like, no, I gotta like, have a tank on here. You want me to fill this thing up? You better lower the price. We can screw them all over and just go get a Tesla. That's a lot of work right there, and they're expensive. The the recycling fees for the batteries alone is like, oh, it's like paying for that is gonna make me have to go get Uber Eats to finance my next meal, so I can pay off in easy installments. Imagine what kind of debt you'd be able to rack up with that, ladies and gentlemen. Ugly. Yeah, that's ugly. It's an ugly headline. Got people that got to go to work, and I'll just drive less. I can't drive. I got to get to work, you jabroni. Happen to drill, baby, drill. We need more drilling. We need more drilling. And apparently there has been tears as Artemis 2 astronaut shares reunion video with dog. My question is, who shared the video? Does she have like a smart dog over there that's able to, hit record? It's like, hey, Fido, come over here to the asylum. Yeah, come on, Fido. If you could make a video for, your astronaut owner or astronaut, since it's toots. Yeah, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I am sexist. I like to be able to, dudes and dudettes. Two difference. So she's an astronaut. Yeah. Well, I gotta check on the chat. Okay, nothing new. Yeah, nothing new, ladies and gentlemen. I got you guys that captivated with the headlines. Because I'm reading the headlines and then I'm opining a little bit. This is a bit of a questioning headline. Husband of woman missing in Bahamas. I won't be able to stop looking. I think this guy might actually be able to do what OJ couldn't do. Find the real killers. I hope he succeeds while he works on his tan in the Bahamas. Looking for his gal Friday. Godspeed. Godspeed. Ooh, the Heat left fuming over LaMelo's ball trip that injured Bam Adebayo. Interesting. There's some beef brewing up on the NBA court. Nor get this, ladies and gentlemen. Maine lawmakers pass a bill to ban large data centers. That's interesting. I guess we know we're not going to have any data centers for those Neuralink connections. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen? Maine's just going to be screwed. They're not going to be able to get fancy chips in their heads to make them think good. And before you threat about having one of those Neuralink chips put in your head, don't worry. You just got to drain it, 3 to 4 times a week. That's not bad. Don't you think the trade-off is worth it? You got to get the skull drained 3 to 4 times a week, but you get like superpowers. Everybody that has a chip, you can communicate with them through a digitally aided telekinesis. Imagine that. Maybe for once in a man's life, the couple gets chipped. The man would be able to finally hit that mute button. And be in peace to align his chakras.
And it sounds like I found the perfect time to come back. Oh, he couldn't hear me. You didn't hear me where I came back. I said, it sounds like I found the perfect time to come back.
I think you did. Yeah, I hear you now, bro. Welcome back.
Yeah,
Welcome back. Just browsing through.
Yeah, the whole mute button on women thing.
Well, no, but I think about it. It's like you don't have a physical mute button. You can mute her in your head through the power of digital telekinesis, thanks to the Neuralink chip.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
I think it'd be amazing. Breakfast.
Oh man, today has. What's been a day? So how long do you think we've went? How long does it feel?
7 hours?
9.
Always out of sync with the time. That's how fun it is. I lose 2 whole hours.
Yep.
And it's better than time change. This is really better than time change.
So here's the thing: are we going to Gen start, or are we going to cut out at the 12?
Do you want to go till Gen starts?
Yes. You should know if I'm asking.
Because I think that would be the perfect lead-in for her. It really would.
Let her come in right after the big dogs, huh?
I think it would.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, okay, then what we're going to do is we are going to reset here in a few minutes. What I'll do is, Caesar, go ahead and take your break. And then when you come back, we'll reset. Because if we go over 12 hours, the VOD won't save. So we'll have.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to start losing. So
Yeah.
No, I got you, brother.
Yeah, because we're at 9 hours. I'd rather just not keep going and then get close to 12 and be like, oh shit, right? Or forget.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, take care of it now. After, because if I remember, the way it sounded to me is after you do your half hour is when we're going to start another stream. Correct?
no, your half. You've got your half. I took mine. I ate. Go ahead and take yours. Get a little break in. Or you're talking about me doing my half while you're on break. Yeah. Once you come back.
You're going to do your half first and then restart the stream.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
All right, awesome. No,
Yep.
I got you now.
All right. Enjoy.
Thanks, bro. I'll see you in a half hour, my friend.
All right. Oh, yeah. I heard him say women and mute buttons. I was like, Oh shit. Get up. Don't even fucking matter about breakdowns anymore. He's gonna go there. So yep. Come on, people. Okay? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna push for it. I was told not to. I am. Okay, we need 76 people. We need 76 new subs. Okay. Before we need 76 new subs in 5 hours. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. If we get 76 subs in 5 hours, you get Jen for 3. Just think. And don't even look at it as, Jen's got to do 3 hours. Look at it as like, okay, Jason's up there, and this dipshit has done what? 14 hours? It'd be 15 with Jen's just 1 hour show. And he moved it to 16 because he said, it needs to be 2 since we're putting in the hours, right? And then if we get the subscription, this is going to be 17. Bro went even over, he went into triple time, right? Yeah. Yeah, we can do that here. So, and the thing is, we're doing really good on numbers. So, I am really happy with the stream. I actually found a way to get the guitar sound out. Because anytime we try it on Discord, it just, I don't know if it's like if it's like noise filters or something doing it, but it just will not play over. So, but apparently it will over YouTube. So my queen finally got to hear a little bit of live guitar play. It wasn't much. Because there wasn't really prepped and the guitar's not tuned. It is in an alternate tuning right now. So. But it is cool. So now, because I can't play like songs I know, because then we'll get hit with copyright strikes. But I can play original stuff. I might. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I want that 76. I want Jen to be able to experience a good 3-hour stream. Right? Hell with it. I don't even care what the count. She can do 3 hours. I'm joking. It's 2. She was expecting 1, right? She said she could handle open spaces and stuff like that, right? So she's got 1, or she had 1 set up. Caesar and I, this whole stream, we were expecting to do 2 hours earlier today, and we are still going. We are still going. So Jen can handle 2, right? As a matter of fact, you know what? We can use my little Lego hand thing as a counter. That goes up too high. Let's see. Right now he's at 1. But Jen's doing 2. There we go. Yep. There we go. 2. If we get up to 20K subs in this stream before Jen comes up, it'll be 3. You know what's really cool about this little hand thing, other than it's completely, you know, opposable, articulated, stuff like that, is there's this little thing that I don't know that you can get out without tearing it apart, to be honest. But in there, you see there's a little guy that operates it. You know, so we'll leave this here to help motivate people because we got 2 hours of gin. Yeah. Give 20K, we'll do 3. We're doing good with the views. We're doing good with everything. I'm happy. I'll let Jen talk about the birds for half an hour, right? Everything will be kosher. Everything will be cool. You know. When we refire and come back, we're going to try a morning show. Yeah. So that should be fun. Like, I don't know if Caesar's getting coffee, but we have people here that, you know, I was like, can you get some coffee? We need that because that would be how, you know, like the morning show would need to work. Right? You would need coffee, I would think. So, yeah. Oh. Tell me what's wrong with it. Apparently, the mortuary assistant is a no-go. So, they really don't like M-rated games. We'll just try another one at some point. Keep looking. So, and when we come back, we're actually going to go over some headlines instead of, you know, we're going to try to keep it, you know, somewhat concise. Yeah. Get some actual news, get some thoughts on it, right? So yeah, I'm getting that all set up for when Caesar's ready to come back, so we can do this. We've come over the 9 hour mark. Still holding strong. Still holding good. Right? Oh no. I'm in trouble with something. Should check this stuff more often. Anyway, yeah, I'm kind of like Caesar too, where, like, you know, how he was kind of at a loss. I kind of am too. It wears on you because, like, you've got all this go, right, and you want to go, and like at the 9 hour mark and stuff like that, you want to go, you want to go. But your mind's like, did I talk about this? Did I not talk about that? That's what goes through your head. So, yeah. Let's switch back over so we can find this. Because, you know, doing a bang-up job on it. Yeah, I wonder if, what it would be like for Jen to wake up and she comes in, she finds out she's got 3 hours. She's probably not going to like that she got 2. Oh, well, it's fun. We're streamers. This is what we do, right? So let's be able to do it at a moment's notice. Channel have fun. A little recap. I guess I can do a little recap of what's been going on. Earlier today, we had Roxy stop in. She's like, "Oh my God, you guys are crazy." She thought we was just doing a regular sleep stream. Or just doing one of our 12 to 12s. No, sir. No, ma'am. We are running. We are running 14 hours because we are crazy. Actually, the 14 hours isn't new to us because I think we did 14 or 15 on Thanksgiving and the day after. Because I know we put, like Roxy said, like we might have done 16. Was it 16? Yeah, it was 16. We did 16 because Roxy said she had 15, and we're like, oh, fuck that. She's not beating us. We just say, Caesar's sitting over there going, yeah. And that's what it was. It was like, it really was. It was, fuck that. We've been up for like 14 hours. Roxy is not. We're going for the gold. We're aiming for Roxy's, And then for those that don't know, is it next week? I think it's next week. Yes, it'll be next week. On the 20th and 21st, we're going to do 12-hour streams. They might be 8. I don't know. And then the 23rd, we'll do those might be 8. The 23rd, we'll do a 12. The 24th, we'll be off, but on 24th at 11:59 p.m. to 12 a.m., the 48-hour stream will start that Friday, Saturday at midnight. And it will go until Sunday at midnight. Yeah. There you go. So that'd be 48 hours, I think. And if I'm accidentally making it 72 hours as an accident, we're only doing 48. That's all I can do. Right? I love my queen and I don't want to piss her off. So she keeps everything in the asylum running smooth. She keeps me happy and healthy. So she's amazing all the way around. So yeah, she says no 72. So it's no 72. Period. In the conversation. She's not going to talk about it. She's just over there laughing. See, I can see him over on the side, right? But because he's sitting there, he's drinking his drink. He's got this big shit-eating grin, laughing, sitting there like, man, motherfucker's whipped. I know what he's thinking. I don't know what he's giving me. He's giving me numbers.
72.
70. Oh, he wants 72. No, I'm not. No. You can talk to the queen about it. I am not. See, because I did. I seriously, the 48 hours scared her. I think the 24 hours scared her. And it was like, okay, I'm not going to say anything. And then when she had us, she's like, there was one day, to tell the story of how this come about. We didn't go live. Something had happened. And we didn't do the podcast. And she's like, I run the podcast. We need the watch hours, even if it's late. And we're like, okay, well, Caesar and I were tired. And it didn't stop after 2 hours. We just kept going. Because we were too tired. Yeah, he's putting it was about 5 hours. I think it was a 5-hour stream. Because I was missing things that I was being told. She's trying to tell me, stop the stream and chat and stuff like that. And I was like, are we supposed to keep going another hour? And she'd say yes, but it was because of the delay. I thought it was to me, but it was something minutes earlier, right? So it was a mess. And then Caesar wasn't helping anything because I think Caesar was he found his place on another planet, in another time, another dimension. Yeah. So, and I think he might have been encouraging me. I don't remember a lot of it, but I do remember like falling asleep, having a mini dream, and talking about it mid sentence because I had played Resident Evil too damn much, and I started talking about some hallway in Resident Evil. I don't know. It was the hallway in the hospital, though. I because I could picture it in my head. Just bloop, bloop. His mid sentence, it didn't even make sense. The whole sentence was just a clusterfuck. And I was like, oh, well, if we get like 300 subs, I'll do, to hell with this 24-hour shit. Let's do 48. Thinking no way in hell were we going to see 300 subs. Pop, 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 pop. Just keep going off. And like 45 minutes later, we have a 48-hour stream to do. We were going to set it up. We had it originally set up. We were going to do it. And then there was, there's like a little resort hotel that we're going to do this in, right? Because if I'm going to go like do this, I'm going to do it in style. Okay. And they had some kind of gas main leak outside. And like, it's in an area where there are like 5 hotels, right? All of them got evacuated. And like, I had to leave like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment because like we had it rigged up like it was a fish tank video, or a fish tank episode. We had cameras everywhere. We had sound, you were safe in like the hallway next to the door because that led to, the bathroom and stuff like that. And the restroom obviously is off. And we had more than one room rigged up. We had to leave it because of the gas rig. Show. We're going to do that on 24th because we've got no sense. I think that pretty much describes this. And the way the 48 hours is going to work is I'm not expecting I am not expecting like Jen and Caesar to put in a whole 48. But they're going to jump in and stuff like that. I have to be on camera in some form or fashion, right, for the 48 hours. The only exception is I have polycythemia vera, and for those, and I have had a heart attack. So those that know, this is cancer, right? So I will have a medic on staff the entire time. Once we reach 16 hours awake, every 2 hours she's going to check me. If there's any reason for concern, stream ends. I don't even get to question it. Okay? If there's something she notices that causes concern outside of like, the blood pressure, heart rate, all this other stuff, right? It ends. Her as the medic can call the stream. Other than that, we keep going. So, Marissa, we're not calling any streams. Just so you know. But yeah, that way because we don't want anything to be self-harm. You know what I mean? We want this to be fun, right? And Goose is going to be there with me. So, his little zany ass. I'll be on camera even if I'm taking a little nap, but he's got time there. And the one thing we do have that we have to deal with, and that we've talked about, is we do have to respect the rules at the resort. I don't want us kicked out after paying for 3 or 4 dates, because of the TTS speaker. It can't be uber loud because they've got a noise policy at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. Sorry. So, it's just 2 days or 2 weeks. Sorry. Okay. All right. I'll be on. My daughter's heading out. She's going to be gone for a couple days. Sorry, folks. My kids don't get to leave unless they tell me they love me. And then they get to hear me tell them I love them, because that should be, if anything happens, that should be the last thing that they hear me say and the last thing I hear them say. Kind of my thing. Get particular about that. So yeah, but she's heading out. She just got home, heading back out. I forgot where I was at and what I was talking about. Oh, the 48 hours. So Goose is going to be there. Panda may be there a day. You know, so there's always going to be something going on. We will definitely have the player's choice set up there. We've got some specialized, very expensive board games that you may not be able to see anyplace else there. We've got some Lego stuff to do, not Caesars type Legos, but like my Technics and some mini blocks, just different things. You know, there's a pool there. We're probably going to hang out there quite a bit. They have a really nice 4-star Mexican restaurant inside. Instead of just ordering room service, I think we're going to go there and have a meal so we can share, you know. Go out on the town a little bit, see some different things, some different cool things, you know, stuff like that. So it should be fun. It's not going to be one of these sleep stream type, you know, wake up and do some crazy crap. It's I'll be on camera. Someone will be up entertaining you at all times, right? We're trying to, if we call this entertainment, they'll be doing that. But yeah, so it's meant to be chill and it's meant to be fun, and that's what we're going to do. You know, we're wanting to share it with you. We're also thinking about doing some, because, okay, I am the cool dad of the kids' little friend group. So we do a lot of barbecues and parties and stuff like that. So we're talking about and thinking about, like, you know, making some party streams. You know, where like everybody can kind of meet everybody and chill out, relax, you know. Set and have a cold Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, Coke, Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, whatever it is you drink. You know, enjoy it with us, right? And have some fun. Because it normally gets kind of crazy. We get the neighbors come over, stuff like that. We always have fun. So we're thinking about doing those. That, and Dana earlier mentioned that we're going to be throwing out some new content. Caesar and I have been working on some new content ideas for the summer that's special for the summer. You know, and I believe Jen's been working on some ideas. And then, yeah, and Queen Dana is pumping out ideas left and right. So, and once again, so if you're just joining in and you've thought about joining the Asylum, but you're waiting for it to be monetized, you don't want to do that now, because there's been a policy switch. It used to be that, you know, like if I was working with you and stuff like that, I didn't charge, so I didn't need money. Well, we've got a nonprofit organization now. If you wait, any show that starts after monetization, 50% of the donations on that show go to the MPO, or it goes to Dana, who, if she wrote the show, stuff like that. So it's no longer advantageous to hold out and say, well, I want to work with gamers. You know, you want to get in on the ground floor, you want to do it now. Speaking of doing things, if you look in the description below, you're going to find a link to the Gamers Asylum Arcade. That is one of the exclusive homes of Goose, my son. We do the Gamers Asylum show on Sundays at 9 p.m. Eastern to 11. And then there's games scattered throughout to have fun with. So you want to hit the bell so you get all the notifications. A little further down, you're going to see the Discord. If you're not in the Gamers Asylum Discord, or the Asylum Discord, rather, excuse me, you want to be, because that's where all the craziness happens. Hello, gorgeous. Welcome back. But you want to be in that Discord because you can say hi to the beautiful Queen Dana. You can tell me I'm an idiot, that I'm still lol-cow, I'm mistaken, and thinking I'm not one. You can tell Caesar his hot takes are just cold bullshit. Right? You can tell Jen. Well, no, you're probably not going to be able to tell Jen anything. No one has been able to. But she can tell you some bird facts, right? She can tell you about like the little gamers and Snowy, I think. Yeah. She can tell you about them. May even show them to you, right? And then, you've got Clementine. She's coming in there. Goose, since he's coming out of school for spring or for summer break or whatever it is, he's going to be here more often. He'll be in the VCs. You can go tell him he's not as clever as he thinks he is. So all kinds of fun going on in there. Like I said, in that link's below. We're free. I ain't gonna charge you. I am still. I don't see the point in charging for something that's free to begin with. But here nor there. Oh. It has been one. So Caesar, I'm going to shake your head just to know you about ready. Okay. What I'm going to do is to round this out even, I'm going to do a 2-minute break. Caesar will come back. We'll talk for a couple minutes, and then we're going to do a reset so we can save this VOD and restart it since we're going more than 12 hours. So we're going to do a quick 2-minute break. We'll bring Caesar back. Like I said, we'll talk for a couple minutes. We'll do a reset. And then, they'll just be, I'll redirect it and get everything set up while Caesar and I are talking. So you could just stay there and get taken away. It's like in the Discord server. I'm the one that moves everybody around. I tell them, air havoc is the most gentle way to fly in the Discord. At least I don't fling you. Okay, I've flinged Goose a couple times, but we're not talking about that right now. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Take a breath, stretch it out, hit pause on the doubts. Yeah, we're hanging around. Little break, don't you move. Got stories to prove. We're saving a seat for you. We will be right back. Don't you lose that track. Grab a sip, then slide on back in. We will be right back. Keep your headphones strapped when the beat comes in. You know it's on again. Quick snack, one text, and right to the next. You know what's coming up. Same feet, new laugh. You're part of the cast. Hit play and turn it up. We will be right back. Don't you lose that track. Grab a sip, then slide on back in. We will be right back. Keep your headphones strapped when the beat comes in. You know it's on again. You know it's on again.
And we're back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. Queen Dana comes in. I tell her she's beautiful and stuff like that. Tell her welcome back, right? I get a lull or something like that, right? Caesar says welcome back. Thanks you, Caesar. Oh.
Maybe. Oh no. Maybe she's so busy she couldn't reach by that time. See? She said stop it.
Good morning. I'm just teasing. I'm allowed to. Look, I've been on camera, right, for 9.5 fucking hours. Y'all fucking lucky I haven't turned into Roger Rabbit yet. Okay?
Yeah,
Let me be.
we've done that before.
Let me be.
No.
Caesar's volume selection. Yeah, it's because
It is?
it was it was whenever I had the rain playing, it was going through that. So go ahead and give me an
How about
ABC.
things sounding good now?
Keep going.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K,
There you
L,
go.
M, N, O, P,
There you go. I got you.
Q, R, S. Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it was whenever
you're
I was
good,
playing
brother.
the rain, I didn't want it to overpower, like, my what was it? Sultry voice.
Your guru voice.
My what voice?
Your guru voice.
Oh, my guru voice.
You're being the guru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to pick on Clementine a little bit. I don't know what she called it sultry or something. So I'm not.
No, she did.
I'm not even certain what sultry means. She used a word I don't understand, so it frightens me. I play. Oh, it's sultry. I do just want to say, I noticed how quick you were on the cake comment. I was like, I don't know about that. You didn't let her finish the sentence even. She's like, no, I did not want to be answering for any of Time's comments that night.
Like, Clementine has that unique ability to just create the wildest headcanon about yours truly.
Mm.
Like, even before, you brought me up here to, podcast with you, do the streaming. Oh man, like the crazy things she would insinuate about me.
Well, this
Like
was
the whole thing about the broken hip, making an AI video. Yeah, like
that was the cake thing was about me.
That's your
though.
headcanon.
That was the cake thing about the cake
Yeah.
thing was about me. I was like, what? Because I was the thing about working OBS in the back. Roses is very temperamental. The set, right? And like Clementine likes to move around, so you're constantly adjusting her audio, right? And then Caesar, you can tell when he gets a little frustrated with something Clementine says because he leans back, then he's away from his mic, right? So you're the two of you together are an exercise in OBS patience. And then
we took patience in a good way.
Yeah, I didn't say in a good way,
Nice.
but it's and then
Well, I like to think of it as a good way.
right, and then because I can do I've got more free time in it, so I don't get to hear everything, but I watch the replay, right? And the end of the show when she's like, the Mr. Havoc thing, and just watching you shut it down, I was like, no, you don't get to say anything about him. It's me because it's your woman.
I'm a bit egotistical that way.
Yeah.
I really am. Clementine likes, like I said, she has a wild imagination. So no, it's like no, you keep that wild imagination, for me, Toots.
Mm.
I'll be gallivanting around with that.
He got jealous.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a teeny tiny little bit.
Damn.
Minuscule.
See, I am very, very taken. Okay. Very happy, very taken. We're cool. So, yeah. Clementine's yours. He said they're like, I don't, do I have to take her? Do I have to take her? That look on your face. It really was. It was a look of like, do I have to take her? What the fuck? I'm not the only one that saw that. I'm clipping that shit.
I guess you can.
I'm clipping it and sending it to Clementine.
No.
Yeah. He's like, oh shit. Nah.
Let me get the timestamp on this. So, yeah, Clementine, by the time you see this, you've already been, gotten that clip from my, buddy old pal, my compadre, Havoc.
Yeah.
Just so you know, that is an AI generated clip of you.
What if I tell you I just sent it?
Then I'm definitely going to be taking down the timestamp of when I said that and sending it to her.
But see, that's the thing. It proves it's not AI.
I don't know. I mean, you are quite the wizard, with the AI magic.
No, I'm not. I'm average at best, and I don't do video. So,
I don't know. That might have been your first forte into it. Using me. What'd I do?
You did it. I didn't.
I've been good. I've been keeping it to a bare minimum of controversy. A little drop here and there.
You think is that what we're doing? Oh Lord! Talk to the folks because I'm making our next video set up. Because and you don't want me messing it up, right?
No. Don't need that right now, bro.
Right, and I'm pushing time. So 5:45.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into those headlines.
I thought we were going to do headlines like for the morning part, like when we have coffee and coming back. You're jumping ahead of us.
I am jumping ahead. I'm jumping way ahead.
Queen Dana said, "Whose video? What were you talking about?"
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know.
This video is new to me. I've been here a while. So what's this video? Where's it at?
What are you talking about?
What Queen Dana put?
Put whose video? Oh, you all got me lost.
Lost is. Yeah, we're all lost. We need to find the map.
Oh, you're working. She asked if we're working.
It's to restart the video, so it. Well, yeah, because you said you're making a thumbnail.
Yeah.
After when we hit 12 hours, anything after that will no longer be saved. So we're preemptively going to be starting a new stream.
Yeah.
Everything from this stream and then the next one coming up for what, like the next 6 hours?
Yeah.
5 hours?
4. The next 4 will be on. So yeah. And
No,
then,
that's what we're doing, Queen Dana.
yeah, we're just
You know,
setting up.
he's doing, he's doing all the heavy thinking and the heavy lifting behind the scenes, and I get to sit here and I love you. Do you love me? Tell me now. Do a little chug for you, beautiful people out there. And Zach, if you're listening, you big dapper on you.
Okay, I got it all
Be
set up.
expecting the call.
I didn't get the number. Shit. I remember what I forgot now. Oh,
Well, but the important thing is that it's going to be forward to our collection agency.
yeah. Well, I'm not playing with that piece of shit.
It's happening.
Oh, there we got another one.
Oh no, we can't anymore.
If I mispronounce it, I'm sorry. Mefuz. Thank you for joining the Asylum. Welcome.
Welcome in, Mathus.
Yep. So I'm going to have
Glad
to
you're
go
here.
through that too, because see, I moved to Jen's not doing what our Jen's doing too, right? And then if we get to the 20K by the end of our stream, it's 3. So, yeah.
3 hours.
Yep.
With,
Time to end this because we're going to end up on the next stream. So, all you gotta do
We'll be
is
back.
all you gotta do is sit there. It should move you, okay? And we'll start it right then. We'll be right back.
Hang tight.